It's cricket, day 3, session 1 of Kent against Derbyshire. I won't say it's a bit of an end of term feeling, but there's a bit of an end of term feeling here. It's gloomy, to say the very least. So my question to one of the stewards, or to me, was, are we allowed to start with the floodlights on at games? And I said, I don't know in the regulations if that's the case, but assuredly it is, because the lights are on and there are certainly players home. Darbishire coming out to field in all sorts of good form and fortune after last night's taking out 2 quick Kent wickets, 117 for 2, the hosts replying to, count them, 698 runs for 6 declared for Derbyshire, so a massive deficit even now for Kent. Ben Dawkins 53 not out, Mikey Cohen went last ball of the last even, caught and bowled by Jack Morley, who produced, and I've seen it a few times, Dave Fletcher, an absolute corker to get rid of Ben Compton.
Yes.
The over before.
Yeah,
so
absolute shocker to get rid of Mikey Cohen.
It's full toss. They're all wickets.
Yes. Yeah.
So good morning. I'm Matt Cole. Dave Fletcher beside me, and it could be if Derbyshire can keep the pressure on, a huge win for them today.
That's what they'll be hoping, certainly. Whether it is or not, I'm not entirely sure, I have to say, but it looks like Jaden Denley is out there, is it?
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
yeah.
So he is going to... We checked the regulations this morning, and once 120 minutes has passed, that's it. So, because he was off the field for a good while yesterday, but he's, obviously he's perfectly entitled to come out to bat, because he's come out to bat.
Yeah, well, for personal reasons, we gather yesterday, obviously nothing more to say about that, and Morley will bowl the final ball of the 38th over, and Jaden Denley rolls the wrists over that one. Harry Kane fields at mid-wicket. There's almost an obligatory, I suppose, for a single ball of the over to start in the day. There's a clamour in the slips from wicketkeeper as if it's the ball of the century, Shane Warne style, but I think it was a little bit more procedural than that. But why wouldn't Darbishire be excited? Those 2 quick wickets last night, and vindicating their decision to be hanging around on the boundary rope as the light looked absolutely terrible. We were all scratching our heads. Well, we were, Dave, weren't we, in the commentary was going, goodness me, they're never going to get the game on.
Well, I was ready to go downstairs and do the interview, really, if I'm honest with you.
I think everyone was poised. The stewards were all but at the gates, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, the few people that remained.
Yeah, saw some excitement. I'm not sure how many of those were Darbishire supporters, more Kent supporters, with their hands over their eyes, one might say. I think I'm going to start this over as well, Dave. There we go. Very selfishly, I'm going to
carry on.
Just take all the deliveries.
You know my view. You know my views. I'm quite happy to go next door.
You've done a lot of cricket commentary over the over the summer, that's for sure. Ben Aitchison will bowl to Ben Dawkins, 53 not out. He resumes and defends that into the offside. So we've had 2 deliveries this morning. 117 for 2. Kent updating our morning show with Sophie Sutton right now. Penultimate day of the year, and it's very gloomy indeed. I'm not just talking about Kent's fortunes in what's been a poor county championship season, but actually the weather's not terribly good. We've got the lights beaming out here, the floodlights to start the day, with Kent 117 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's mammoth 698 for 6 declared. Last night Kent were looking pretty good when bad lights stopped play for a bit. Ben Dawkins on 53, Ben Compton on 46. They've made a 100 partnership for the opening wicket, then 2 quick wickets fell. Jack Morley, a brilliant delivery to get rid of Ben Compton, and then Mikey Cohen, the night watchman, spooning a rather less good delivery for Morley to take an excellent catch off his own bowling. So a bit of jeopardy now for Kent trying to dig in here. Jaden Denley has joined Ben Dawkins at the crease. 2 teenagers for Kent. Bodes well for the future. Let's see what they can do today in the gloaming here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So 118 for 2 then as Kent get their first run of the day. Ben Dawkins pushing it very gently into the onside to take a run, and Jaden Denley at the crease. Almost feels, it's one of those things with so many young players in this Kent side, it's like Jaden Denley feels like one of the more experienced hands. He is 19 by now, obviously, so at the ripe old age, but
veteran.
He's played just a bit more than the Messrs Dawkins and Flintoff and Singh, and indeed Ollie Curtis, only his second game. So Aitchison round the wicket to Denley, and defends that up to mid-on, no run.
No ball.
No ball, there we go.
First of the day, won't be the last, I'm sure.
But penultimate day of the season.
But light enough to allow Derbyshire's opening bowler Ben Aitchison to bowl. So
very good point.
That's something, I suppose.
Yeah.
And it's not particularly light out there.
No. Aitchison bowls to Denley up on his toes and carved right into the offside. It's a great stop by Amit Basra at point. That's lightning stuff from him. I know he's a young cricketer that you admire greatly, Dave. In fact, were you on 10% for his contract?
Yeah, pretty much. Sure, yeah, I wish I had been. Yes, I think he's 24 now, so he's come through Saka, having been released by Northamptonshire, and came through their system. Added a contract as a result of his performances in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, round the wicket now to Jaden Denley, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. It's a great scheme, isn't it?
Oh.
The Saka scheme, and I was talking to I hired a car in Leicestershire because I was up there for a family wedding, and then drove a car back, and talking to the lads at the hire car place, very excited about their cricket when they found out. Oh, BBC, what do you do? And that's what I meant to know. Full of questions, and driven into the onside, and there's no run, and they were talking about South Asian cricket and how there weren't enough South Asian cricketers from the Midlands involved in cricket, and I mentioned Saka. One of them said, I've got a daughter who's mad keen on cricket. Could she get? And I said, it's well worth inquiring. This is a great scheme. So yeah.
Well, he captained Saka in a pre-season friendly at Derby. I mean, we didn't know him at the time, obviously. And then played a fair bit for the second team. Got his opportunity in the One Day Cup and grabbed it. Got himself a contract. Somebody from Saka who was clearly watching the stream when he made his half century against Nottinghamshire. I think I'm right in saying he was the 12th academy graduate, if you like, from Saka to earn a first class contract. There are now 14, I believe. So as you say, it's a bit like the MCC Young Cricketers, isn't it? It's a second chance for somebody who just slips through the net the first time. Jack Morley from the pavilion end with his left arm spin, bowling to Dawkins, who just guides it out towards Amrit Basra at backward point, and they go through for a single. 121 for 2.
All right, saying there's been an extension to what's considered a young player as well for the counties now, I think.
Oh, right.
Dean Headley, I know, was talking about that very passionately on a couple of podcasts and shows this summer, saying that players are sort of cut off at 17 or 18, and a lot of talents out there.
That's a bit flatter, and he's been given the ball strikes the pad. They've got the early breakthrough, and Denley goes for a 6-ball duck. Well, 3 down now. Kent, having lost a wicket in the final over of last night, the first full over bowled by Jack Morley this morning. He gets Denley for 0, and they're 121 for 3 now, and still a million miles behind.
Yeah, I mean, that looked very convincing to me.
Fired it in, didn't he?
Yeah, I haven't seen the replay, but absolutely trapped in front, Jaden Denley, and goes off, I'm sure, very disappointedly with his morning's work, such that it is, and Ben Dawkins just thoughtfully resting on his bat now at the other end. Mo Rizvi comes out to the 12th man to bring him a drink. But crikey, they really do need to keep hydrated, these cricketers, don't they? He's been out there all of 7 minutes.
Yeah, he's got a couple. He's run a bit,
especially in these conditions.
Got a couple of runs.
Where it's nearly 14 degrees. But what a great breakthrough, though.
Morley's still on for all 10. Just sort of say that at this early stage. We'll get that on the rot.
I like the idea of that. Laker, Morley,
Yeah, it trips off the tongue, doesn't it? He's had a rough time as Jack Morley in recent weeks. He looked back to his best, something like his best, at Lords. Didn't play last week in the rain-shortened game against Glamorgan. He took 6 in the first innings against Gloucestershire in Bristol earlier this summer, and since then had basically taken 1 for 500 or something, and was having a real struggle. But this will do his confidence no end of good. An early wicket as well, and the first full over that he's bowled today will certainly boost his confidence. 3 for 46, 2 balls into his 9th over. Lewis Reece is going off already. I'm not entirely sure why. Nick Potts is on at mid-on in the 26th shirt, going off with Yusuf bin Naeem, the 12th man. And Akansh Singh is the new batter.
Yeah, not a very promising player for Kent. He and Dawkins both got centuries for under-19s against India over the summer.
Morley bowls to him and he pushes it up towards a straightish mid-wicket. Martin Anderson fielding there. Always difficult to tell whether he was squared up or not, because I've never seen him bat before. He may just bat like that, so we'll just give him a few goes. That's better. Pushes it very much straight back down the track. You can see the floodlights just occasionally glistening off the back of Dawkins' bat, which is never a good sign. Tells you how dark it is. Morley bowls, and this is that back, that leg that juts into the leg side. It always looks a bit strange, but it's sort of the modern way, I think. Nobody stays still anymore. Where all the old-fashioned cricket has gone. In comes Morley again. Final ball of the over, and he's lifted him out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. That was 6, I beg his pardon. He's lifted him out for 6. An emphatic shot for Singh to get off the mark with a 6 at the end of an over in which Morley dismissed Jaden Denley. So there we go, mixed bag. 127 for 3 at the end of that one. 7 from it, but the wicket as well. I'm sure he'd be, and his teammates will be delighted if he conceded 7 off each of his next 18 overs and he picked up a wicket in all of them. But that was some shot.
It really was, yeah. He's tried the quicker one again, Morley, isn't he? It's basically the one that got Denley out, surprised him a little bit, so completely understand him bowling it. But yes, Akansh Singh has decided just to cart that over mid-wicket. The ball comes back to umpire Newell, who I thought was looking at the skies earlier on, but I think he was just flexing his neck just early doors, getting his shoulders done. So,
it's difficult for spotty brightness, though, isn't it? There isn't much out there.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything for the one-eyedness towards what it's like batting out there, but it must be close, you think.
I think so.
The light's taking over from the natural light, but Aitchison now bowling to Dawkins. That's a thickish edge, and that goes for 4. And yeah, second slip, he would have hit their ankles, to be honest. It's gone low, but it was absolutely an edge. Aitchison's beaten him there, and we were saying yesterday, weren't we? If you were coming into bat 550 odd down in your first innings, 2 down, these aren't the conditions that you would ideally want as a batter. No humidity out there as it's chilly, but Aitchison now bowling to Dawkins, and he pushes forward there. I'm not sure that was full face of the bat either, perhaps the inside into the onside, but Dawkins, I have to say, I like his body language, Ben Dawkins. As much as he was roughed up by last night, particularly by Zach Chappell, still looks very calm at the crease. Didn't get any feeling of anxiety, but who knows what's going on behind the ears even. Here's Aitchison now bowling to Dawkins. That's a much more genuine shot, it feels. Harry Kame, I think that is, from the dare I say, from the height at mid-wicket fields, and there's
always a good indication.
131 for 3.
He is the shortest, I think. Well, Jack Morley would give him a run for his money. But unlikely to field at mid-wicket.
I was going to say, he's been fielding those areas, hasn't he, Harry Kane? Yeah. Mid-wicket. And cover as well. As a matter, short leg. And Madsen at slip. Just squeezed into the offside by Ben Dawkins, who's played some fine attacking shots. This is not the time for him, certainly. As you said yesterday, brilliantly, I thought, Dave, this is all great experience for these players, although they don't know it yet.
No, they don't. They've got no idea how good this will be for them in the long run, and it probably doesn't feel particularly good at the moment, does it?
At Aitchison to Dawkins on the front foot into the offside. But I would say that's particularly true of this morning, in that if you play county cricket and you play in England, it's not always going to be cracking flags and beautiful sunshine, is it? There are going to be times like this where you're going to have to try and dig in against bowlers with their tails up.
In 5 years' time, they will look back on this and laugh.
They may well.
as will we all.
1-3, 1-for-3. I'm hoping that for Kent supporters that's true of this season. They'll look back on and go, do you remember? Oh, it seems a million years ago now. They were actually really struggling. A second mid-wicket or a sort of shortish mid-on brought in for Dawkins as well, just to give him something extra to think about. That one he patiently defends. On the money is Ben Aitchison. And it's up to mid-off and there's no run. End of the over, 1-3, 1-for-3. 4 off the over, but more luck than judgment, it has to be said, from Ben Dawkins. Did Harry Kane just toss the ball to the umpire there? Was he asking the question? If he was,
he's been giving it back.
He's just giving it straight back. Yeah. Jack Morley seems to be doing all right with this ball. He's taken a wicket today to add to the 2 right at the end of last night, and Kent 131 for 3.
Hassan Adnan at our end, the pavilion end, standing umpire. Couldn't fool him with the quiz question this morning. As Morley around the wicket, bowls to Singh, who plays it straight back to him. Haas. There's one common denominator between Derbyshire's 3 highest scores. So, well, I batted in 2 of them. Yeah, well, there you go. That'll do it. Made 190 in one of them. As Morley's in again, a little bit quicker possibly, and Singh pushes it back towards him.
Did he have any strong feelings about any records disappearing off the top or being pushed down?
I don't think so. From what I'm led to believe, as Morley is in again, around the wicket, Singh pushes it out to Kane at cover. The bizarreness of the sudden declaration is how it felt when we were on yesterday at 698 for 6. It was all to do with the fact that they'd got to 2:30 and they decided they were going to declare at 2:30. Come what may, Morley bowls pushed into the offside again by Singh, and once more to Harry Kane. They'd obviously had enough runs. They'd had enough runs probably for the previous 100 runs, but 2:30 was the cut-off for Derbyshire's innings as far as they were concerned. I think it was 2:30. I think it comes Morley. It was certainly time rather than anything else. They've gone through for a quick single, and Ben Aitchison completely loses the ball there as it bounces into his foot, so they actually got through comfortably enough, and Singh moves on to 7. 132 for 3.
I was on a lap taking a phone call. Suddenly looked up. What's the ground staff doing on the field? Oh, wait a minute. As you say, it came as a bit of a...
There didn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to it at the time. This next one is defended by Dawkins out into the offside. And just one run off the over. It's fielded again by Harry Kane, who's in the thick of the action. May well get called on to bowl at some time as well, having bowled 2 overs yesterday to triple the number of overs he's bowled this season. It's 132 for 3. Kent still 566 behind. Darbishire with that early breakthrough this morning. Gives them another bonus point, as if they needed any more. They've now moved up to 6. And Kent are on the board there as well. Look.
Yeah, this was a game of football. Certainly, it will be a thrashing. I think it's fair to say it is at the moment for Kent as well. Almost assuredly, are going to have to bat another time again. If Derbyshire decide to put them in, I'm sure they would. It's Aitchison to Singh defends that into the offside, and there is no run.
That really went out of fashion for a while, didn't it, enforcing the follow-on? But I think in this instance there's little option for Wayne Madsen and the rest of the Brains Trust. It doesn't have an official vice-captain, but Brooke Guest was the skipper of the 50-over side.
There's Aitchison now to Singh. It's a bat and pad maybe, it was a no ball anyway, so 2 to the total. The field's got Wayne Madsen at a sort of second slip position and a short leg, 2 in on the drive on the onside, so the mid-on's been brought a little bit forward, not quite as forward as they were in the previous over. Zach Chappell, Harry Kame is at mid-wicket, and the short leg is Aaron Donald. Cover fairly close as well, and this is the same with Kent actually. The fielders inside the circle, if you like, all fairly close in, because there's not much pace in this pitch, not going terribly far. There's a drive by Ekansh Singh, looking to expand, doesn't quite get all of it though, drives it on the ground to wide mid-off, and there's no run. 34 for 3.
Nick Potts, who's still out there for Lewis Reece. I did speak to Lewis last night.
Right.
Asked if I could speak to the stiffest man in the country, having opened the batting, got a double century and then opened the bowling, but he said he didn't feel too bad yesterday.
As Aitchison bowls now left by Ekench outside the off stump. Got some bounce there, did Aitchison. I think he's having to put quite some effort to do that through to wicket keeper Brooke Guest. No run.
I think Molly suggested yesterday that it might be today that he feels it.
Yeah, she wasn't she?
Perhaps that's why he was on the field and is now off it.
Suddenly the reality has set in, and yeah, it's a very good point. The adrenaline of the double century, bringing it up. He's Aitchison to Singh. Just nudges that into the onside. Harry Kame fields again. No attacking intent from him on this occasion. 2 balls to come. And, it's that time of year, isn't it? I mean, there's excitement in this game, but my last day of cricket, I was talking to a couple of Kent regulars as well.
You're not here tomorrow?
Maybe not coming back tomorrow. No, off to the football tomorrow, presenting our sports show. So Ben will be here.
Unbelievable.
34 for 3. I'd say part-timer. He's Aitchison to Ekanch. Back at the bowl at one bounce to Aitchison. Takes it in the right hand. But yeah, due to the unique way that we're the BBC local radio is funded, you have to do a bit of everything, don't you?
You certainly do.
Yeah.
So I've missed a couple of days through football.
Yeah.
I think if this had been at home, Derby, I may have not done tomorrow either, but I think it would have been the last day.
Aitchison to Singh. That's nudged off the pads again. That's a decent shot behind square. Basra just glides across the outfield, isn't he? So fast. He's there for the ball. Side arms it in. Ekanch then single. Takes strike as well. Ben Dawkins hasn't seen that many deliveries this morning, but added 60s total. He's on 59. Singh has 8. If you're just joining us, wicket to fall. Jack Morley again, having Jaden Denley, LBW, for a duck quicker delivery. Denley just didn't get in much of a position to play, I don't think. Was deceived by it. Had a little look at the umpire, a little look at his stumps. The umpire's finger was up, so he had to go. 135 for 3. Looked good from here.
Yeah, I've had a look at the replay. I don't think I can't have too many complaints. I don't think
he's trapped on a leg stump, I think, isn't he? More or less.
Morley around the wicket to Ekansh Singh with a slip and a short leg, and there's that that front leg of his that ends up almost next to short leg as he plays the shot out into the offside. It is clearly the way he plays, so we shouldn't get too excited by that. As Morley tosses one up a bit, in fact it's a full toss and it's bunted into the onside where it's fielded rather clumsily by Martin Anderson. I know what it's like for seeing the trees at the far end. The flats are pretty light for the most part to our left. That one's another full toss, and Morley gets down to his right to stop it. Got a wicket with a full toss. Final ball of yesterday's play. A fairly decent catch. Moving away to his right, got both hands to it. Always good off their own bowling, bowlers. As Morley's in again, that looked a bit quicker, and it's guided down towards third man. It's a chase on here for Zach Chappell. They'll come back for the second. And will they risk a third? No, they won't risk a third. Decent throw from the deep from Zach Chappell. 2 more to Singh, who moves on to 10, 137 for 3. Started the day requiring 18 wickets, they now need 17. It's only 3 a session between now and tomorrow night. Easy, really. Next one is pushed out. It's the outside. They're going through for the quick single. Aitchison fires in the throw. It was a good one as well, but it was a good running by Dawkins, running towards the danger end. Singh moves on to 11. 138 for 3. They'll be gripped in Derbyshire and East Staffordshire when I get on at 11 o'clock. Gripped, if they've realised it's still going on. Morley bowls to Dawkins, who just guides it off the outside half of the bat down to backward point, where it's fielded by Zach Chappell, and the over comes to an end. 11 overs, 3 for 56. Jack Morley, so a little expensive. He has been hit for several sixes. He's going at more than 5 and over, but when Madsen, who's having a chat to him now, gives him a pat on the back, won't mind that one bit if he keeps taking wickets. As Ben Aitchison removes his cap, he gets a little word of advice from Zach Chappell, his fellow quick. Zanuj Dahl as well, potentially to bowl, as well as Zach Chappell. Martin Anderson, possibly, we don't see him much. And if he gets too dark, there's always Harry Kane.
Indeed so. Well, I was thinking if it's, as you say, if it's going to go into tomorrow, well into tomorrow, those bowlers are going to get through a lot of overs. Yes. And I'm going to need Harry Kane and certainly and Jack Morley perhaps to bowl a lot of overs. Aitchison bowls to Singh. Backward defensive, straight back at the bowler. I was talking to Harry Finch last night. Kent captain, wicket keeper, opening batter. Does it all. Actually, I think he said he's going to bat at 7 or 8 today because of the night watchman and Jaden Denley coming in this morning as well. But even suggesting he might have got a bowl or might get a bowl at some point. 4-string cricketer now. To his but that's if they ever get to bowl again. That's the thing. Oh, it's just a misfield there, backward of square. It's been whipped away by Akansh Singh and behind square, and that'll be 4 runs. She didn't see the dive to the ball there. It's slightly by a
Morley put the dive in, but
it's going pretty quickly. But
it was travelling, and he threw himself on the floor.
But yeah, saying obviously in the long time they were in the field that obviously wicketkeeper bowling felt like a novelty, but Harry Finch is only a very recent wicketkeeper and has bowled before in first class cricket. So down the leg side, Ben Dawkins keeps wicket. This one's through to Brooke Guest, but I don't think we may see that novelty at this point. I think Kent will be good. I think I'm more thinking about saving the game with the bat at this point. 142 for 3. Singh has 15, Dawkins 59. Dawkins not been facing much in the last couple of overs as Akansh Singh has taken the strike. Orthodox shot for that 4, previous delivery. Nudge into the offside. Is it a tip and run. No, Martin Anderson field is far too close in to take a risk. And Kent 142 for 3.
They did use 8 bowlers, didn't they?
Yeah.
Kent, in the end. Derbyshire certainly have the capacity to use 8 bowlers as well.
I think he was suggesting he was next on the list, but I don't know if we should be glad or he should be glad or not. But 142 for 3 as Aitchison bowls to Singh. Oh, it's edged. Oh, thick edge, and it's been dropped by Madsen. Real tough chance to his left, diving as well. But that one does go down, and they come through for 2. But it's a strong drive at the ball by Akansh Singh, and it would have been one of those. Would have been a heck of a catch had Wayne Maidson taken it, but he did not. Moving to his left, I think he got both hands to it. So certainly that goes down as a chance, and has been put down. And they take 2, 144 for 3. Double teapot from Ben Aitchison, who's got the edge of taking the edge of Dawkins' bat to no wicket result either. It's a final ball of the over. That's nudged off the hip by Singh. Worked into the onside. 145 for 3. He takes 7 off the over. 2 orthodox shot and 1 very much. He got away with one there. And so chance for Derbyshire. I suppose the good news, Dave Fletcher, is Ben Aitchison getting the edge of Kent bats at this point, but they would love to have wrapped that one up.
Yes, I mean, he's a fairly reliable slip catcher as well as Wayne Madsen. If you look at his career, he takes mountains of catches in the slips. He's got 17 this season catches, which makes him the second. No, in fact, it makes him the leading non-wicket keeper. Caleb Jewell with 16. Wayne Madsen will be disappointed, I'm sure, to have not been able to cling on to that one, but you're right. A chance created. We're going to see a change here, and it is Anuj Dal who's going to come on at the pavilion end in place of Jack Morley, who got the wicket. Jaden Denley early in the day's play. I think they've got to make sure they don't go searching here. Derbyshire just go through what they believe will work. But there is always that temptation. Oh my God, what on earth? He's got this very peculiar warm-up bowling routine, but the ball goes straight up in the air effectively.
Is he bowling out the back of his hand?
It was caught by Ben Aitchison, who appears to be eating something at the same time. What was going on there? He was catching the ball one-handed. Anyway, I can't sing on strike as Dal bowls his first delivery of the day.
The witching hour is upon us. Dave's off to do an update for BBC Derby. To keep our listeners informed. And, BBC Radio Kent update coming very shortly. I was going to say it doesn't make the greatest listening for Kent listeners, obviously, but unfortunately a season where they're a bit used to that. Certainly the County Championship, as Dal now bowls to Singh. Singh presents the bat to it in a defensive fashion into the offside. Harry Kane fields, and there is no run. We say good morning to Molly Davis very shortly. Molly, good morning.
Good morning, morning.
Your praise is being sung by visitors from Darbishire for your culinary recommendations for last night.
Always here to help.
The kebabs went down very well, I gather, so there we go.
Good to hear.
Akansh Singh facing Dal now. That one's defended in the onside, and Aaron Donald feels he's come out from a short leg to be at mid-wicket. But from a Kent point of view, again presented, they're in a bit of trouble again this morning. 145 for 3 and a mountain of runs behind. Not the start they wanted, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been on the to-do list this morning for the Kent batters. But again, these two very talented individuals.
Yeah, very much. Hopefully the bright future of Kent being spotlighted out there. It's a nice shot from Akansh Singh. He's worked it into the onside, just rolled the wrists over it. Good timing off the bowl of Anuj Dal, and they ran a first looking for a second, but actually it's gone so quickly to the boundary. Zach Chappell can't stop it, and that'll be 4 more to Akansh's moved fairly swiftly, it feels, to 22 from 32. Oh, here we go.
Indeed.
I'll bring you in a second, Molly, because And oh no, I beg your pardon, the travel news is still to come. And it's beaten Ekant Singh. I think he's played a missed at that. Certainly down the wrong line, just seaming away at the keeper's gloves. Good delivery.
Yeah.
By Anuj Dowell.
Keeper standing up as well.
Yeah,
so it's
good point. Sorry, I should mention that. Absolutely thumping to the gloves of Brooke Guest. So the merest edge. Yeah, he's definitely played to that. Sorry, the replay. It wasn't just a suspicion, it was an absolute definite for Singh. It's been beaten just outside the off stump by that. Tricky times for these youngsters out there. This time on off stump, right in line, end of the over. Yeah, I'm afraid Kent have lost a wicket already this morning. Jack Morley, who took 2 quick Kent wickets last night, has taken a third. Jaden Denley going for a duck LBW to a quicker ball from Morley. The Darbishire spinner has taken all 3 wickets to fall so far in Kent's innings of 149 for 3. In their first innings, they're still 549 runs behind. Yes, that many from Mammoth total from Derbyshire yesterday of 698 for 6 declared. So they're going to have to bat out today, bat out tomorrow effectively to try and save a draw here. Derbyshire all sorts of favourites and taking wickets early here in the gloom. Also we've had Ekant Singh, who's on 22 not out here, put down at second slip by Wayne Madsen, so chances appearing to add to their wicket tally for Derbyshire. The teenage pair out there, Ben Dawkins, who's 59 not out, and Ekant Singh, a lot of responsibility on the teenagers' shoulders to try and get Kent out of this hole. 149 for 3. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. It is indeed the sound of Kent, BBC Radio Kent. Sorry, the jingle in our ears. So Dawkins facing here, Ben Aitchison to bowl the wicket, and hand it to Molly.
Yeah, Dawkins is set and ready, as that one is guided down to third as he rocks on the back foot, just guides it off the face of the bat. Yeah, get a 1 for it as well.
I thought it was about to start raining men there. I think that was the intro to that
It
song.
was.
But yeah, 150 up for this. Sorry.
It's a very good skill not to sometimes say what you hear in your headset.
I do apologise. I've only been doing this about 20 years, so yeah. I might get used to it eventually.
It's when the news rolls over sometimes and you have a news bulletin in your ear when you're talking. So testing times up here for us, isn't it?
such a hard job.
As that's a strong defensive shot there by Singh, strongly on the front foot as well, just dropping it into cover. So the start that Derbyshire wanted, really, isn't it? That wicket up first of Jaden Denley, and obviously Kent now are rebuilding, but very much Derbyshire.
Yeah, massive favourites obviously in this game to take the win. Draws looking less likely with the wicket falling this morning and the conditions perhaps as well.
Short ball's taken on, and they're going to get it for 4 as well. So Ekant Singh helps that on its way as it goes backward of square. Nothing there that the fielder could do. And you get the impression slightly, the lights are on here at Canterbury and the conditions are quite overcast. So maybe fielders at times are just struggling to pick it up.
Yeah. That's a very good point. It's not just the batters who are having a bit more difficulty, is it? But that's been whipped away, isn't it, by some force by Ekant Singh. In fact, the umpires were consulting to each other, so was that a 6 or a 4? But decided it was a 4, so maybe they're not picking it up clearly. But having said that, it's suddenly got slightly brighter, but the floodlights are still very much needed, I'd say, today.
And as also with saying that, we now have a deep square leg, a deep backward square leg, a deep fine leg. So they're all practically a row here in a short leg. So you would get the impression that Ekant Singh might have a bit of a short ball tactic coming towards him, as that one is whipped off of the legs but straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, early in his career, obviously, all sorts of analysis these days, aren't they? From the analysts will look at every ball that's been delivered to Ekant Singh more or less for analysis for the bowlers, but not so much information on him. Obviously, it's having just played a handful of first-class games so far. Yeah, indeed.
I think Lancashire tried this tactic towards Ekant Singh as well. We saw Dawkins last night with a bit of it, but this morning it seems Singh that's going to be getting the. As we say that, that's a mean short ball coming towards the grill Ekansh Singh, and he managed to get some bat on it and guides it to one bounce to first slip, but that is the end of the over. So 154 for 3 now. That was rattling, wasn't it?
It was. Great delivery from Ben Aitchison. Oh, yeah, a bit of a surprise as well. Got very big, very quickly on Ekansh Singh, that one, didn't it? As you say, going up throat high, grill high. And, just did well to keep it down apart from anything else. But instant reaction from Ekansh there. 154 for 3.
Yeah, and batting this end where he was, the slope tends to aid that shorter ball, as it sort of feels it comes towards you more as it moves slightly down the slope. So, yeah, never nice.
That's a good point. That's we kind of take it for granted, don't we, I suppose?
Yeah.
But there is a very pronounced slope here at Canterbury, not just. As Darl bowls to Dawkins, who's not had much strike. I've said that a couple of times, but it's still true. 154 for 3 since Jaden Denley went, but he's 60 from 123 balls. But yeah, if you've not been to Canterbury or maybe not seen the pictures, as we look towards the Nackington Road end, the tree-lined end from the pavilion block here, there's a pronounced slope down towards us, and then to the left as well it goes, which can be testing for batters who don't know the slope, and for bowlers particularly, I suppose, as well. There's a good ball from Dahl once again, just defended by Dawkins into the offside.
Yeah, it can always be tough, and generally them short balls, they tend to go down the slope as well. So if a bowler gets it right, like he did just then, before you know it, it's coming at you and, sort of, as you said, gets big on you quite quickly. It's a nice testing challenge for the batters here at Canterbury.
Indeed so. And there's Dow to Dawkins, and pushing the offside, so he's coming slightly uphill, but the ball naturally to Dawkins, the right-hander, will move slightly away from if Dow wants to try and use the slope to his advantage. Not quite as pronounced, as you say, as from the far end, but it's been quizzed by Griff and Fletch this morning. How big is this slope? I have no idea.
It's bigger than Lord's.
And that's what I said. It's is it all? They were saying exactly that. So everyone goes on about Lord's. This is bigger, isn't it? So pretty sure it is. But Dawkins again is the offside, and there's no run.
If not, I'm sure the head groundsman here will know all the exact figures and stats of the slope here at Canterbury.
I'm just looking if I could see it. Yeah, there we are. I did an elementary search just now and saw, what is the slope rating at St Lawrence Ground? I saw that sounds good, and then got the reply as Dahl bowls to Dawkins to the onside, and there's no run. Anderson fields there's no slope rating for the St Lawrence Ground because it's not a golf course. All right, there we go. That's the intellect firing back at me. That was your suggestion, the slope rating. There we go.
There we go.
I had no idea that's a thing for golf courses either, but I suppose that makes sense for the greens. But yeah, pronounced, I would say. We've not got the slide rule, the tape measure out on it, but it's certainly an issue.
Yeah, indeed. Probably overlooked as well slightly by teams.
He's got a ball to go, the 48th over on the leg stump. That one, Dawkins. Again, no aggression from him up to mid-on, and there's no run. Morley fields. Maiden over by Anders Dow, very economical. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9, but Kent looking to dig in after the departure of Jaden Denley early today. Just 4 added to the overnight score of 117 for 2. They're now 154 for 3. Obviously, you've got to play games here, the women's team here, which has been fantastic. Step forward as looking from the outside. What's it been like for you guys?
It's been brilliant. I think the support we've had from members and supporters as well has been lovely. Made a keen effort to come down and try and watch the women as much as they can, so that's been something that the team have really noted and appreciated. And I think just to play here, which is your home ground, and it's been lovely this year, and some results haven't gone our way, but there's lots of learnings for sure.
The slope included?
Indeed. So it's going to be Singh this time then, as he just defends that to backward point off the I'll say slice of the back. It's more guided that actually. Played it very late. Yeah, I got my we played the Blaze here. My first ball I got delivered from Cassidy McCarthy was a nice short ball, very similar to the one that Singh just had. Yeah. And it wakes you up slightly. Sort of more of a
You weren't standing up?
No, I was batting.
No.
So
batting, sorry,
yeah.
beg your pardon.
It was a challenge, but it was all good in the end, as that's just been forwardly pressed into the offside. It's gone straight to cover, so another dot ball there.
I suppose as you've had your end of season review for the side, have you had some sort of debrief or?
They're coming actually.
They're coming
up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a month off.
Yeah.
I think just to regroup, it was quite an action-packed summer for us. Obviously, we don't go as long as the men, but sort of quite a lot crammed in their months. So yeah, a little bit of time off. Then we'll have a chat soon, as that's again short and down leg side and pulled away, but it will be collected in the end by deep fine leg. And I say that as there's slight miscommunication between the two fields as to who was going to go for that one. They're very close together here, aren't they?
Yeah, no slip cord, and we've got a deep fine leg cordon.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
There's two of them that are pretty much standing next to each other, but that short ball tactic, I think, looking to be applied. I did well, actually, in the end.
I know we spoke pre-season about
Yeah.
the challenges facing particularly Tier 2 teams in terms of obviously having to balance your work and cricket lives. That's all.
So Dawkins this time then gets himself ready, and a shorter ball, he ducks out the way of that one. He was tested last night with one of those, so that sort of carried on this morning.
And how's that been for you as a squad? I mean, obviously it's new to you all, isn't it?
I think we've all done pretty well
Yeah.
to adapt to it, and we're all in different situations. Some of us are in education, some of us are working in education, and some of us aren't at all. So it looks different for all of us. I think that's the best way to put it. But we've all tried to juggle it as well as we can. So, and Kent have been accommodating towards that, which is always lovely. Again, a shorter ball, it's more guided off of the back foot there from Dawkins down to fine leg. He get a single.
I guess the ideal from a club point of view is that you feel properly part of the club organisation as well. I wouldn't expect you to obviously to say we don't. It's been rubbish, but obviously very different from the regional teams as well, from the last few years as well. Yeah,
massively. I think this year, obviously Kent have made a very big point of it's one club, and it has definitely been portrayed that way. Difference is we train on the weekend, so sometimes Saturday and Sunday we're in training, especially over the winter. As Aitchison comes in, short ball taken on by Singh this time. He's got some of it, but not all of it. So I get a single out to where deep square leg is. And that is the end of the over. So Kent are 157 for 3.
Yeah, he hit that pretty hard, didn't he? Was it
Did.
Martin Anderson feeling there? He's just a fielding there, but he is feeling that right hand, I think, of it as he went out. But good stop in the end. But yeah, different demands you were saying at the beginning of the season as well in terms of testing and I suppose acting like it's professional, because the setup is professional with coaches, but obviously you don't get the recompense and the time off that you would do as professional players.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe it is we're pretty much treated as professionals in all the ways that the men would go through.
Yeah.
Just it's obviously slightly different because we have a job away from cricket as well. So everything from the PMOA side of things we implement into our games, and like I said, that's been fun but challenging at times, just because it's very different to what the most of us have been used to. But we've all sort of taken it in our stride and adapted it pretty well, especially the younger ones of the team, which might be their new normal now.
That's a good point. Anuj Dowell to Ekant Singh. He's taken the strike again up to mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, that's the aspiration for women's cricket, isn't it? That these things do become the normal for players coming through. That it's not so much as a struggle, perhaps as it has been for you guys this year and in previous times as well, moving towards a solid structure. Dowell moves in towards Singh now, gets forward, straight back at the bowler.
Yeah, a few of the younger girls this year, they were juggling GCSEs and A-levels. I know other counties were in a similar position, so then they were trying to juggle their studies alongside playing cricket at a semi-professional level. So that was testing for them, but again, support from their support network and the club and team as well. So overall, a challenging year, but there's definitely a lot of positives to take away, albeit maybe not all result-based.
Dal to Singh up to mid-on. Speaking of Lucy Armour the other day, I mean, it's not the... Sorry, that's a dot ball not the season you wanted on the pitch, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think you sort of can't hide from that, can you? You have to sort of be upfront with it and go, it's not how it wanted to be. We could sit here and say, it's our first year and this and that, but I think reflecting on it is that on the pitch we didn't deliver as much as we should have. But I think the flip side to that is it's a lot of learning. A younger team, a totally new experience for most of us.
Dahl to Singh down the leg side. It's the pad always going down. It's no run. Building a bit of pressure here. Anuj Dahl with more dots. None for 9 off 8.4 at the moment. Bowling really accurately, tying Singh down at the moment. I suppose that the juggling that you say, GCSEs, people working, the coaches have to be, I know you're a coach as well, have to be very mindful of that with the players, don't they? It's a different role for a professional coach coming into that part of the women's game.
Yeah, workloads as well, obviously. Yeah. We say out here there's a few younger men, but for us we've got girls that are 16, 17 with fast bowling workloads, so...
Down to Singh, defended up to mid-off, and there is no run again. Having to dig in, as I said, and Darbishire trying to pry another wicket in this first session. But no, it was fascinating to hear you talking to Ben a couple of days ago about the development of women's cricket and bringing players through as well, which is another challenge, isn't it? Well, actually, it's a challenge for all sports, isn't it? And particularly, I think, with Dahl to Singh, tries to whip that one away against hit the pad, but going down the leg side, or it's bounced out towards short leg as no. It's another maiden for Anuj Dahl. I know there was 4 maidens, none for 9. I always like to think these are really old-fashioned kind of figures. In the days when 120 would play 130, if you were lucky in 2 innings, it feels a bit more like that. Going back to the 19th century, maybe rather than the 21st. But yeah, I'm very interested in hearing what you had to say about that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but for all sports, and I think it's the same with perhaps the sports that are more developed, like football and maybe rugby are now, of not only getting girls and young women at the ages of 10, 12, but taking that through the teens as well. How much do you think of a challenge do you think that is for the game of cricket?
I think it's always a challenge, and I was saying to Ben that the hardest thing with cricket is if you're playing recreationally or for a county at 15, 16, the travel's obviously a big part of it as well, and also the game of cricket isn't a 90-minute bash then you're done kind of thing. It's an all-day event, so when you're trying to juggle being a teenager, having a social life with friends and seeing family and exams, it can be one of the more challenging sports, but if you have a desire for it and it's able to be sort of sessions are put on and that's available for you, I think that's a way of keeping young girls and women engaged in the sport for longer. And there's always them talks about finding formats that are slightly shorter, that are a bit more appealing as well for girls at 15, 16 that want to play socially, because that's a big part of cricket for women, is having that recreational social side, because without that the game sometimes falls apart. There's Zach Chappell is in Dawkins, shorter ball, and he's missed out on that. He's tried to glance it off the legs, but again it's just moved a little bit too far away for a dot to the keeper.
So I think that's particularly interesting to me because it's, sitting here in the commentary box and watching professional sport all summer, professional cricket, it's very easy to lose sight of, women's cricket. They can see what they can be as, what you can be as professionals now, but that's only going to be a handful of people, isn't it? Effectively, it's going to be the very top of the sport. But recreationally, as you say, having a solid base so that players can come through that and play for fun as well as for money.
Chappell that time, it's a Chappell caught behind, he's nicked it. So Ben Dawkins has been caught down the leg side as he's tried to again glance it, but he's got something on it and it's gone straight through to the gloves of Guest. So it's a very big wicket there for Darbishire this morning, dismissing Ben Dawkins for 61, bowled by Chappell, and that there you think is a wicket that it's going to be a big inroad into this Kent lineup. Yeah,
that indifferent sort of shot that, wasn't it? A nothingy shot from Ben Dawkins, and said he hadn't had very much strike. He'd become a bit becalmed as well overnight. 53. Yeah, you can see the body language. Of course he's disappointed. He comes in, and warm applause from this Kent crowd who are speaking to people around the ground, just very keen to support the young players of Kent in what's been a very difficult season, but looking towards the future. So he goes off, I think, Ollie Curtis. There we are. It's just it's a very young side.
So, Ollie Curtis.
Labour the point, comes out next at 6, yeah.
Yeah, Ollie Curtis now joins Akanch Singh in the middle. So he'll be looking to try and make a bit of an inroad today. See, one of his earlier county championship matches. It's an opportunity to come and bat. Time is not the problem for young Mr. Curtis today. So I'm sure I saw him earlier batting in the nets before play started. So I'd be keen to get out there.
Yeah, 157 for 4 from a Darbishire point of view. It's another wicket. Dave was saying it's basically 3 a session to bowl Kent out twice, and that doesn't feel like much in the progress they're making. They've already got 2, and could be a triumphant end for Derbyshire to this season, but Kent have to show some real character, particularly players at the start of their careers here.
Yeah, indeed. I think as well, just to sort of touch on what you were saying and probably sort of wrap up that women's conversation, it's recreationally, obviously the junior setup for both boys and girls is really important, but something there's been a sort of big movement over the last couple of years is women's softball cricket, which clubs have adopted, and that's obviously been backed by the ECB, etc. And I know the county boards are also doing that, so that's lovely. So it just gives an opportunity for women and girls to just play softball cricket, so you can come back into the sport if you've left it and want to come back. I'll continue that as Chappell comes into bowl. That's a very similar delivery. It's gone past, down the leg side of Ollie Curtis. He's tried to whip that away, but that didn't look like it was as far away from the maybe leg stump as it looked from here. So again, that slope Chappell's using.
Yeah, it's another, as you say, another testing delivery.
Yeah.
It almost felt like a better ball, that one, than the one I got talking to. But as we saw last night with Jack Morley, it takes all kinds of deliveries to get wickets. So.
It does. As Chappell then starts his run again, and again a very similar delivery. It seems the tactic here is to try and get Kent to work that ball into the leg side. He's got the short leg in there as well. So we've seen Dawkins being dismissed, caught behind down leg side, and it looks like there might be a leg slip as well coming in.
Yeah, this is a 6-3 leg side field here, isn't it? They are reinforcing, maybe going a little bit shorter, as you say, tempting these younger players to, or trying to force them into shots on the leg side.
This is an interesting tactic, but so far it's worked, isn't it? So you'd think it would continue. But yet I was just saying that the women's softball game as well is evolving and developing. So it's all good to see. So Chappell again, shorter ball this time. Curtis ducked up the way of it, quite happily that time.
It's interesting to know how to take this on, and whether you're a young player or a more experienced player here. I guess leaving is a tactic here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not taking the bait, but you don't want to get pinned down either, do you, and get out of your natural rhythm.
It's always tough, isn't it? Ollie Curtis could potentially look to leave the next sort of 20, 30 balls that he faces, but as you're right, as a young player, you want to score. So that Chappell here then has a shorter ball. Didn't get up as much. Curtis dodges it, but it only goes at about elbow height there as it goes past Ollie Curtis on the leg side. So he's done well to manoeuvre his way out of it. And that is the end of the over. So Kent are 157 for 4, and that is Zach Chappell's wicket maiden as well. So that brings up a small round of applause from the ground here.
Yeah, quite rightly so. Derbyshire pressing their advantage here on day 3 at Canterbury. 157 for 4, 28 for Akanch Singh, and Ollie Curtis just his second first class match for Kent. Didn't get a bat against Leicestershire in a one-day game. Well, turned out to be a one-day game, effectively.
In the end,
Yeah, that was a very strange business. Richard Ray and I spent a lot of time just staring at out the window at nothing at all. The ball driven up to mid-off as Singh takes a quick run, nicely done. And you can see why I can think a lot of Akanch Singh, can't you? It's a busy cricketer. Quick across the ground as well. Seen some spectacular pieces of fielding from him as well this season, not least in that under-19 international at Beckenham, where he took a astonishing catch, one-handed catch in the deep. You can find it on various internet video site. Oh, you know, the one begins with Y. Anyway, it's into the offside and no run as Curtis bats against this, but yeah, I don't know if you've seen it. It's a England 19 game against India, and I've watched it half a dozen times because it's such a brilliant catch, and every time I watch it I'm like, I still can't work out why Ekant just got there first to the ball, running around the boundary firstly, and how he's managed to take it one-handed, left-handed diving either, but there we are. Dahl to Curtis, works that into the offside, and he's off the mark. And again, a warm applause from the Kent supporters. It's his first run in first-class cricket, and his first wicket came yesterday, of course, in the first class game. Did was caught by Mo Rizvi on the boundary. Was Martin Anderson. So it was a big attacking shot, but they all count. A bit of fielding by Rizvi on that occasion. 159 for 4 then, as Dahl comes in, bowling to Singh. Mindful, this one's just played up to mid-on and fielded by Lewis Reece, who's back on the field. Good news for Derbyshire. But, very mindful of Derbyshire listeners as well here. A great season for them. Not unfortunately leading to a promotion, but what a finish this would be for them if that a big win against Kent. 159 for 4.
Yes, all attack here, isn't it, from Darbishire? A short catching sort of mid-on with the helmet on. That's pretty not that far away from the catch thing.
Good point. And a mid-wicket there as All's beaten him outside the off-stump. All ends up as he's gone to play a forward defensive. What you would say for Ekant Singh is he's tucked the bat nicely against the pad there. He has definitely played the wrong line though. It's just not much movement from this pitch, but enough from Dahl, who has none from 11 so far. Closing in on 10 overs, just not managed to get himself a wicket.
Yeah, they're bowling really well here. You've got the attack of Dahl, who's just putting it on that spot with the keeper standing up.
It's a floating delivery, that one, and to take him all out to the full by Singh. Will he get 4 for this? He might do actually. It's running away. It was a diving attempt out of stop by Lewis Reece, who's just getting up a little bit tentatively. Not surprising after a double century over the last couple of days, but shot for 4 by Singh, nicely timed. He goes on to 33. Curtis has 1, and Dave Fletcher was mentioning your comments about Lewis Reece that he might not have felt the tiredness yesterday, but Jaden Denley was off the was out, I think. What was it, 2 or 3 overs into this morning, and Lewis Reece at that point took a breather. So Dave Fletcher was saying, I think Molly might be right. He might be feeling it just a little bit today as he's gone off the field and went for a dive to that one and got up pretty slowly. The Darbishire all-rounder. Wash my mouth. 163 for 4.
Right, so Zach Chappell then into Ollie Curtis. Shorter ball that time. Curtis ducks out the way of it. Didn't get up as much as the one that probably got Dawkins out. Yeah, they're testing him here, aren't they? They are. It's a very warm welcome to first-class cricket, isn't it, there? Again, though, it's all a bit of character building for the young batters. No disrespect to Ekant Singh, but you almost think for Ollie Curtis it'd be great he had a wise old head of Joe Denley or something like that out there just to steer him through this passage of play. Chappell fuller this time, and Curtis just pushes that back down to him. The fuller ball. Or Ben Compton, or even a Joey Everson at the ripe old age of 23. He's now one of the older members of the squad, isn't he? So I think that's the point. Obviously, these two are batting now, but not looking too far ahead into Kent's lineup. There still is Harry Finch, Grant Stewart. Yeah, Finch is down to bat at 7. And Stewart at 8 in this lineup. Shorter ball taken on there by Curtis. He'll get the single as fine leg does pick that ball up and returns it to Guest. Let's go into the travel news on BBC Radio Kent, so I'll take over this morning. I could do about half an hour of my journey this morning, but I won't. So even I'd find that a bit dull. Updating Sophie Sutton on BBC Radio Kent's morning programme. The latest here, Zach Chappell comes to bowl round the wicket once more to
Well, Kent 164 for 4, which means in the last half hour they'd lost another wicket, that of teenager Ben Dawkins, the opener, going for 61. Got a bit becalmed and pinned down by this very good Darbishire attack, and was caught down the leg side off the bowling of Zach Chappell by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. 461 to Kent 165 for 4. Ekansh Singh is looking good out there. Yet another teenager batting with yet another teenager, Ollie Curtis, who's just got his first runs in county championship cricket. He's on 2. Ekansh Singh on 34, looking good so far, but Kent are an absolute country mile behind, or a few country miles, you might say, of Derbyshire. 533 adrift in their first innings. They're looking to defend not just this session, but throughout the remainder of the 2 days here at Canterbury to try and save this game as a draw. Derbyshire, massive favourites to take victory in their final game of the season. Kent hoping for a bit of pride. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And dot ball there as Curtis got out of the way of that one from Zach Chappell. Last ball of the over.
Chappell then is into bowl, shorter ball. Again, moved out the way, Ollie Curtis from that one, and that is the end of the over. So 165 for 4. So Ekansh Singh is on 34, and Ollie Curtis on 2.
I'm giving myself the hook. It's Molly Davis to be joined by Dave Fletcher.
So it looks like it's going to be Dahl again. Looking for that, the 5th wicket here of Kent. That's what Darbishire are going to want to be doing now. Be Ekansh Singh to take a strike. Just waiting for everyone to get set. Batters are ready, just a couple of fielders that are just moving around. He's bowled really well here, Dahl. Testing that defensive shot of Ekansh Singh. He's played and missed that. Still got the first slip in as well, trying to find that edge as he starts his run into Ekansh Singh. As I've said that, he's beaten the outside edge once again as it goes into Guest's gloves. And Dave Fletcher is back.
Molly, how are you?
I'm very well, how are you?
Very good. Very good, thank you, yes. Yeah, good start to the day for Derbyshire.
It's been what they would have wanted, for sure.
Very much, yeah. Pick up a wicket every half hour. You're not going to be far away from winning the game, are you, really?
Yeah, not at all. Dawkins looked good, though. Couldn't quite kick on from that score he got. See if these two can. Again, punched off the back foot. He timed it, but a good diving stop there from cover. Collects that as he dives to his left. So no run can happen. But yeah, you would think now sort of Derbyshire putting the foot on the gas pedal to really try and take the game away.
This song in our ears will be way before your time, Molly.
Slightly.
Slave to Love. Like Roxy music, I think.
As that again's pressed into the offside for no run. I think you'll be right, slightly before I was born.
It's almost before my time. Not quite. Not quite. Sadly, I think I was probably at university when this was out in the early 80s.
There's no danger of me singing along to this one. That are the words.
But there's not much to it, to be fair.
Okay.
Just if you get Slave to Love, you're pretty much there.
Okay. All noted. Styles back into bowl. Again, full and straight, and just defended away from Singh. It's gone now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone.
No fear of me.
I don't mind some music occasionally, but
yeah. That wouldn't be your first choice of song.
No, that would be a long way. That would be a long way down my list of favourite songs. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, a long way.
So then, again, Dahl's coming back in. First slip, you'll see on the stream. We've got Donald at a very short catching mid-on with a helmet on. That's whipped off the legs there of Ekansh Singh. It goes one bounce to deep square leg. It's got it pretty square overall. Big booming attacking shot there from the youngster.
And there's Dahl standing at the end of his follow-through with his hands on his hips in disgust almost, and he's not the kind of man who's prone to disgust.
That's rimming in his figures. So now he gets a crack at Ollie Curtis, who's on 2 currently off of 12 or 11. Correction, sorry. Giving him an extra ball. He gets himself set. And that takes an outside edge, and it might go all the way for 4, as there's no third in place. And it does. That's 4 more to Ollie Curtis. He's played it quite late. Don't know if he was deliberately aiming for that, but he'd take the full.
Absolutely. It was all the way along the floor, wasn't it? All the way along the floor, so not a dangerous shot as such.
He hasn't tried a booming drive, he's just tried to guide it, but probably not off the outside edge.
Well, I can't sing has added 20 since he was dropped by Wayne Madsen in the slips. Tough chance, but probably one Madsen would have expected to have taken. Diving to his left at second slip. Did used to field at first slip, now he's moved to second. He's the only slip, but it's a sort of second slip kind of area. But in more recent seasons he's moved to second slip. The big game in I say big game in the first division, Durham against Yorkshire, to stay in the top flight, or indeed not. Yorkshire are now 352 for 6. They lead by 6 at Headingley. A draw will be enough for Yorkshire to stay up and send Durham down. Surrey are 9 down now and leading by 159 against Hampshire, so you'd think that Hampshire might win that one and finally put to bed their fears of the drop. As around the wicket comes Chappell, it's pulled into the leg side by Singh, out towards Basra for a single. 171 for 4. Sussex are on the brink of victory over Worcestershire at New Road. Disappointing way for the season to end for Worcestershire, although they did win the One Day Cup. 26 for 2, they need a further 35 runs to win. The Nottinghamshire game, well, Warwickshire have given up now, having seen Nottinghamshire win the title yesterday. They're now 37 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing by 79 at Trent Bridge. As in comes Chappell again, and that one is pushed up to Aitchison at mid-on, and there's no run. And Somerset Essex at Chelmsford, just game for the batters really. Essex at 349 for 4, still trailing by 84. That game only in the second innings of the match. Nothing to play for apart from third place in Division 2, of course. As Chappell bowls a bouncer and Curtis ducks underneath it, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. Middlesex, who can overtake Derbyshire, have got Gloucestershire at 175 for 4. They're still 459 runs behind. That game is very similar to this one. Glamorgan, who are already promoted, trail Lancashire by 22. They're 87 for 2. Lancashire could still, I think, I don't know. I shouldn't have said that before I'd even started. Chappell bowls and it's driven down the ground nicely. It's a chase on here for Aitchison. Curtis is going to pick up at least a couple. It is indeed going to be a couple, because Aitchison gets there and releases the ball quickly, but it was a nice shot from Ollie Curtis. He moves on to 8. 173 for 4 now. 525 the deficit. Lancashire started this game 11 points behind Derbyshire. Derbyshire have already picked up 6, so they would have to win that game and Derbyshire not win this game for them to overtake. Chappell bowls another short one. That's well ducked by Curtis. That was quick.
Yeah.
Talking to Mikey Cohen this morning, just chatting. He said a couple of the balls that he faced from Zach Chappell last night were sharp, which they looked quick. He was also having the mickey taken out of him by Matt Parkinson for his dismissal down on the boundary. Very amusing.
Yeah, he's looked sharp this morning as well. He's had a couple that have gone past the grill of a few batters.
There's another short one, and Curtis ducks underneath that one as well, so it ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Dal to continue. Singh has 36. Curtis is on 8. Kent 173 for 4, still trailing by 525 runs. Wayne Manson in conversation there with Lewis Reece, who we haven't seen today.
No, I'm sure he knocked on the physio's door this morning.
I bet he did.
Just said, have you got any time? Could really do with some time.
Just help me out here.
But he's okay. He's moving. He's moving okay, considering, to be honest. If that was me, I wouldn't be moving that well. But then again, if I've had to bowl overs like he did yesterday, something's gone very wrong. But Dahl, anyway, comes in. Pretty much on the money, full and straight. Akansh Singh just defends that to Reece at cover. Or short cover, I should say. But yeah, Darbishire are going to want just definitely another one for sure. So you keep testing these two young Kent batters. So yeah, Akansh Singh now 36 off 59, so he's pretty set. He's done this well over the last couple of sort of games. He's got himself in, getting himself a base to build from.
More good experience.
Indeed. Dahl bowls then. But back of a length this time. He's been punched up to mid-off and he's going to scamper through for 1. He's been good, Dahl, this morning, isn't he? He's bowled his area. He's asked some questions as well.
Oh, really tightly.
Yeah.
Martin Anderson's just stretching there at mid-wicket. So we haven't seen much of Martin Anderson with the ball this season. He's been more of a batter.
Do you think that could be if Reece is feeling a little bit sore, stiff, maybe? So to Curtis then, another catcher. I was going to say comes into the cordon, but he's just moving away. I've just swapped, haven't they? So Donald now comes in with the helmet on because he's quite close at more or less third slip. He's close, much closer than first anyway. So Dahl's into Curtis, and that one again on off stump. It's just defended away quite confidently by Curtis. Bat and pad very close together.
Well, Nyron Donald is the T20 wicketkeeper. So I don't know. Does that make him an ideal slip fielder then, or not? Does that help him?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Just because the view where you are isn't too dissimilar to what you're used to. As Dahl's back in, and again defended away by Curtis. Yeah, if I ever have to field, behind the bat is my preferred option if I'm not keeping, just because you're used to that angle, that kind of catch. So obviously we referred to Ben Dawkins at day 1. He was fielding at mid-on, and that's probably not where he's used to being, and them kind of catches for sure. So that's why, generally short leg or
and something
slips.
That comes quickly at you as well, like that, where you don't have time to think, but it's real about reactions.
Yeah. As that again is defended away, but takes a splice of the bat to point, but there won't be a run. Yeah, it can be sometimes quite tricky if you're a keeper in a team full of keepers and you aren't keeping. You have to be quite adaptable to be able to field elsewhere. Kent supporters will know Harry Finch is very good at that, because obviously in the T20 competition Sam Billings will keep, so he becomes a very good boundary fielder. Yeah, he's very, very adaptable for sure. Dahl's in, and that time takes a leading edge. It didn't carry to cover, but it was in the air for a bit of time. So again, good over from Dahl there, only the one from it. Kent 174 for 4.
It's a bit like the England T20 side, isn't it, when Phil Salt's in it as well as Joss Butler, the men's team. Salt is a wicket keeper as well, and he'll often field on the boundary.
Yeah.
I've always thought it was a bit strange, but when you've got to field somewhere.
It's being versatile, isn't it, these days? And obviously Harry Finch will play as a batter in that T20 side for Kent. So yeah, being able to field is quite important.
Chappell with a second slip and a gully, the men behind the bat, in addition to Brooke Guest. Bowls a shortish delivery, and he just sort of leaves his bat there as he ducks out of the way of that one. does I can't sing. Got to be careful of that. Leaving the periscope up.
He thought about it, didn't he? There's an element I think he thought, I'll take this on, but Derbyshire have the row of boundary leg side fielders out there.
We've got Jack Morley at long leg. Deep backward square leg is Amrit Basra, and then at square leg, Harry Kame. That one's edge down the leg side and off a pad. Presumably, because there was no joy or celebration. I was sure that came off the bat. It was a really nice take by Brooke Guest, left-handed, diving to his left.
Ikan Singh sort of turned and started to have a little wander, but I don't think he was walking off per se. I just think he was, great take with that slope.
Just looked.
Yeah.
It fooled me. It doesn't take much. See if I can get back to it. This next one is played into the leg side, and there is no runs. It's fielded there by an Aaron Donald. That last delivery wasn't far away from his bat, but there was nothing from anybody, only me. So I apologise to everybody for getting your hopes up, or B, for making you feel like something ought to have happened. Singh remains on 37.
You get all excited.
I did. Chapel bowls when he tries to take this one and toe ends it straight back to Zach Chapel, and then immediately looks at the toe end of his bat and be surprised if there wasn't a dint in it.
He's as I would say, almost a snooker cued it back.
Absolutely. Well, Derby should be happy for him to take it on.
Yeah.
It's only. I mean, he might get some runs, but it's going to take one miscue and.
Yeah. Sure, there's some gentle reminders there going on to Singh. Go on, have a go.
And he does have a go. He pulls this nicely along the ground, really, out towards Harry Kame. Goes through for a single. But Guess can't take that one on the full. The throw from Kame out in the deep. 38 now to Singh. 175 for 4.
He's busy, isn't he, Guess, behind the stumps?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fit as a flea. It's ridiculous. Here, first, anywhere, first in the nets in the morning. I don't think he had a net this morning, actually. I didn't see him, certainly.
I do that as every fielder seems to be surrounding.
Well, let's try and describe this field then. They've got a very short, straight mid-on. There are 2 straight mid-wickets and a short-ish square leg, as this one is a slow ball from Zach Chapel on leg stump. It was almost a bluff, and he clips it away. It does Sing down towards, was it Curtis?
Curtis, I think,
Curtis,
yeah.
Clipped it away for a single. Keeps the strike as well. He's on 9, 38 to Sing. 176 for 4, but that was a strange old field. Lots of leg side fielders, and Jack Morley is going to return to replace Anuj Dal with Martin Anderson on his back, stretching some part of his anatomy. We're not going to see him just yet. It's going to be the left arm spin of Jack Morley. 3 for 56 from his first 11. Was a little expensive, but he has picked up 3 wickets.
I think more than anything as well, it's some mind games, isn't it, going on this morning? Especially with some, Ollie Curtis as well, and he's his infancy of his professional career. So I'm sure Darbishire are just trying to, catch him out a couple of times and ask some questions.
I didn't see a replay of that last delivery, but it looked like a slower ball. He was trying to, he was homing in on leg stump. Curtis just about managed to get a little bit of bat on it, picked up a single.
So Morley is going to be coming into Curtis. The field is very different as the last ball he's just faced. Leg slip, first slip, and there's more sort of a conventional short mid-wicket and cover. Nothing too silly. As that one again takes the outside edge of Curtis, again finds the gap between point and first slip, and then get a couple for it. Played with softer hands, not so much of a chance, but definitely a true outside edge.
We had a little walk around the field before, saying, I'm looking forward to seeing the lights go up. And 2 seconds later we looked up again and they're already there. You can't hear them go up.
Morley again returns. And a bit more flight this time, but right on the money. Just a very solid forward defensive shot.
Do they make a noise?
I've never heard.
No.
I've never heard them.
We couldn't hear them. We didn't hear them at all.
Not creaking yet, which is good. As that one again is more full on the legs of Curtis. This is just watchfully guided into the onside to mid-wicket. No leg slip now, a very short catching second slip. It's much closer with the helmet on. And that one again, full, going in towards the pads of Curtis for no run. This is a good over, isn't it, from Morley on the money today. As Curtis is readied himself. And now he hits that ball into the ground. Back up to Morley. And you think now the more dots that Derbyshire can create, obviously the more pressure then builds on these two younger players of the pressure of so much scoring or feeling bogged down. So one ball left in the over here. And that is turned off of the legs of Curtis, and he'll get a single to fine leg as deep square leg trots round to collect. And that is the end of the over. So 179 for 4.
He's bowling nicely now, Jack Morley. Good to see. Good bowl well at Lords. Hadn't bowled particularly well prior to that in a few games, but again another player. He did play 50 over cricket, but doesn't play T20 at the moment. But he's only 23 years of age, I think, 24.
Yeah, he's bowled well today, and towards the back end of yesterday he was on it. He bowled a couple of short ones to Dawkins that were punished, but apart from that, pretty good. And also that diving catch to dismiss Mikey Cohen as well.
The old full toss. So what's he got now? Jack Morley, 25 wickets at 48, which is a bit expensive, but best figures of 6 for 55.
The field resumes then for Zach Chappell to Ronnie Curtis.
Got that leg side field.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. Curtis has said, look, there's too many bodies to get through, so he's actually at the non-striker's end, but he's on the bowler's side of the stumps. You don't see that very often, and he's going back.
Yeah, so Ekanj Singh's been told to...
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I've ever seen a batter go on the bowler's side of the stumps. He's not now, as Chappell is in, and that first ball is defended by Curtis straight back to him. Who we got in there? We've got the short leg. It's not really a short leg, it's a short square leg. There's an Aaron Donald under the helmet, then Anuj Dal and Amrit Basra at mid-wicket. And one of the tallest men apart from Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, standing at a short mid-on. It's quite the obstacle to get round. There's Chappell bowls and it's pushed into the offside where it's fielded by Reece. So Curtis has got plenty to think about here. If he wants to whip one into the leg side, he's going to have to be very accurate. But he hasn't been given a delivery that he can whip into the leg side yet in this over.
That is a good point. Everything seems to be off stump or slightly wider, doesn't it? So, yeah. You think now, does Curtis just sort of play the game, hit into out?
Here comes Chappell again, bowls to him. Oh, it's a short ball outside the off stump and he chases it. It misses, it might even have gone under the bat.
Yeah.
Through to Brooke Guest. They've still got the two men out on the leg side. Harry Kame at sort of backward square leg and Jack Morley at long leg. Madson's in at slip. There's there's a point, a backward point, Martin Anderson, and then the only other player on the offside is Lewis Reece at extra cover Chappell bowls, and he's taking this one on, but it bounces a long way before it reaches Jack Morley, and they go through for a single. So he is happy to take it on, Curtis. Again, that's something that Derbyshire won't mind too much, but they're not employing the same field for
no.
Akash Singh, who's on 38. People are starting to go back to slightly more regular positions, although there are now 3 out on the leg side boundary. They're all about 10-15 yards in. It's a long way down there.
I think there's an element of probably having some more data on Singh, and from what he's played, he can play his shots, and he's sort of had a bit more time at this kind of stage. So
we've got 2
as I say that,
2 straight shortish mid-ons. Chappell bowls, and he does guide this into the offside. Nice piece of fielding by Anish, has a shot at the stumps, it misses. They get through for the single.
That's kind of what I was saying. He has come down the wicket to that one and tried to sort of open himself up to hit it on the offside. Like, you've sort of got nothing to lose. If Chappell's going to bowl that line, then with 1 slip in now and no catches on the offside apart from, say, Reece at short cover, if you beat him, you've got a boundary for it.
A biplane flies over.
I'm sure Matt will be eagle-eyed on that.
But it's cold up there.
Yeah.
Here comes Chappell. He's got all the short fielders on the leg side again, and he bowls to Curtis, who swings this around, and it hits the ground quite quickly. Picked up by Jack Morley, and they go through for another single. 3 singles to end the over then. Singh has 39, Curtis has 14, and Kent at 182 for 4, trailing by 516.
So it is going to be, again, some change in the commentary box. Ollie Curtis will be on strike, with Morley then to continue from where he left off last over. It's all going on. It's got a lot colder here at Canterbury. We look out to my left to where the supporters and members are sitting, and again lots of coats and woolly hats, a couple of scarves I saw this morning, so must be cold. And Matt joins us.
Getting a bit chilly in the commentary box. We've got the radiator on. There we go. Goodness me. But I love to complain about the temperature, as any long time listeners of this stream will know. It's either too hot or too cold.
The discovery of the radiator yesterday I was astounded by.
Yeah.
It was on, it was working.
I was surprised it was working as well.
Yeah.
Tried it the first time yesterday.
I was like, right.
Yeah.
There we go. It's all excitement, not just the cricket, you see. It's
No.
the excitement of having a radiator that works.
Funky fields being set at the moment.
It is. So Morley into Curtis now. And again, right on that spot where he's landing it, attacking them stumps, but Ollie Curtis fends away. Again, that's right, some funky fields going on. But again, asking some questions, Darbishire. Again, he's taking it on, and he's taken an absolute screamer at mid-wicket, diving to his right, and Ollie Curtis tries to sweep this ball out to the hospital side of the ground, and Anderson has taken a right-handed screamer to dismiss Ollie Curtis. Curtis can't believe it. Darbishire can't believe it. That was outstanding.
Amazing catch there. And I was thinking from Curtis's point of view, he's hit that like a rocket. And he'll probably think to himself, well, they talk about experience for young players. That is going for 4 every day of the week. Somehow Martin Anderson has caught that. Just got his fingers underneath it as well. I mean, it's more or less ground level. It's an astonishing catch.
Wow.
And Jack Morley's last night to get rid of Mikey Cohen was pretty good. We could see actually Ollie Curtis just shaking his head as he comes off. Unfortunately, welcome to professional cricket, Ollie. That is what a catch. And Jack Morley will be very pleased. That's his 4th wicket, 4 for 59, brought back into the attack. And Ollie Curtis has gone take a bow, Martin Anderson. Goodness me.
That was phenomenal. He's hit that. I was about to say, and Curtis hits that for 4. And before you had that chance to say it, he's whipped it off of the low to his right.
Never mind Jack Robinson. Before you can say 4 runs.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
There we go.
182 for 5, so a 25 partnership. I'm glad I didn't get a chance to get on mic before that, because I was going to say how well I thought the pair of them had coped, but there we are. I don't think you can particularly fault Ollie Curtis there either. He's taken on an attacking shot and has every reason to believe that's going for 4 runs, but Martin Anderson.
Unlucky there from Ollie Curtis, as one would say.
There we go, that's cricket for you.
It is.
You'll hit much worse shots than that and be absolutely safe, and even for 4. So, yeah, he goes for 14 and 182 for 5. Oh, I think we're about to get an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners as well. Not great news for them, but we have to admire that.
We do.
Any cricket fan's got to admire that.
He's done well. Probably cold hands as well.
Yeah, maybe not seeing it that well off the bat either in the glue. Apart from that, somehow he's pulled off an absolute worldie. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners now. With Morley coming round the wicket, leg slip and 2 orthodox slips in. With Joey Everson. Well, Kent have just lost a wicket here, 182.5 in the relative, 182.45 in the relative gloom here at Canterbury, with the floodlights up fully on here. Martin Anderson of Darbishire has just taken an absolutely screaming catch at mid-wicket to get rid of Ollie Curtis, who coped really well in only his second first-class game, his first bat for Kent in the County Championship. The teenager had absolutely larruped one, which looked like it was going to go for 4 through the leg side. Suddenly, Martin Anderson has stuck out a right hand, got his fingers underneath it. We're still not quite sure how he did it, but it is a catch. It's a 4th wicket for Jack Morley for Derbyshire, who look like they're closing out this Kent innings early on day 3. They've already got themselves a 514 run lead here, Derbyshire, with Kent struggling on 184 for 5. Some relative experience coming to the crease, I suppose, for Kent. The 23-year-old Joey Everson, who's a bit seen it, done it as far as this very young team is concerned, but Derbyshire not only batting very well over the first 2 days, now putting out some fantastic catches as well. Kent in real trouble. Ekant Singh, another teenager for Kent, has 39. Everson is started off with a shot for 3. And commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, that was
a good catch.
That was something, was it? Really was. Jack Morley to Ekant Singh. One goes on with the arm, and Ekant defends it and to the offside.
He's taken a couple this season fielding at leg slip, leg gully, where it's been absolutely smashed towards him, and he's such a good fielder, Martin Anderson. Good all-round cricketer.
Round the wicket comes Morley for the final delivery of this over. Ekant on the back foot, just nudges it, or propels it towards Harry Kame at cover, and there's no run. If you're going to insert your cliche here, but it feels like he's got no rights getting well, firstly, getting fingers, that is one thing, but getting a catch, I mean, that looked every inch that was going for 4 through the leg side.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Quite brilliant.
I even applauded. I do apologise.
Yeah, no, not at all.
It was a brilliant piece of fielding. What we're going to see now, I think it might be getting dark, because Harry Kame is on.
Right.
He bowled 2 overs, I think, yesterday. 2 overs for 7. And that took his number of overs bowled for the season to 3. So he was warming up with Jack Morley this morning. I think they always felt that this might be the case, that they wouldn't be allowed to bowl the quicks. And one of the quicks who's taken the only wicket taken apart from those from Jack Morley, Zach Chappell, walking down below us. Back to the changing rooms with his drink. Full of electrolytes, by the way, not anything pleasant. Here is Harry Kame then, with his off spin, gives it plenty of flight, and Everson just defends it straight back to him. No cricket in the 12 o'clock news on Radio Derby.
Did it not come to you?
No, absolute disgrace, but I have lodged an official complaint.
An official complaint, that's the sort of complaint we like.
Everson goes back to play this next delivery up towards not Morley, Kame once again. Jack Morley, 4 wickets now, 4 for 64 his figures. That one has given more air than you've ever seen a ball. It's like a moon ball from Harry Kame. It was driven out into the offside, and Martin Anderson stopped it with some part of his body. Looking how many 5-wicket hauls he has this season. Jack Morley, it won't be a terrific number. This one again given plenty of air, but is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. In fact, he only has one. There have only been 4 5-wicket hauls all season, and Reece has got 3 of those. Also twice taken 10 in a match. Came in again. Just not used to watching him bowl. One is defended by Everson. He's 5/6 of the way through a maiden over here. Harry came. It would be his first of the season, and it is his first of the season. Well bowled him. 3 overs for 7 runs. Harry came. Kent remain on 187 for 5 with 39 to Singh, 3 to Everson, and they're still a long way behind. About 511, yeah, 511 runs behind.
Well, you said for the Darbishire accounts, and he did 3 wickets a session. Is that right to win this one?
Yes, I think so. Yes, 6 sessions left in the game and 18 wickets to get.
Yeah. Down to 15 now, so they've done their job for this one so far. But any more is a bonus. Jack Morley continuing, 4 for 64. Start to look at a bit early to look at best ever. I mean, he's not going to get his 10 for now, which I think has pretty much ruined the game.
Yes, it has. It's disappointing.
7 for 159, looking like his best first class. But Jack Morley round the wicket to Akansh Singh. A little bit aerial as it goes past the bowler, and I think it's hit Reece in the chest there as he dived down to get that. But awkward bounce for him. A single taken.
I thought he'd nodded it at one point.
Never ideal. So, slip, leg slip. This is for Joey Everson. Coming in at 7. I thought Harry Finch yesterday said he'd be 7 and Grant Stewart 8, but actually he's going to be 8, Grant Stewart 9. So there we go. Joey Everson on the back foot to Harry Kame at cover, and there's no run. 40 for Singh, 3 for Everson. Akansh Singh's batted pretty well so far, but they need a lot better than pretty well, Kent, to get anywhere close to Derbyshire in the remainder of this match. Defended again from Everson. Morley, 4 for 64, best of the season, I believe, for the Derbyshire spinner. He says, I thought I checked that last night, I better check it again. No, he's got a 6 for. Beg your pardon. Into the onside. No run.
6 for 55 against Gloucestershire in the first innings at Bristol. We all got excited. We thought the pitch had come to life, but it hadn't.
He just bowled very well, obviously. 188 for 5. I mean, if it's not lively in the first day, you pretty much know. As flatter, quicker delivery from Morley, cut away by Everson for 1, and seen back on strike. So it's grey overhead if you're just joining us here, but joy in the hearts of the Derbyshire faithful and players as they've taken 3 wickets this morning. Jaden Denley, LBW to Morley for none. Dawkins caught Guest Chappell 61. Curtis a couple of overs ago caught Anderson bowled Morley at 414. This one's angled into the offside of a good length delivery from Morley by Akansh Singh. He's getting a bit of a habit of taking a single off the last ball of the over. Taking the strike, he has 41, and Everson has 4. The grand old man of this top order batting attack is Joey Everson at 23.
I'm looking forward to seeing Grant Stewart come in and try and biff it to all parts. That could be exciting.
That's he does like 2 centuries for him this season. Yeah, he's been pugnacious. Talked to him this morning, had a bit of a chat, which is nice. I said, what's your winter looking like? Out to Dubai, he said. World Cup warmer for Italy.
Yeah.
I said, I'd completely forgotten, Grant. I mean, how exciting is that? And then the World Cup, of course, in India.
Harry Kame's first delivery is clubbed away by Akansh Singh. to a very wide long on for 4 runs. Fetched it from a long way outside off stump, but it was an effective shot. He moves on to 45, 194 for 5.
Yeah, not a bottom hand in that, isn't there? Shot eventually.
So I think Wayne Madsen is hoping to be part of that as well. Italy international.
Of course. International teammates, I thought, yeah. I think Emilio Gay plays for the side as well now.
They've got a decent side. This one, not sure how many of them have played domestic cricket in Italy. That one's turned into the leg side by Singh, fielded by Donald, who's at mid-wicket. Here comes Kame again. That one is turned down towards fine leg by Singh. You'll hear a lot of oohs and ahs, and it is the Italian Wayne Madsen. He's the most optimistic cricketer that ever walked the planet. Often to be seen with his hands on his head after a delivery. This Kame is in again. That one's given plenty of air, and it's too wide of the off stump for Everson to be interested in playing a shot at it. Not sure there was much turn for Kame either. I'm not sure how much he does turn it. He's in again, and that one is just cut away off the back foot, crashes into Martin Anderson at extra cover. 1 ball to go in the over. What are we, about 15 minutes from lunch?
Yeah, I've just been checking with the scorers. So, crikey. Looping full toss.
Yes, but he's given some a bit of air, hasn't he? It's been crashed away out to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs by Everson. He moves on to 8, 199 for 5 at the end of the over. We've had 63, and they're 199 for 5, so they'll be looking to get some points. Kent, I'm sure.
A point would be nice.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to say that. That's not for me to say. But you don't see many games in which a team gets no points. And if they lost this game at the moment, if they didn't get to 250, then that may well be the case, which is hardly ideal, really.
That's a good point. But thank you to Fred in the press room for forwarding my question to the scorers. So the first 2 sessions will be 2 hours each, because we lost 7 overs last night, didn't we?
Well, we did, but we lost them after the official close of play, so I don't think we got them back.
Oh, do we not get them back?
No, I don't think we got them back.
They are lost to us.
Never to be seen again.
Yeah. Just wondered if we would be making them up today, another half hour somewhere here, but certainly the first 2 sessions are 2-hour sessions.
Yeah, strange regulations about when you lose the overs and what time it is.
The prevailing winds.
Yeah.
It's Venus rising in Jupiter. Who knows? Morley round the wicket then to Ekansh Singh. Defensive is short mid-on. That's an Aaron Donald there. Came at cover, mirrored by Anderson at mid-wicket. Just a minute adjustment by Wayne Madsen. I'm not sure anybody moved there.
No.
There's Morley to Ekansh Singh, and just rolls the wrists on that one out towards mid-wicket very gently. I do wonder sometimes with these field placings, that ghost field placings, how much of that is performative for the batter's benefit or detriment, even in terms of psychologically. Just
keep him thinking.
Hurries to defend that one off his middle stump. Does Ekansh no run?
It must be gloomy in Leeds because they've taken lunch in that crucial relegation battle.
Of course, yeah.
Yorkshire 7 down, leading by 19.
On the wicket comes Morley, and there's no run into the offside. So yeah, Durham recovered a bit in that one, but that looks like the battle that's going to be for the final relegation place at this point. I mean, obviously there's a lot of cricket to be played still, isn't there? But if the weather holds. Morley to Akanch on the leg side. Did he get a glance on that one? I think it's going to be leg byes, actually. Yeah, it's spun past Akanch Singh. He's tried to glance it down the leg side, but missed everything after hitting the pad. That's a 200 up for Kent. They still need 50 more to get themselves a batting bonus point. Dave Fletcher was saying, and avoid a duck in this game. So 203 for 5. Sorry, 47 more. It's only 47. Singh has 46 of the total so far. Everson on 8. Singh faces now, Morley round the wicket. Just a slip in now behind the wicket. This was driven by Singh, but finds Harry Kame at a shortish extra cover, and that's the end of the over. Light still not terribly good here, but I think the weather to our left, which is where the weather's coming from, if that makes any astrological or meteorological sense, I'm not sure, looks, if anything, slightly lighter. So I'd imagine we'll get that during lunch, and a little darker up against.
It'd be glorious during lunch, wouldn't it? Yeah. And then back to Harry Kame in the afternoon. He's going to continue from the Nackington Road end. Not a massively attacking field, it has to be said. Of course, was 16 overs away from the second new ball. It's about an hour into the afternoon session, possibly a little bit less than that. First ball is defended by Everson. Back to Kame. Blows into his hand. And he's in. And Everson guides it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Anderson. A little whirl of arms just before he delivers the ball. Harry Kame. There he goes, and Everson goes back and defends it to the Darbishire occasional off spinner. He's signed a new contract this season as well, I believe. As he's in again, that one's given some air and it's driven out into the offside, out towards Yusuf bin Naeem, who's on the field as a substitute fielder now, who also has signed a new contract just this week. He's fielding on the cover boundary. Still no Zach Chappell as far as I can tell from here. That's Kame, is it? That one just bounces a little bit on Singh. Manages to push it into the offside. Round from behind the stumps comes Guest to do the fielding. He has no company anymore. Wayne Madson's in at a shortish mid-wicket. And Kame's final ball is in the air but drops short of an Aaron Donald at conventional mid-wicket. And the over comes to an end, but that one was a false shot from Akanch Singh. Harry Kame almost picks up his first wicket of the season. He doesn't. He bowled 5 overs for 17. Singh is still there on 46. Everson has 9. And Kent at 204 for 5 now, 9 minutes before lunch. And they still trail by 494 runs. We did see earlier this season, and nobody really wants to see it, Ben Aitchison bowled some off-spin. That was at Northampton. And I can't even think why he was. It was horrible. The weather was okay, I'm sure. Perhaps it wasn't. Perhaps it was a bit gloomy. As it so often is in Northampton.
Just feels it. No. Morley to Everson on the back foot. It's into the offside to Kame, and there is no run. I'm just trying to dig in, I think, at this point for the remaining 8 minutes. As Kame bowls to Everson. So 70 overs remaining. Let's see, have they just bowled 26 at this point. Yeah, so I think you're right. It will be just 96 then in the day. So up to an Aaron Donald, and there's no run.
Yes, last night it was 37.5.
I didn't make a note, so yeah.
No, that's tricky maths, by the way.
What's that?
Can't do that.
No, I can't either. It's just off the pads from Everson. It's no bat involved in that. It's just skewed out towards backward square, and they take themselves a leg by.
Yeah, when this ball's bowled, it will be 28 overs for the morning.
I think that's thinky pain, they call that. Yeah, just it's making me go a bit cross-eyed. Had an email this morning, by the way. Again, a bit like you yesterday, David. It seemed to be a bit late getting into the inbox, but Frank, thank you very much for sending it to kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. Other modes of communication are available, but Frank, we've spoken to him many times over the year, both in person and via the airwaves. Some lovely comments. Thank you so much for that, Frank, and you're very gracious. He says, I'll be there tomorrow at Canterbury, possibly one of the few times that the last day of the season I'm normally teaching, as this one's back at Morley, and there's no run off the bat of Canterbury. Seen no run in that over, in fact, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 67. He says it's been a difficult season for Kent. Good to see the youngsters getting a chance, and I have total trust in Smokes. That's Adam Hollyhope to you and I. He's in it for the long haul. Hopefully he'll go back to Australia and find a couple of quick bowlers from somewhere. I know we have Matt Milnes coming back, but we can't expect him to do everything. Hoping that whatever happens today and tomorrow, the game will be done by 4 o'clock. If not, I'm hoping the TVs at the ground will be on after the game. The World Cup final, massive for English women's rugby. Frank, thank you so much for that. Winter well if we don't talk to you. I'll see you again. Ben will be here tomorrow, I won't. So, but yeah, what a game that is. What a run the England women's rugby team have been on. Incredible winning run.
With Ben Aitchison's sister in the side.
Oh, I didn't realise that. There we go.
Holly,
well, that makes sense.
Holly, yeah. Here's Harry Kane bowling to Joey Everson, who turns the first ball of the over into the leg side, which is fielded by an Aaron Donald.
Yeah, parochially, we wish the very best to Rosie Gallagher from Westmoreland in Kent.
Everson goes back to the next delivery from Kane and just pushes it out into the offside. Brooke Guest has to come a long, long way to pick the ball up. And now the helmet is being donned by an Aaron Donald. Is he going to go in his short leg? I'm not sure I'd go there to a part-time spinner, if I'm entirely honest with you. He's not massively short, but he's short enough. This came balls, and that one is turned by Everson to Wayne Madsen, who was fielding it at mid-wicket. They've got Amrit Basra out on the mid-wicket boundary and Jack Morley down at long leg. Should he choose to sweep, he's driven this one. Around the boundary goes Zach Chappell to keep them down to a single. Everson moves to 10, 206 for 5. Chappell back on the field after a little rest. Just thought he'd come back on for 5 minutes before lunch. It's a tough life. Too much cricket. That one is driven by Singh up towards the aforementioned Ben Aitchison. I know Ben's dad will be at Twickenham tomorrow.
Brilliant.
I don't know if there's a ticket and a spare seat for Ben should the game finish in time. This next one is played off the back foot and beats Wayne Madsen, but goes straight up to Aitchison once more, and the over comes to an end. 2 from it. Harry Kane's bowled 6 overs for 19 now. That's a decent effort for a part-time spinner.
Yeah.
Singh has 47, Everson has 10, Kent 207 for 5 with 3 minutes to go until lunch, and that over rate remains level. Now it might, they've got enough spin to make sure it doesn't get out of hand, but if you're only going to bowl 29 or 30 overs in a morning,
yeah,
but then you get minutes for wickets, don't you?
It's been surprisingly slow considering how much spin they've bowled.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of field placing to do though. Morley round the wicket to Singh, jabs that into the ground, looking at the toe end. It's a little yelp I think from the bowler there. He might have just snuck it under the bat of Akansh Singh. Digs it out. He's on 47. Small Morley to Singh into the onside. Martin Anderson fields. That's taken not just the catch of the day, but catch of the week, catch of the month. Very good catch indeed. Put it that way. It's Morley then to Akansh. Not any great foot movement. Plays it off the middle stump to the man at short mid-on. That's an Arundel for another dot ball. Well, I managed to sneak another one in before half past. Was that what you were thinking? Maybe no. Morley to Singh, quite in control of that one, outside part of the bat, but keeps it down very well. I think he was trying to guide it there, but perhaps a little bit finer than he might have imagined or wanted, but takes 2 off it anyway. He's on a 49, on the brink of just his second first-class half-century. I say just his second, as if he's been playing for 150 years, but not so much. Akansh Singh, it's just his 7th first-class match. Faces now to Morley. Quicker ball from him, whipped away. That's a lovely shot. All wrists from Akansh Singh. A lovely way to make his 50. A bright light on a gloomy day for Kent, if you'll pardon the metaphor. 89 balls. He has been watchful 6 fours and 1 6. That was a delightful shot from Akansh. All wrists it felt as he propelled that through mid-wicket. Final ball of the over. Is it of the session? Pushed away by Akansh to point. And guess what? He'll take a single. He'll take the strike. Gets 7 off the over. 214 for 5. Derbyshire, I won't say an outrageous rush, but they're certainly jogging to get this last over. They'll be in place in 12:29. Ready to bowl it will be Harry Kane, none for the 19. Jack Morley is the bowler of this innings, certainly. 2 last night, 2 this morning, 4 for 74.
Yes, I think they'd prefer to get this over in and have Morley potentially bowling first this afternoon than possibly Harry Kane bowling first this afternoon. But Harry's bowled pretty well. 7th over coming up now, and he bowls to Singh, who just tucks it nicely into the leg side for a single and moves on to 55, 215 for 5. 483 behind. It's a long, long way. Kane bowls, Everson pushes out into the offside. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another 4 of those, because Joey Everson hasn't really played a shot in anger, knowing it's even when he came in, it's approaching lunch really. He wants to be there for the afternoon session. You can't play the weather, but you never know, you might get a few bonus overs knocked off. That's came over the wicket to Everson. I said he hadn't played a shot in anger. He's just guided that beautifully out towards the extra cover boundary. Nice piece of fielding by Zach Chappell. Keeps him down to a single.
Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. And Kent digging in a bit here in the gloomy conditions. 216 for 5 perhaps befits the end of their county championship season, where they finished at bottom of the table. One bright light for Kent, excuse the metaphor. Akansh Singh, 55 years old, 55 on the board. He's got his second half century in a very young career for the teenager, joined by Joey Everson at the crease. He has 11. The men to go this morning: Denley for none, Dawkins for 61, another teenager, and yet a third, Ollie Curtis, gone for 14. Darbishire closing in on victory, it looks like, over this next 2 days. Kent still 482 behind. They assuredly will be made to bat again by their visitors, should they be bowled out today. So 216 for 5. Kent trying to rebuild here at Canterbury. We're just about to go to lunch here on this third day. Commentary continuing in about 40 minutes time via the BBC Sport website and app, as Akansh Singh smears that into the onside. I've used up those 2 deliveries of Dave's commentary. I apologise, Dave. There, single taken by Akanch. Last ball of the over. He's doing a lot of that. 217 for 5. He's on that 56. He's not 56. He is on 56. Everson has 11, and they'll come off the field now. A good session for Derbyshire, Dave Fletcher?
Yes, absolutely. Early wicket for Jack Morley. Perhaps a bonus wicket for Zach Chappell. Ben Dawkins caught down the leg side by Brooke Guest, and then that's a stunning catch from Martin Anderson off Morley, his 4th wicket, to get rid of Ollie Curtis. They need 3 wickets a session, or needed 3 wickets a session at the start of the day. They still need 3 wickets a session to win this game, assuming that Kent don't get the 481 runs in the meantime. So yeah, they're in a good position here, Derbyshire, and we'll be looking to push on this afternoon.
And we will join you, as I said, in about 40 minutes' time. That's Dave Fletcher, me, Matt Cole, and Molly Davis. You'll hear from us then. Well, welcome back, everybody. It's day 3, session 2 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, Kent against Derbyshire, County Championship Division 2. Kent resuming on 217 for 5, 56 for Ekansing, 11 for Joey Everson. They're just a small matter of 481 behind Darbishire after their titanic 698 for 6 declared yesterday. Jack Morley has 4 for 74. Kent making exactly 100 for 3 in the first session of the day. As I quite often say, and I've said it too often about Kent this season for my liking and everybody else that listens as of a Kent persuasion, it's that last digit that really matters. The wickets column, Kent way behind here, needing what did we make it? 549, I think, to avoid the follow-on in total. So they're some way from that. They're 33 away from a batting bonus point. More importantly for Derbyshire, 15 wickets away from a possible victory. So there we go. That's as good as it gets for Kent, and looking very good for Derbyshire.
Yeah, indeed. Towers are going to be up after lunch. Make the inroads again.
So Morley bowls to Singh. Into the ground on the full to the man at mid-wicket, who is Aaron Donald after the after that just moves to his left slightly, so a short mid-wicket, and that's taken on by Singh on the back foot. We saw a shot like that to take him to his 50. That's through mid-wicket as well, launching that off the bowling of Morley for 4. He moves on to 60. That ties his career best. This is just his 7th game in first class cricket. Ekansing.
He's looked good, isn't he? He's definitely progressed as the season's gone on, for sure.
He's moving well at the crease here, moving his feet well. He's got quick hands as well. Plays off the back foot up to mid-off. There's no run. And fielded by Anuj Dal. He bowled a very tight spell this morning. It's Morley with the wickets though, 4 of them. The other one taken by Zach Chappell, getting rid of Ben Dawkins for 61 today. Another defensive shot towards an Aaron Donald. It's in this leg side position, short mid-on, and actually a catching position on the offside for Aitchison now. More or less mirroring him, a little bit wider. At an extra cover position, outside part of the bat, as you might have worked out if you're just listening from the effects microphone. Darbishire like that. Along the ground though from Ekansing. 4 to square, 4 a single. 2-2-2 for 5 Kent. 4-7-6 behind Derbyshire, looking to press their advantage, bowl Kent out as quickly as possible, get at them again. Everson has 11. He's coming at the slightly lower position for him at 7 as a night watchman, of course, last night. Mikey Cohen. Entertaining innings, a bit too entertaining for some Kent fans, it must be said. Straight back at the bowler, and there's no run from Everson. Seeing to take strike for the next over. Matt Cole, Molly Davis and Dave Fletcher are the two in the triumvirate.
And it will be Harry Kane, I think, to be continuing from Nackington Road End here. I believe so. But no, obviously Ekansing now moves on to 61, which is his career best currently. And it isn't Harry Kane, it's going to be Anderson for the Nackington Road End. He took that wonderful diving catch at mid-wicket earlier today. There was I couldn't quite see it on the stream, but if you were here and lucky enough to see it, it was one of the better ones you'll see this year for sure.
Yeah, brilliant catch. Well worth the entry fee if you're a Kent supporter. So
it will be Anderson to open up his bowling account for this match. There's a few changes. Ekansing's just going to get himself set. So we do have that very short catching mid-on that's practically on the wicket. Very, very straight. as we saw earlier, to Ollie Curtis, but now they've adapted and applied this similar field to Catch Thing. So Anderson starts his run in then. Pitched up, but defended away pretty confidently from Catch Thing, up to it off. It's always funny here when we break for lunch, we have to come up the stairs, and it sort of runs alongside the kitchen here for the players, and there's always a nice smell, isn't it, that comes out of the kitchen every day. You wonder what they have for their lunch. Always good food here. And Anderson returns shorter, back of a length, but carefully guided off the hip of Singh to deep square leg where he gets the 1. You have a lot of food breaks, don't you, when you're playing cricket, especially 4-day cricket. So as these players that travel the county circuit must have some favourites to go to anyway. I'm sure they're all very nice, but definitely some personal favourites. As that one again's whipped off the legs of Everson this time, but a diving stop there from Donald at mid-wicket. Make sure there's no run. Saying to Matt earlier before we come on air, always good to see a good amount of people still in and around the ground, especially for these late season games.
Yeah, I'm impressed by the numbers in today particularly.
And again, back over length as it rises on Everson, but he's happily defending that into the ground. Yeah, you're right. It's a cold last game of this season, but people are still here supporting, which is always lovely to see. Some taking shelter up in the higher stands, but it's still quite cold up here, to be honest. So maybe between some sight screens and the Les Ames stands would be the best place to sit. Who knows? Anyway, another dot ball there from Anderson. Just pitching it up, defending away.
Yeah, a few supporters, as you say, between the Les Ames and the sight screens, and then there's, in sunnier climes, there's usually quite a few on the other side, isn't there, between the sight screens and the digital scoreboard as we look towards the Nackington Road end. I think I can see 5 today, but a little bit more exposed there as well, perhaps a little bit chillier.
As that again has just been pushed into the onside this time, off of the front pad of Jerry Everson, and they get a 1, and that will bring up the end of the over. So he steals the strike, and he moves Kent's total on to 224.
Yeah, Everson's looked, understandably looked quite confident as he's come to the crease, I think. But I haven't really twigged this. Innings is 71 overs old, so quickly did Derbyshire score in their innings, but Kent going just over 3 and over. So new ball available in 9 overs time as well, should they want to take it, Derbyshire. You'd imagine Zach Chappell and Ben Aitchison will be very happy too. Reece as well, of course, has been back on the field today after a little spell off it this morning.
Yeah, you get the impression they would. Obviously 5 wickets in this before the follow-on obviously could be enforced. So yeah, you get the impression to try and rattle through.
Especially if these two manage to see off those overs, they want to. Their best chance to make a breakthrough is it's a play and a miss from Everson. I was saying how confident he was looking. Maybe that's overconfidence, I don't know, but that has left him off the pitch. A little bit of turn from Morley. Bale's come off courtesy of Brooke Guest at wicket-keeper. He's in his ground.
Good delivery.
It really was, yeah. It's beaten him. Properly beaten him, Jack Morley. So again, gets bat on it this time. Low part of the bat as Everson plays that back to the bowler. He has 12 off 38 so far. I think that's the first false shot, if you like, from Everson. Down to good bowling from Jack Morley. And to that man at the short mid-on. Donald, this one, fielded. Jack Morley just shaking out the right hand. Bowling with the left round the wicket now. It's a walk into the crease from Morley. Straight down the leg side. And that's 4 runs for Joey Everson. Very efficient sweep, unerringly this time. For 4 runs, he goes on to 16, 228 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good looking sweep shot from Joey Everson. It's a bit of a loose delivery there, wasn't it, from Morley?
Yeah. I think it might have been from a supporter actually, but I thought it was a groan from Jack Morley originally after the delivery, because it just strained down that leg side, giving Everson enough width. And this one he plays into the offside, I think. Again, outside part of the bat maybe. Kept it on the ground, but Morley's testing Everson here.
Yeah, when Morley gets it in that area that he's obviously looking to get it to, it's quite dangerous. And he's beaten Ekant Singh a few times as well, and obviously Joey Everson then.
There's no sign of it's a quicker delivery. Everson on the back foot defends that, no run. No real sign of the pitch breaking up. He might just be getting spin from his action, and as you say, just beating the batters. Putting a question in their minds. 4 wickets already for him. 2-8 for 5 Kent then, and well, easier said than done, but
yeah,
these two, if they could see out a session for Kent, then obviously that slows things down, and a possibility of a draw. But if they lose 3 wickets, even 5 in this session, you'd think the game is pretty solidly destined at that point towards Derbyshire. It takes an enormous battle of character for Kent to save it, and Derbyshire could well be on their way.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big moment here, isn't it, for how Kent can try and dictate the end of this game as Anderson's in the bowls and Ekant Singh defends away. You tend to think, don't you, obviously you've said that you've still got Harry Finch and Grant Stewart, to come in. So there's still experience, but Derbyshire have bowled well, and that new ball coming up soon as well. That's going to be the period of play, isn't it, where you think something might happen. So could all potentially be going on later. But these two seem to be going well as it stands. So I'm sure Kent will want to keep pushing on. As that again worked off the back foot into the ground, but no runners. Again, Donald diving away to his left. Stops anything from happening. Joey Everson's been great all year. As an onlooker, I think he's a good cricketer, Joey Everson, and by no means in any disrespect, he's sort of always a little bit overlooked in the team. As Anderson again with a slow ball full toss that Ekant Singh just pushes down the ground, doesn't try to overhit it. It's pulled back in by a very good diving effort in the end from the fielder, so they get a couple for it. But yeah, Joey Everson obviously made his move, didn't he, a few years ago, and he's developed as a player. Was he only 23, as we were saying? But he's sort of cemented his place in the team really nicely. Has his role, and he sort of rocks up and does the role. Sort of, nothing too funky, but gets the job done. Shorter ball from Everson. Ekant Singh plays that into the onside. Shorter ball from Anderson. There we go. Everson's on the mind, as I was talking about him.
Yeah, just looking at his stats. So, 400 runs, averaging 31 with the bat, and 20 wickets, so more wicket taking this year than last year for him at 35. Some really important performances late in the group. He was injured in the early part of the T20 as well. Effectively won a game against Sussex with a fantastic late hurrah, and
as that's just punched back to Anderson.
His bowling performances as well. That game they won against Somerset when Somerset were runaway leaders of the South Group, and in a massive scoring match, I think he went for, it was 230, I think, played 220, and he bowled his 4 overs for 24, I think. So, looks like he's moving on every year, doesn't he, developing as a cricketer, which is good news for Kent.
Anderson in again, and that is whipped off the hip of Ekant Singh for a 1 to deep square leg, and that's the end of the over. And by no means to underplay what Joey Everson has done at all. He's a really good cricketer, but I probably think people may sort of wouldn't go to him first of all when they start thinking of contributions with the bat on the ball, but actually he's done quite a lot this year, and as he's progressed through, as you've mentioned, so I'm sure he'll be kicking on, and before you know it, he'll be one of the regular names that sort of fans and members will be saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps he's looking for that breakout score, maybe in the Championship, in a big 100, which he certainly looks capable of. But yeah, in a poor year for Kent, I think he's certainly one of the outliers. But yeah, the T20 I think particularly impressive from him this year, to just getting into the side and then showing why he should be in there. The bowling performances were great, I have to say. Variation, a lot of slower balls in there.
Yeah.
Joey Everson is not a great pace anyway, but yeah, and I said that knock against Sussex, at that point more or less kept them, the win at Hove kept them in the fight for a possibility of a quarter-final place. So Ekant Singh will face Jack Morley here on 65. A little bit lighter around the ground. The crowd a little bit cloud a little bit lighter. Crowd might be a bit lighter as well. That's due to the cold temperatures. But 2-3-1 for 5. This one's into the onside. Aitchison Fields as Darbishire. Short one. It's up in the air from Singh. It'll drop short of the man on the leg side boundary, who's rather limping there. Is that Martin Anderson? I noticed that as he was bowling, didn't look like he was moving too well. And the partnership goes to 53. I'm not saying that's why he missed the catch. I don't think he would have got round to it anyway. But yeah, they're putting Ben Aitchison out there now, probably for that very reason, is that he more limped towards that than ran towards it. So 4 for Singh. This one's on the full, and quick run. They ran round each other. A couple of weeks ago we saw a sickening collision between Tuanda Mieye and Ben Compton. Mieye still not back after that. Was concussed, delayed concussion, and but they managed to negotiate their way past each other, thank goodness, this pair.
There was a moment there I was a bit worried, but
Yeah.
they managed to do a bit of a rugby half turn to get past each other.
So Singh on to 70. Everson has 16 here. Waits for the ball. Blocks it back at Morley off the back foot.
And there was that noticeable innings he had this year, isn't it, against Northants here for the draw as well. He sort of stuck that one out.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And in fact, up at Lancashire as well, I think he played as Morley bowls to Everson into the onside at Blackpool, and more or less anchored the innings with Grant Stewart doing all sorts of theatrics at the other end and smashing the ball literally out of the ground at Blackpool. But yeah, real responsible innings as Morley bowls to Everson. He takes a single into the onside. Fascinating talking to him after that game. I said, you've been more explosive than this, we know you can be an explosive batter. And he said he chatted to Adam Hollyoake quite a lot about the 2 innings that he played. He was saying that Northants game and that, I think it was those were back-to-back ones anyway, and the Lancashire one, I don't think of another game, but said that Adam Hollyoake said to him, sometimes you just have to sit on your ego. He said, basically, it's not about this innings you go out and play now is not about your ego. It's about serving the side, and basically he'd taken that very much to heart, and all part of the development, I suppose. But yeah, 2-3-7 for 5. Kent delighted to have him signed on for another couple of years at the end of this season.
Yeah, indeed. I think that extension was definitely a positive to come out of the club this year, wasn't it? And he seems really happy, and he's enjoying his cricket, so what you want. As that one again has been glanced off the legs of Everson. Out to Morley at fine leg. They get the one.
He's not moving well, Anderson, is he?
No.
To say,
and there wasn't a notable injury during his run up or when he was chasing the ball.
No,
so
I don't know when it would have occurred, but it's more of a hobble up than a run up for Martin Anderson at the moment. But he's obviously said to his captain he's fine to keep going.
As he bowled again, very similar delivery this time as Ekant Singh glances it off his leg for the single down to Morley. Yeah, I think maybe at this point Derbyshire are just trying to get to the point where the new ball can be taken.
Yeah, good point.
So
if he can, that's why Madsen said if you can get through a 3-4 overs here, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can go off for a breather afterwards, but...
Yeah, probably trying to manage, aren't you? Reece as well after his big day yesterday.
Has not bowled so far today.
That one this time is a lot more on the offside, so it's just defended away. Again, very confidently and strongly by Everson.
That's a good point. Is Reece on the field at the moment? Because their opening pair were Aitchison. Is that right? Were Aitchison and Reece?
I mean, if Reece isn't going to bowl, maybe with the new ball, you just think Zach Chappell will come and do that.
Yeah, absolutely right. I can see that.
As this one again is defended away. And I can hear in my headset there might be an update coming our way shortly. So I'll try and carry us through until I hear my cue to stop talking.
I thought it was my cue because the presenter said, and Matt has, but it's my colleague Matt Davison reading the travel news now, the afternoon bulletin reader.
There was a fear that you were going to be on like that.
Yeah, yes. It's happened before.
Oh, not to be.
The wonders of live radio.
Addison then, full and straight, defended away, back to him by Joey Everson.
I think...
You're up next.
It's cricket update time now. With Kent 2:30 for 5 here. And Kent are 230 for 5 here, Sophie, with Ekant Singh, a career best for him, the young Kent middle order batter, 71, and Joey Everson joining him as 18 to his credit now. Kent are still a mountain behind their opposition, Darbishire, 4-5-9 they trail by, so they're really just trying to hold on through the rest of today and tomorrow to try and bat this one out for a draw. Not something they haven't been faced with before, unfortunately, at Kent this season, and very often, unfortunately, also they have failed to do that this season as well. But at the moment, as I said, they are 230 for 5 in their first innings. Ben Dawkins, another teenager, made 61 for them early on, but Derbyshire whittling away at the wickets, took 3 in the first session. Effectively, if they want to win this match, Derbyshire, they just have to take 3 every session until we're done tomorrow, and they will win the game. Kent very much hoping that won't happen. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And end of the over. No alarms or surprises. The final delivery from Martin Anderson. He has none for 7. Jack Morley 4 for 89. A slip and a leg slip. And I'm due to be off. So there we go. There were some expectant looks there. What are you doing hanging around? I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Morley Davis and Dave Fletcher.
So then, Morley is going to come back into bowl to Ekant Singh now, who's on 71. He did in bowls, swept, shout for LBW, but very much going down leg. Not to be, I think it was only Morley interested in that as more of a willing appeal rather than anything too serious. But again, Ekant Singh looking to, take some of the game back to Derbyshire here, which is good to see from a Kent perspective. So Morley now hit hard, and an amazing catch there by Morley. That's been hit very hard back at him by Ekant Singh. He juggles it up in the air and he catches it on the rebound as he falls to the floor. And very much like the Ollie Curtis dismissal there, Ekant Singh is going to feel slightly disappointed that hasn't gone for 4. But in the end, Darbishire have their wicket of Ekant Singh that they definitely wanted after lunch. And as I've done that, Dave Fletcher just come back into the commentary box.
Good catch. It's a 5-wicket haul as well for Jack Morley. 5 for 89 from his 20 overs and 2 balls. 2 caught and bowls.
Yeah.
In those 5 wickets as well. He got Mikey Cohen last night and Ekant Singh just now for a very fine 71, 8 4s and a 6, and he batted nicely and he deserves this applause. He looks to the skies, he's disappointed, and Kent are still 459 runs behind, and there's the first of the 3 wickets in the afternoon session that Derbyshire require. I mean, it's not going to be as straightforward as that, clearly, but really good catch.
Yeah, very good catch. There's 2 really good efforts he's done from his own bowling. Obviously, as you've mentioned, Mikey Cohen, and obviously now Ekant Singh. But he's hit that hard as well.
Yes, Mikey Cohen tried to hit it hard. He just got it hopelessly wrong. Bless him.
So, captain Harry Finch now strides out to the crease to join Joey Everson. Again, the experience of these two. As I say that, obviously we've mentioned Everson's only 23, so does sum up a little bit of the age of the Kent squad. But again, you think here, obviously, Morley's got 5, and there's only 6 wickets down.
Yes. Yeah. Zach Chappell has spoiled the all 10 bid here from Jack Morley, but season's best 6 for Jack, so 6 for, which has gone off my screen, 6 for 55, so he's going to need to take 7 for season's best, and that would also be career best, potentially, for Jack Morley. Career best figures of 6 for 55 were his best, so he's never taken 7.
I'm sure we have an eye on that now, as obviously Kent 293? Yeah, for 6. Morley's in. And that is defended away. That's my eyes, that's 239, isn't it?
I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, no, that is so right. I put my glasses off, and do you know what? I'm going to put them back on again, because that's incredible eyesight from Molly today.
Well, you just swapped a couple of numbers over, that's all right.
So that's defended again from Harry Finch, this time to cover.
I have to say, some of the numbers on the electronic board is brilliant, but the white numbers on the red background, some of them are quite small.
Yeah, the bottom.
That makes it tricky for people like me, certainly.
I can't even take that blame because it wasn't on the red bit either. They get a good delivery from Morley, and Finch just defends that away.
Also a 7th bonus point for Derbyshire, so even a draw means 15 points. That might be enough to clinch 3rd spot. It might not.
So last ball in the over here then from Morley to Finch. Again, rocked off the back foot this time, but has just hit it on the ground, straight to the wicket. So that is the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden as well, I think, from Morley, as his team just come up and give him a few high fives, say, well done, mate.
Yeah, they're only 1 point in front of Gloucestershire going into this round of matches. Derbyshire. Gloucestershire are really struggling at Middlesex. They're now 234 for 8, and they still trail by 400 runs now. Big Middlesex win. They were 5 points behind Derbyshire. Almost certainly, if Middlesex win that game, you'd think Derbyshire would have to win this to finish 3rd. Lancashire on 153 points. That is how it's all very exciting. Martin Anderson's going to continue. They were 11 points behind Derbyshire, so I don't think they can catch them really. Here's Anderson, 3 men close in on the leg side, and the ball is clipped to one of them.
About to say, that very interesting field has come into force again, hasn't it? Them three Derbyshire players in the line on the onside there. If you are watching the stream, you can probably definitely see one of them, maybe even 2.
Harry Kane's the straightest of the 3. Here comes Anderson again. Arm balls. That one is defended by Everson. Straight back to the bowler. You were talking about Martin Anderson hobbling. Martin Anderson has been hobbling all season. He is one of his knees is heavily strapped. Now, whether he needs anything doing to that over the course of the winter, I have no idea. But it's been heavily strapped for pretty much the entirety of the season. So he is being used here to get through to the 80th over. And he comes in now, bowls to Everson, pushes it straight back to him. He goes down on one knee to do the fielding. Zach Chappell is the middle of the 3 men on the leg side. I'm glad he turned round actually, because I would never have expected to have seen Zach Chappell there. And then it's an Aaron Donald, and now there's one on the offside as well. It's Ben Aitchison crouching down at extra cover as in comes Anderson and pushes it out into the offside. A little jog around for Aitchison. Everson picks up a single, moves on to 19. 240 for 6. If I'm going to save £794 by ordering this new phone, how much am I going to spend? That's what I want to know. I just had a text from my they're not even my phone supplier. I'm not spending that kind of money on a telephone, for goodness sake. Here comes Anderson again, bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side by Finch, still looking for his first run. That was only the 5th ball he's faced. Back at what Dahl was doing there at point, making his own entertainment. Short leg and 2. Short leg catching mid wicket, and that short mid on, as well as an extra cover quite close in for Anderson, who bowls to Finch, pushes it to the extra cover, but it's fielded by Aitchison. 1 run off the over. Finch yet to get off the mark. Everson has 19, and the 5 wicket man Jack Morley will come racing up, full of confidence. 5 for 89 after 21. Kent 240 for 6, still trailing by 458. So another 300 runs to avoid the follow-on from here, or thereabouts.
Just a small total of that. But yeah, Morley will now be continuing to Everson. Leg slip, first slip I should say. I was saying to Matt, when he gets it in his area, he gets it right, doesn't he? And he definitely asks some questions of the Kent batters. He dragged a couple back of a length, but by and large he's been pretty good for his 5 wickets. As this one is a bump ball, as it's hit back into the ground, back up to Morley. It's always hard to tell a bump ball from up here. When you play, it's a lot easier. When you're actually in the action. And Morley now, again, he's trying to guide that off the back foot, Everson, but he's played and missed it. Now a second slip is in, so leg slip's been moved out. I think it's Donald there with the helmet. Has now come into second slip, so first and second now in for Everson. As he's gone for a booming drive and he's missed it. So that's 2 plays and misses now for Everson. So Morley's very much on the front foot here. Good battle between bat and ball. You just think who's gonna come off victorious here. So Morley full toss. He's been hit straight back at him, but a good bit of fielding stops any runs. So he's got most of his wickets, isn't it? Hot and bowled. Sure, he might have been feeling. Yeah. So 2 balls left in the over here. Morley returns. Full toss this time, and it's been punished. Slapped down the ground for 4 runs by Joey Everson. That one didn't come straight back to him, did it?
He does chuck the odd one in, doesn't he? Still, Jack Morley. I don't know whether it's because he's trying to vary his line and length and trying to vary his pace as well, and it just doesn't come out right, but he's got a wicket off 1 full toss.
It's the patience, isn't it, of the Kent batters now, just trying to not do anything too silly, but not have the fear of getting too bogged down, and you find yourself not doing much. It's the last ball then, and that is played nicely off the back foot for a 1. Out into the offside. He will steal the strike, and he moves Kent's total to 245.
Wasn't a bad catch, was it? They just put it up Derbyshire and just put the catch up on social media. It was hammered back. He's done well to readjust, hasn't he, to take the catch. I am as ever indebted to David Griffin for the spin stat. Jack Morley is the first Darbishire spin bowler to take 5 wickets for Darbishire on this ground. Since Les Townsend took 5 for 78 in 1931, which is a fair old while. And that's not just left arm spin, that's any kind of spin. So the first spinner, what's that? 95 years ago. 94 years ago.
Quite a few years, I'd probably summarise.
I missed it, I have to say. I did miss it. Yeah, good effort from Jack Morley. And Harry Kame's back. 7 overs for 22. Bowls to Everson, pushes the first ball out into the offside. This may well be his only over, Harry Kame, because it's the 79th of the innings.
Yeah, that new ball you'd assume would be taken.
I'd be staggered if it wasn't. So Everson uses his feet and then defends it. Back to Harry Kame.
Especially if you're Darbishire, you take the new ball, you think if you can get 2 wickets now, you're into the tail, aren't you? So
no question. This next one again, he uses his feet and he lifts it. And just for a moment, Ben Aitchison looked like he was in business there. It's gone over his head and out to the boundary at long on. But just for a split second, as I didn't see exactly where the ball had gone, it looked like Ben Aitchison at mid-on was in business. He wasn't. And Everson moves on to 28 to 49 for 6. And Kent, after 2 days, 1 session, and however long we've been playing this afternoon, on the brink of their first point of the match.
a point that they will feel is of good value.
But of no consequence.
Yes. That is the other side of the coin, unfortunately.
And there it is. As always, it's gone over Aitchison again. Yeah, twice in succession he's hit the ball to the boundary at long on as Joey Everson. And the 250 comes up for Kent, their first bonus point of the match. I think they might even bring the tractor out at tea time to celebrate, who knows. 253 for 6. Deficit down to 445, and there it is on the board. Kent, their first bonus point of the game. Morley in Aitchison's dropped a bit further back actually, and as a result they've pushed it along the ground, or at least Everson has pushed it along the ground, and they've gone through for a comfortable single, nicely working the field there, having lifted it over Ben Aitchison's head on the 2 previous occasions for boundaries. Final ball of Harry Kame's over is on leg stump, turned into the leg side by Finch, who gets off the mark, and the over does indeed come to an end. 255 for 6. Finch 1, Everson 33, the deficit 443 runs as Derbyshire continued to just chip away. And an awful lot of game still to go. 57 overs today and 96 tomorrow. That's oh dear, that's a lot of that's a lot of overs. It's 150 odd overs, isn't it? So
it's a lot of time here for Derbyshire to get the wickets they need to win the game. Obviously Kent need to try and bat for all of that time. So we'll have to wait and see. But 4 wickets left in this innings for Kent.
153, by the way, I've just done the math. Thank you.
So Morley then, 2 slips in, bowling to Harry Finch. As that's driven, it's beaten the fielder, and it might even go all the way for 4. And it does. So a good looking cover drive there from Harry Finch, adds 4 more to his total. And that's just maybe wider, floatier delivery that Morley's delivered there. But after we've seen them, he usually follows it up with a very good ball.
He'll dart this in.
Is that your prediction? As that time is just pushed out, a bit more square to wicket this time from Harry Finch. You might think about 2, but they turn that down in the end, so he'll take the 1. Yes, would you assume it'll be Zach Chappell maybe to take the new ball with Aitchison?
Well, it's normally Reece.
As that's much fuller and going in towards the pads of Everson, just pushed onto the onside.
I'm just watching him at mid-on. There we go. It'll be Lewis Reece by the look of it.
Yeah.
And Ben Aitchison possibly.
So that one again, a bit shorter, but Everson not looking to do too much apart from push it up to mid-off. That'll be a testing time for Kent, won't it, when the new ball's taken? And
you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so.
So 2 balls left here then. And that one's just cautiously defended away by Joey Everson. Right in behind it.
Just looking there as he bowls this final ball of the over, which is probably his final ball for now. I'd keep this ball because this is the one that he got 5 wickets with. Don't just chuck it to the boundary and forget about it.
It's a very good point.
Would
you give it to the umpire and keep this one safe?
Possibly.
It's out there. A very good looking defensive shot from Everson to complete the over. The umpire gives him back a hat and a jumper.
He's asked for the ball there as Hassan Adnan. Ben Aitchison removes his sweater. Looks like he's going to bowl from the Nackington Road end with the new ball. He wants the 12th man to take it off here and put it in his locker there. He's given it to...
Yeah.
He's given it, but he's popped it in his pocket. It's Nick Potts, I think. Yeah, stick it in the bag. There we go. He's got it. That's good news. Quite often you just see the fielders just chuck the ball off the field, don't they, when the new ball is taken? But not on this occasion. Quite right too.
So you were correct in your prediction. New ball is taken. So now you'd think Derbyshire would love to try and wrap this Kent innings up in this session.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That'd be ideal, wouldn't it? Yeah. You think they've taken the one, if you go 3 a session as you were saying, the one's been taken. Let's not forget that Mikey Cohen came in last night, so where he would usually bat, he is not going to be.
True, which is a shame for everybody.
Everyone moves down 1.
And Aitchison comes in with the new ball. He almost chops on first ball. Finch, he was looking to play... it was a short of a length delivery outside off stump, looking to sort of drive it on his toes and actually bottom edged it into his boot.
Do you think it's a psychological thing as well when the new ball's taken?
Must be. I mean, it will bounce a bit more, won't it? There's a bit more, but it will also give you more value for your shots. But a lot of it is psychological. Bowler enjoys bowling with it. That one is turned into the leg side and fielded by Kame.
Yeah, cause I was about to say, because in description, not too much changes from what he's, from what he would have faced ever before. Nothing apart from the ball being a bit new. He might swing a bit more, but in description,
he has an extra slip, and that's about the only concession, really, isn't it? He's got a second slip, first and second slip, and it's point, cover, mid off, mid on, catching mid wicket, man on the mid wicket boundary, and a long leg. So not much, not particularly attacking, as that one is defended by Finch into the onside once again. Lewis Reece is definitely going to bowl first. If he isn't, he's in for a nasty shock. Also, I can't see. I can see him. He's just got the ball now. Zach Chappell is doing no warming up whatsoever.
From a Darbishire perspective, new ball in, bowling to Harry Finch. He's only faced 12 balls. So
opportunity, isn't it? An opportunity.
Yeah.
Someone is defended into the offside by Finch, picked up by Donald. And they're going to be bringing on the leading wicket taker in the second division to bowl with the new ball from the pavilion end in Reece.
Do you reckon it was a nice bath last night?
I would hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never been in one, but have you done one of those?
I have.
Oh.
It's not pleasant.
No. No, I can't imagine it is. I don't even like it when the shower goes a bit colder. Comes Aitchison, driven to Reece by Finch.
Yeah, I'm in awe of these athletes that will wake up at 6 a.m, get in the ice bath straight away. It's a kind of therapy, isn't it? And apparently it works really well. I just couldn't do it.
Not a chance.
Couldn't do it. Or in the winter where they have to come out and break the ice out of the bucket that's already frozen over and get in it, and you're like, this can't be appealing.
They put them in big bins and wheelie bins. There is Aitchison bowls at a little inside edge, possibly onto the pad. It goes out into the onside, and a single is taken. There are 2 substitutes about to come on here. Yusuf bin Naim and Nick Potts. Looks like Wayne Madsen's going off, the skipper. Finch has 7, Everson has 33. It's 261 for 6, 437 the deficit yet. In fact, bin Naim has come on for the skipper, and Nick Potts wasn't required, so just the young man, Yusuf bin Naim. Or a Repton schoolboy.
That's Lewis Reece removes jumpers and hats to get ready to get into his spell with the new ball. Yeah, I prefer the sauna therapy element and the warmer element.
No, that sounds good.
Than the ice bath. Obviously works, but you know, in that moment, surely no one's going, "This is brilliant." I'm sure he'll prove me wrong now as he bowls a brilliant spell of bowling as he charges in now to Finch. On the money straight away, and Harry Finch just defends into the offside. 3 slips for Reece. It's a bit different to the field just the over previously. But they're going to be searching here for this wicket with the new ball for sure. Could be a high bowling workload today, couldn't it, for Reece as well? If you think with a new ball now, and if they do manage to bowl Kent out today, he's coming back on the other end. In again this time, but back of a length. Finch just rocks back and defends it into the ground.
He's yet to take a wicket in this match.
Yeah, Morley's claimed them all bar 1.
He's got 43, Roland Jones on 41 and Higgins on 40 at the moment.
Want to try and keep his crown, won't he? It's always a fun rivalry between bowlers. Never been in the mix myself. Reece is in. Shorter, pulled away, but straight back to deep backward square leg. Just get the one. Yeah, it's always handy when someone's challenging at, you know, that tally of being the highest wicket taker in Div 2. You want them in your team for sure.
Jack Morley's got an issue with a finger on his right hand or something on his right hand. Ali Mackenzie, the physio, is standing on the boundary's edge, trying to attract his attention.
There's that one again. He's into the body of Joey Everson, coming in towards his pads. He just works onto the onside for no run. Might have been off one of the diving catches he took last night, maybe. Or one off Ekaj Singh. They both hit pretty hard.
At least he's seen Ali there now, so that's good news. I think he said just pop him on the floor. Got some plasters. That'll do.
So Reece in then. And he's out. Joey Everson, a big drive at it. Outside edge, goes flying to second slip, I believe. And that was, the catcher was Donald. Donald caught that. Good looking catch, sharp at the end, because it did fly at him. Caught it on the up slightly. But that is Joey Everson that is dismissed. Caught Donald, bowled Reece for 33. So that wicket that Darbishire wanted with a new ball has come. So yeah, the game is now swinging more so towards Darbishire for sure. He's disappointed with himself there, Joey Everson. He was a good platform, 33, starting to build something there. And it just took a flashing drive at one.
Straight, as slip catches go, relatively straightforward, wasn't it? It was sort of chest high and straight to him, but he's obviously just got the ball to do a little bit there, which he has the ability to do, as we know. That's his 44th wicket of the season. So, excellent work.
For sure.
From Lewis Reece and from an Arundel. You stay there for a moment. Don't move.
It's update time.
It is.
If everyone can't tell.
And I'll come back when,
So update time. Matt's going to come in and join me, and then Dave's going to go out and do his update, and then I will depart when everything's been done. So for the time being, until we have an update for Matt, who is back.
Here we go. Seamless, wasn't it?
It was
You
brilliant.
wouldn't even known it, yeah. I started doing the running calling with Dave there. Waiting. yes. Right, here we go.
So Grant Stewart joins Harry Finch out into the middle.
Another smart catch from Darbishire.
It was.
Their out cricket's been brilliant in this match from what I've seen so far, and you can talk about, obviously they're confident in this match, they've got a good lead, but still it's just good cricket, isn't it? And bowled well, bowled accurately, and Kent struggling again with the bat as they've done throughout the season, and throughout the season they have been in this position very often where they're facing a mammoth first innings total and just trying to grit their way through it.
I think that's fair to say then. As Reece comes in and Grant Stewart leaves that one alone. It's another tempter outside off stump, and that's the end of the over. So Kent 7 down now. Deficit I think is 4-3-6.
Indeed, that's right.
It's quite far away.
I've put my glasses on actually, to be honest, but there we go.
And that's in the red bit that Dave was saying as well. So that's a smaller number as well. Just want to make myself sound better.
No, it's a long way away. It's hard to read. But there we go. You've passed it. If you're at the opticians, they'll be very pleased with you, I'm sure.
I think enough prescription, Matt, for some opticians. You need stronger glasses, Mo.
That's a good point, actually. That's,
Yes.
I suppose, yeah.
So
You should be able to read it with your glasses on. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Maybe I should go back.
Well, I was trying to be optimistic, but there we go. 262 for 7 rather, and Derbyshire have Kent exactly where they want them. 2 in this session. We were saying 3 a session will win them the game. Took 3 in the first session, 2 in this one, and it looked like Joey Everson was, purposely trying to get on with it, wasn't he? And he and Finch, as he's come out, not exactly blistering, but going at strike rate about 45-50, and Darbishire are just chipping away now. Aitchison to Finch. That's a good shot, actually. Yeah, it's a tumbling stop by Lewis Reece. I saw Reece closing in on it morning. I thought he was going to stop that, but no, it's hit so hard that Reece can't get it. Tumbles, but doesn't get the ball. That'll be 4 runs off drive. Grant Stewart at the other end would admire that one very much indeed. Some colossal hitting from the Kent bowling all-rounder. Was he a batting all-rounder now, Grant Stewart? I don't know. Let's just call him an all-rounder. That'd be easy, wouldn't it? 266 for 7. Finch facing. Aitchison to Finch, turns it to short leg. Harry Kane fields very smartly, throws it directly on the turn to Brooke Guest. And Dave is just joining us. And there we go. The travel music's in the air. It means they're coming to me shortly, with other scores to bring them as well. Well, I think I've been saying this for the whole season, Adam. It's not going terribly well for Kent. They're 266 for 7. Darbishire closing in on mopping up Kent's resistance in their first innings. And Kent are already, or at the moment, are 432 behind, assuredly. If they take these 3 wickets quickly, Derbyshire, they will put Kent straight back in and try and bowl them out for an innings victory. If not today, then on the final day tomorrow. There has been some resistance from Kent. 61 for teenager Ben Dawkins, another teenager, Ekant Singh, scoring 71. We've just lost to Joey Everson, the all-rounder, for 33. Another great catch from Derbyshire. Their out cricket has been superb in this game as they try and press the advantage that their batting has given them. So Kent in all sorts of trouble here at Canterbury on their final game of the season. Elsewhere, Sussex got there just about in their game against Worcestershire. They made heavy weather of knocking off 63 to win at New Road. 63 for 7 they were, but a win's a win. Kent wouldn't mind that, being in the top division and beating another side there. So Sussex have won that one. Their game already over. Surrey 281 all out. So Hampshire 55 for none. Need 126 runs to win that one. The commentary on the two remaining games for our teams via the BBC Sport website and app. Pulled beautifully away that one by Harry Finch, and that'll be 4 runs. Didn't drop that short actually, Aitchison, but Finch with aggressive intent has just pounced on that one, pulled it square for 4 runs. In fact, 2 fours, 2 boundaries so far off this over. 270 for 7. Feels like a little bit of a last hurrah for Kent, Dave, this, rather than anything that's going to harm Derbyshire terribly much.
You've got to go down fighting, haven't you?
Exactly.
If you are going to go down fighting.
They can't go down any further. I suppose that might be the consolation for them in the county championship. But I was talking to your friend Griff before the day started. Actually, it was last night, talking to Lawn, the Kent scorer, as well, as it's driven up to mid-off, and they don't do it for the teams. I don't think it would go down very well. It's driven very hard to mid-off. No run, by the way. Is that the end of the over? It is.
Something funny's gone on there.
The scoreboard just has 4 balls. Oh, there we go. Just added a couple there.
Chuck a couple on behind.
So Kent's scorer was presented on behalf of the scorers, the rest of the counties, with a wooden spoon. Yeah. And Griff was very good, and he said, Derbyshire, we've had that a number of times. Don't you worry about
Derbyshire
it.
If it's any consolation, Derbyshire and Leicestershire have between them the most wooden spoons of anybody. I mean, they're well into the teens. And look at Leicestershire, they've been promoted. Derbyshire, if they can win this game, can finish 3rd. So there is always hope. It usually kills you, but there is always hope. Reece from the pavilion end bowls a ball that jags, keeps low, does all sorts, in fact. And Stewart, when he sort of played a shot at it, I've no idea what the shot was. He went back to it, which I think was probably dangerous. But that has done ridiculous things, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just beaten the off stump, hasn't it?
It's unplayable. Probably swung through the air. Might have come back a touch. Kept a bit low. I mean, you've got no chance of playing that. Here's Reece again. Stewart this time chops it straight into the ground, mistimes the shot. Yeah, might as well swing at the next one, I would say, after that, you think. If he does that again, I've had it. That was an astonishing shot. In some ways, you need to be a very, very good batter just to get anything on it, to be honest, because that was just deceptive. Ridiculous. He's got the limp back. That's good news for everybody. What, Lewis Reece? Yeah, does like a limp. Martin Anderson was well, Martin Anderson's got a bad knee. Oh, okay. He's had one of his knees strapped up for pretty much the entirety of the season. As Reece is in again. Oh, and that's I was going to say a leading edge. It was a sort of thick inside edge out into the leg side, which eventually picked up by an Aaron Donald, who then throws it at Jack Morley, who drops it. Another good delivery from Reece. That big game, I keep calling it a big game, I hate it. Durham against Yorkshire against Durham at Headingley, Yorkshire, are just starting to build a lead that might prove to be crucial. They're 94 in front, 7 wickets down in their first innings. Losers go down. This one is left alone by Stewart outside the off stump. I think if it's a draw, Durham go down anyway, so Durham have to win that game. Hampshire 55 without loss in pursuit of 181 to beat Surrey, who have clearly chucked it in, having seen Notts win the title yesterday. Notts themselves are on the brink of a victory anyway. Could be the start of the end for Surrey. This is what a lot of people are saying. Well, let's hope so. This finished. Next delivery. Inside edge again of Stewart's. But he was waiting and waiting and waiting for the ball to arrive, and when it eventually did, he just didn't really know where it was, and it came off the inside edge of his bat out towards square leg. He's deceptively slow on occasions, is Lewis Reece. He's got the slowest Yorker you've ever seen, which he sort of floats down there. But it's been profitable this season, 44 wickets. at around about 20. And he's into Stewart once more, who goes back and then plays the ball up to Nye Donald, who's fielding at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Another maiden over for Lewis Reece. 7 overs, 1 for 14. Couple of maidens in there as well. That won't be doing his overall average any harm whatsoever. I wonder if this table's updated yet with his 44th wicket of the season. It has, so his average is 20.13. Another couple of wickets and he could have an average of below 20 with the ball and 64 with the bat. I'd say that was a good season's work.
You wouldn't be unhappy, I don't think.
Signed a new 2-year contract already for the next 2 seasons.
Put together a really good side here at Derbyshire. Aitchison to bowl, over the wicket to Finch, up to mid-on. 2 slips in now, Wayne Madsen and Martin Anderson, who was fielding on the boundary a few overs ago until Ekant Singh thumped one out there, and he basically hopped to try and get it, and they swapped 2 fielders, didn't they? Which seemed like a very good idea at the time. Finch 16, felt like he was a little bit exposed there. 16, Stewart has none, and it's finding it difficult to lay bat on ball when Reece was bowling. Down the leg side, has Finch gone for that? He has done. He's gone for the glance. And just tosses the bat up to himself. There was a quick anxious look behind, wasn't there, as he went to the wicket keeper. He's just flicked at that. It's come off the edge. It's a strangle. He's sick with the world. Finch goes for 16. Called by Brooke Guest, bowled by Aitchison, but Derbyshire keep on keeping on. So that's the 3 wickets they needed in this session. So they've got their account settled. Anything else is a bonus, otherwise they are heading for victory, you would say, inexorably. It looks like at this point anyway. So Guest with a regulation take down the leg side, if there is such a thing. Aitchison takes his first wicket of the innings, and there goes Harry Finch for 16. Kent 270 for 8. The lead is still 428 for Derbyshire.
Yes, you won't see a more obvious glance down the leg side. Sometimes you think, isn't it? Has he touched it? Well, he basically got it with the full face of the bat, just didn't quite get enough on it. If he'd have got it another foot to the left of Brooke Guest, it would have raced away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Not probably the best ball that Ben Aitchison's bowled in this innings, but it picks him up a wicket. He won't care. It doesn't say anything in the scorebook about the mode of dismissal of the court wicketkeeper, which seam bowlers seem to like.
This is Corey Flintoff, and this will be his first bat in county championship cricket. So chance for, like Ollie Curtis earlier on, his very first run. I got that wrong actually. No, I beg your pardon. No, I am right. Sorry, I should have. I guess that's some face, shouldn't I?
Stick to your guns.
Stick to your guns. Yeah, no, this is his second game, but this will be his first at bat, as they say in baseball, or innings.
Very much like Basra. He played in the last game, but of course there was so little play.
Yeah,
got every chance of not batting or bowling.
Another one of Kent's teenage ranks. His dad played a bit.
Did he? Would I have heard of him?
Lancashire Leagues, I think. Something to do with Lancashire.
Preston Way, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think it was.
That what kind of area?
I'll see if I can find him in some dusty record book somewhere. 270 for 8. He's looking around the oval now to see what the field's doing. Basra brought in a third slip. Madsen, Anderson and Basra are the 3. Aitchison to Flintoff. Has to hurry him a little bit, but he gets full face the bat onto it, and it's into the leg side, and there is no run.
Nick Potts back on.
I was going to say, is that the subfielder?
Yeah, Nick Potts back on the field. I'll try and find out. I'll try and work out who he has replaced. It can't be that tricky. There's only 11 of them. One of them's got pads
you
on.
say that,
One of them's got pads on, and it's not him.
It's one bowling as well.
It's an iron dog.
Probably isn't Aitchison, who does now bowl to Flintoff on the front foot. Good looking stroke, takes it on the full, but up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, it's definitely an Aaron Donald. He had the fielding pads on. I think he's probably gone to take them off. I don't think we're going to see any spin for in the immediate future. So
what have we got?
It was a long way. I'm just looking at how it's nearly 20 overs till tea.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. To see, they're not bowling them tremendously quickly today. That's Flintoff. Oh, he's looped up off the leading edge, and that will go to square leg. It's Nick Potts with the catch, the sub. Not a difficult catch in the end, just had to adjust his feet. He's trying to work that into the onside Corey Flintoff. He's got a leading or maybe a top edge, looping up to, I'll say short leg. It's a square leg position, catching position, and Potts has taken him. So another wicket down, 270 for 9 then are Kent here, and Derbyshire, we're talking about their budget of 3 wickets a session. They're very much in the black now, and Kent very much staring at batting again this afternoon. Flintoff gone for none, caught by Potts, bowled by Aitchison for none. That's 2 in the over, and no runs off it so far.
This will be interesting now to see. I mean, they'll want to get this last wicket as quickly as possible, because the new ball bowlers have only bowled a couple of overs each, haven't they, here? So it's not as if they're going to be exhausted. There are still 51 overs left in the day. This innings has gone on for almost 85 overs now as Matt Parkinson walks out to bat. Is 50 overs enough? I'm not sure that it is. I think it's asking an awful lot for a team to bowl 130 odd overs over the course of a full day, and a bit to bowl a side out twice. But I suppose it depends how demoralised Kent feel. I mean, they can put on a show, can't they? They can show a bit of bravado and we're going out there to. But I mean, for goodness sake, the season that they've had, bless them, it's asking an awful lot to then go out and bat for a day and a half to save the game.
Staring down the barrel now, most certainly. As Matt Parkinson comes out. Final ball, the over for Ben Aitchison. He's 2 wickets in it already. Finch and Flintoff, Parkinson facing. 3 slips in, all sorts of close fielders, and sees that one off. The final ball. There were 2 close catchers at mid-wicket and 2 in the covers as well, but they've end of the over. It's a double wicket maiden for Ben Aitchison. 2 for 59 for him, and Darbishire. Well, now it looks like Kent will be delaying the inevitable unless they can show some real fight over the next say 3.5 sessions. It's more like 3 3/4 at this point, isn't it? So a long way to go, as you say. 51 overs remaining in the day, and then a full 96 tomorrow for Darbishire to try and win this game, should they need them.
How will Stewart approach this? He's on strike. He's yet to get off the mark, having faced 7 deliveries, but he might just fancy a little bit of a swing here.
I would assume so, just because the new ball's doing something. You might as well go for it, mightn't you? As well as be caught edging to the slips, but we'll see.
Here comes Reece, bowls to Stewart, who drives very pleasantly. Across goes Anish Dal to do the fielding, and possibly no better person in the outfield to do that particular piece of fielding, given the pace that Dal has. Single to get Stewart off the mark, and Parkinson comes on to strike. It said in the first things that Parkinson and Reece might have overlapped at Lancashire. Parkinson is considerably younger than Lewis Reece. Takes guard now with 3 slips, first, second and fourth almost. I don't like that gap. And in comes Reece to bowl to Parkinson, who defends solidly up towards Jack Morley, who he definitely would have overlapped with. And Ben Aitchison slip, and possibly even Brooke Guest behind the stumps. A very healthy Lancashire contingent in the Derbyshire ranks. A slightly less than healthy Darbishire element in the Derbyshire ranks. Here is Reece. Bowls to Parkinson, one of those slower full balls that he bowls, and Parkinson's wise to it as he pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. 271 for 9, deficit 427. That is a lot of runs to get second time around when you've been bowled out for 270 odd, if indeed they do bowl them out for 270 odd. Reece in again. Oh, edged, and is it taken by Wayne Madsen? I think it is. Beautifully taken, low down catch. Parkinson leaves the scene, and they are all out for 271. Kent, it means they trail by 427. Matt Parkinson, the last man to go for a 4-ball duck. And I'd be surprised, nay, horrified, if Derbyshire didn't put Kent back into bat and force them to follow on. We didn't really get to see what Grant Stewart was going to do, because he got a single and that was it. And Lewis Reece finishes with 2 for 15, 2 for 59 to Ben Aitchison. The star of the show, though, has to be said, Jack Morley, 5 for 99. Wicket also for Zach Chappell, Dennis Dahl, Harry Kamen. Martin Anderson also bowled, but it should be Jack Morley to lead this team off. He's a reluctant hero, is Jack. There we go. He's been forced to the front now. Been pushed to the front by Wayne Madsen. He was asking the two batters to stay off, but actually what he's done is he's thrown him the ball. That's nicely done. It was Grant Stewart who threw him the ball, and he holds it up aloft, and David Griffin has his photograph. Excellent work from Jack Morley. I think we can safely assume that Derbyshire will not be batting, because Lewis Reece is the last man off the pitch, and quite frankly, if he was going to be batting in 10 minutes time, he'd want to be in the changing rooms by now. So there we are, 271 all out.
Yeah, and the deficit is 427 for Kent, so they will be looking somehow to see off the Darbishire attack for the rest of today, and we've got plenty of overs left as well. It'll be 49, I think, when they come back on. So, yeah, goodness me. Actually, it'll be... No, don't worry. It'll only be 48.
So we're an hour away from tea, effectively, aren't we? 16 overs from tea.
Yeah.
And then 32 after that.
And that'll look like a very long time, whichever, for Kent, certainly. We'll be back with you in 10 minutes or so, and Kent will, as Dave Fletcher said, if it's not Kent batting, we'll probably have to go and have a bit of 5 minutes to collect our heads, but surely the other follow-on will be enforced, and Derbyshire perhaps honing in on victory even on day 3. welcome back. Dave Fletcher has gone to take a breather, having taken 4 wickets for 9 to dismiss Kent there. 2-7-1 then Kent, 4-2-7 behind. On the other hand, oh crikey, they're right at it. Lewis Reece is about to bowl to Ben Dawkins. Wait a minute, Ben Dawkins has only just batted. He's batting again. Yes, you're absolutely right. He was here this morning starting off the batting, and he's here mid-afternoon with 16 overs to go until tea. Batting again, just wheeling the arm. He made 61 in the first innings. Ben Compton made 46. He was out last night. All it goes to say is, if you're just joining us, Kent have been bowled out for 271, 427. They trail still. Darbishire have bowled well, fielded even. Oh, bowled even better, you might say. Dawkins has been done. He looks back to see his stumps in disarray. The off stump is out of the ground, and Ben Dawkins is out for a second time today. He made 61 the first time. Lewis Reece is just celebrating getting him out. Second ball of the second innings for none. Finger up in the air, Alan Shearer style. Big celebration by his teammates, and Kent in their second innings, trailing by 427, are none for one.
Not the ideal start. I think that's probably
not for Kent, no. But pretty much perfect for Derbyshire, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, Lewis Reece could have done better with his first ball, you might say, but certainly.
Jaden Denley?
Haven't seen the replay of that, but it will be Jaden Denley to come out at 3, and yeah, that was something from Lewis Reece, and well, Kent fans might be wondering, are we gonna see this off until the end of the day?
Oh, don't be saying that, Matt.
At this point, you'd have to say, what a start from Derbyshire. I was trying to say they bowled well and they fielded even better. That shows how well they bowled. Lewis Reece was excellent with the new ball when he came back. Had Grant Stewart in all sorts of trouble. Actually, Stewart survived. Reece took Everson and Parkinson either side of an over in which Aitchison took 2 wickets. So, what an explosive start. And Ben Dawkins, who didn't disgrace himself in the first innings, didn't disgrace himself there.
No.
It's a great ball from Lewis Reece, and he is done. So there we are. Reece with his third ball as Dave Fletcher retakes his seat here. We had to get him off the ceiling just a second ago after that start to the innings. So a dot ball, a rare wide-ish delivery from Reece, not making Jaden Denley play. 2 left-handers then at the crease for Kent.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at that dismissal again, and Ben Dawkins' body language very obvious that disappointed, but yeah, that was what a tough start that was for him to the second innings, but brilliantly bowled from Lewis Reece, taking out his off stump. Bowls to Denley. Oh goodness me, that's a good ball as well. That's Yorker length and seaming away. Keeper took it very low as well, not dangerously low for Denley because it had gone past him at that point. But heavens, I was thinking there might be a replay. I have to try and scroll back to that one.
Well, Derbyshire tails are up. 9 wickets to win. By an innings as well, so
yeah,
that's a fine way to close off their season, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe within 3 days as well.
Yeah.
As Reece comes in, bowls now to Denley, leaves that outside the off stump for a dot ball, and as Dave very well pointed out, actually, I think when they off that Ben Aitchison over it, if they get the last wicket quickly, which they did, these opening bowlers bowling the new ball have bowled just a few overs, haven't they? They got through 6 overs with the new ball, and suddenly they're back on, but they're still fresh with the new ball. So timing it very well.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Now you think you've got a good session and a half of today to just dominate.
Yeah, outside the off stump, it's left by Jaden Denley. That'll be the end of the over. It's a great one from Lewis Reece, who's top wicket taker for Derbyshire, and as Dave Fletcher said, he may not be express pace, but he is an absolute handful. With Derbyshire full of confidence and Kent empty at the end of the season. It looks like it's only going one way. It's a question of how long it takes. Ben Compton, we know, can be obdurate, downright stubborn, downright boring at times, in a good way for Kent.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be at his best here.
Yeah, I think as well. This is his game, isn't it? Now, more or less 4.5 sessions in the game left. Aitchison coming on now from the Nackington Road end, and I think Ben Compton. This fits his style, one would say.
Yeah.
But obviously, he is a partner lacking the other end of Dawkins, so he's already lost one. So Compton now getting ready to face his first ball of Kent's second innings. That's a brilliant delivery. Gets a splice of Compton's bat as it goes to point. 2 slips on the gully in. And we've all played or watched games before when second ball is a wicket, and then it's all the bowling side, isn't it? And psychologically it's hard for the batters, and it gets to a point where every ball for that first tough period looks like it might be a wicket.
Yeah, does feel like, as you say, every ball a potential wicket.
That one's left alone by Compton as it goes into Guest's gloves. And that's the thing, you think if it's on the stumps right now, it's threatening to take the edge or to beat the bat. So 9 wickets they need.
Yeah.
Just the 9.
And, I think there was a hangover for Kent from last season, a number of defeats they had and difficult situations, and you look at this season, it's happened again, and final game of the season, how do they get themselves out of this?
As that one is again Fuller coming in towards Compton, as it's just hit up to mid-on. Yeah.
Never a big fan of batting for your own stats, but from Ben Compton's point of view, he's got every right to think about, I wonder if I could be top run scorer in the championship this season.
Yeah, no, indeed.
Go on, be selfish, Ben. Do it for yourself and for Kent. You could do it, couldn't you?
He was somewhat unlucky, wasn't he, yesterday, in the sense of he came back out after that light delay and he got bowled in the end, but this is a bit of him, and that goes down the leg side. I think it might have clipped the pad. Oh no, he's hit it.
There we go, could have been bat and pad maybe, yeah.
Yeah, he's clipped it off of his legs, very fine, he gets 4 for it, so he opens his account, and Kent are 4 for 1.
He is 46 behind Safe Zabe of Northamptonshire at the moment, so there we go. Sorry, Derbyshire fans, I'm just taking a brief excursion there to try and head Kent fans away from the inevitable misery of the ending of this match. We should say Derbyshire are absolutely bossing this game, and they've said particularly the fielding, and yesterday, of course, the batting, and the day before.
It's thick outside edge as the ball goes flying over the slip cordon. It's a wafting sort of back foot, like even slash of the bat, isn't it? I wasn't even say it's a cut shot, as it's just gone flying. A very out of...
Yeah, it feels out of character, doesn't it?
Yeah, out of character shot of Ben Compton.
It's a bit more of a mow, I would say, than a cut, that one. But yeah, he's got 4.
Yeah, he's got a boundary. Or maybe the Kent players are going to come out and just think, you might as well try and have a hit at this.
Possibly, yeah.
From their perspective, anyway. Wrongly or rightly, who knows? That one's more of a Ben Compton style shot. It's just defended into the offside, and that is the end of the over. So Kent at 8 for 1. Compton has 8. Denley yet to score. Jaden Denley, I should say.
So I'm just looking at stats now to see
Fair
where
enough.
Ben Compton is in the. So Dom Sibley has 12.74 in the top division. I think he's batted twice. Seba Mead may well have done so. Yeah, I think it's between Ben Compton and Safe Zabe, but Zabe has yet to bat for Northants in their second innings. So
right, it's all to play for.
And 40 or so behind Ben Compton. So he needs runs. He won't be thinking about that now, will he? Reece to Denley, a floating delivery. Good shot by Denley, actually. That's a cover drive, and that'll be 4 runs. Nicely played. Goodness knows what your mentality here is, what the coach sends you out with at this point, because can you say to these players at this stage of the season in this situation, just be gritty, shut us up? I think you have to play your natural game, don't you, at this point?
I think so.
Staring down the barrel, if you've got a chance, surely it is to try and relax into it a little bit. I don't know. You've done the coaching. I don't know why I'm talking, Ollie. And listeners may agree with me on that for a great deal of the time. This is blocked up to mid-on as well. I mean, neither of us has played 4-day cricket, but I just don't know what you'd say as a coach here to your batters.
I'd probably lean down the lines of just go out, play your shots, show some character. That'd be my advice. And this perspective, last game of the season, Kent can't go any better in the table than they already are. So there's nothing really to lose on that sense. You might as well go out with a bit of flair and a bit of entertainment rather than sit put.
He's gone, indeed he has. Lewis Reece has got the edge of Jayden Denley's bat. I beg your pardon, a short hold there. But swinging away from Denley is a thin edge. An edge it is, though. Brooke Guest celebrates. Denley doesn't even bother looking behind. He's gone. And he's gone for none and 4 in short order. And Kent are 12 for 2 here. And goodness me, they are in deep, deep trouble now. Well, they're already in deep trouble. Really staring down the barrel of a 3-day defeat here. But Leicestershire, again, Reece just that little movement away from the left-hander. It just looked a little bit indecisive to that Jayden Denley. Easy to say from here. But, well, a top-order collapse would be just what Derbyshire want and just what Kent are trying to avoid. But it's 12 for 2. Yeah,
I would agree. Good bit of bowling there. Got 2 to his name now in this innings. And I think, from what I was saying, for want of a better word, you want to try and play for a draw in the sense of you don't want to have a game where you're bowled out for hardly anything, but sometimes you just sit in and you try and dig too deep, you get bogged down, you don't really score, and then before you know it, you got all fielders surrounding the bat, and it's a long old day. So if you can go out, as Jayden Denley was showing before, had that lovely cover drive, obviously that was before the nick, but just go and do your thing. You must treat it as a 1-day game. When Kent can't win this game now.
That's true enough. So Denley goes back. Lewis Reece has 2 more to add to his tally. Top wicket taker in Division 2, and he's just extending that lead, I think. It's at 12 for 2 then in the 3rd over here, and almost feel for Kent now. Maybe they do just need to dig in here, and just because a really low score is an even more crushing way to go into the close season. But easier said than done, because Derbyshire are very much intent.
Yeah.
So Ekant Singh comes in. He played a pretty lengthy innings for 71 to top score in the first innings.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where, wait a minute, he's back. It's like it's deja vu from 10 minutes ago. Singh batting now, leaves it outside the off stump, goes across in from the left-armed Reece rather, and no run.
Games like today, I always do think, if you're tuning in to cricket for the very first time and you've watched today, you must have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think, well, pretty much any day with cricket, it's
very good point.
But no, I know what you're saying. It's
Ekant Singh's already batted, and he walked off.
Back again. Do you get to bat twice then on a day? Is that is Reece to Singh? If he gets bat twice, why does he have to wait so long in between? Also short in between. So that's pushed into the offside, fielded by Jack Morley. 3 slips in for Derbyshire. The noise isn't coming from anywhere around the ground apart from the Derbyshire fielders at the moment, and really no surprise.
If you want to be positive here, if you're a Kent fan, Ekant Singh got 70 odd in the first innings, seeing the ball pretty well. Yeah. Hasn't had to wait that long to have another go. So maybe he's still in that batting zone. Yeah,
maybe feeling informed to finish the season and looking for more runs. I'm sure he'll be feeling that. But forward defensive shows us the maker's name on the bat. End of the over. 12 for 2 Kent. Lewis Reece takes his jumper, and he has 2 for 4 in Kent's second innings. For those of you interested in statistics, Derbyshire are so far ahead, Kent can barely see them. 415 the deficit, never mind about that. 8 wickets to take for Derbyshire. This game is over, and Derbyshire can put their feet up after a very good season, finishing 3rd in County Championship Division 2, and Kent, well, you may think that it's been quite a while they've been looking ahead to next season, but get to do that in earnest. But still some cricket to be played here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Derby, and via the live stream, of course.
Absolutely. I think you just can't take anything away from Darbishire, can you? I think that's the thing, isn't it? And they've performed so well with bat and ball. You can't really fault them, but I would try to summarise it by saying it's been a game of the catches do win you the matches. I think Derbyshire have caught quite well all around the field. Kent have had a couple of dropped opportunities that might have cost them. But I guess you will never know. Because that one's a brilliant delivery from Aitchison as it comes in towards Ben Compton. And he defends that away in the end. And Madsen was dropped quite early on in his innings, wasn't he? On day 1.
Yeah.
I think. And there was a couple of drops,
He was dropped in the 60s, I think, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I think yesterday there was a sharper chance at slip as well that was unfortunately put down. So, yeah, sometimes it doesn't always go your way. And again, a very similar delivery. The ball's coming in towards Compton from Aitchison at the Nackington Road end. Just watchfully defending that into the onside. You think, if Madsen had been caught early and hadn't got the 198, then that might have helped things. But that's not the position that we're in currently. We're in this one. One that Darbishire are dominating. As again, he did in bowls. Has cut very Ben Compton-y.
Yeah.
And he's beaten cover despite a diving effort, and they get 4 for it. Good looking shot there from Ben Compton.
Yeah. No, I was going to say no criticism of Anish Dal there, because it's hit one of the other cut strips, isn't it? It's gone through some rough and should have bounced up and actually just grubbed along the ground.
Yeah.
And he's just his whites have got dirty, but you probably won't mind too much about that, but giving him no chance. But yeah, nice shot from Ben Compton, certainly.
He fell to the ground quite hard. He's landed on the square, on where a bowler's footmark has been worn away, so I guarantee he's taking a bit of a tumble. Anyway then, back to the action, as that one's left alone by Compton as it goes past where 4 stump would be. 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip, point. Yeah, shorter mid-off and mid-on. A bit wider actually mid-on, I say that.
Andrew from Japan on that BBC Kent Sport saying Kent's worst ever season, ? Oh well, he says, onward and upward next season. I don't think 1895 was very good, Andrew, from the record books, just to I'm sure you don't remember that, but there we go.
This one a shout for ABW. The umpire says no. Oh, that one on the replay actually.
Yeah, I think it must have been. It must have been an inside edge onto the pads.
Bad to say it didn't.
Because that didn't look bad.
No, that's why. That's why I say that. It's looking like one again. He's probably hit it.
Yeah, I think he must have inside edged it.
It didn't look an awful shout from up here.
No, looked like it might have missed middle and leg.
Yeah.
But I think he was hitting the off stump if it had been there. But yeah, I think edge onto the pads.
Last ball in the end, left alone. As you can just see it move after it's gone past the crease as Guest moves more to his left to take that ball into the over. 16 for 2. Please, I can see more now. Now, I don't know why. I feel like I've just...
Brighter.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'll use that exact excuse.
Funny how that works.
Funny how it gets lighter, Molly, and you can see more, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm no expert, I'm not an optician, so, but...
I think we've gathered I need to go back there pretty shortly.
But speaking as a man that's a bit surprised when I put my glasses on and I can see better, then, I should use these more. But yeah, it is much brighter here now, and definitely the light is much stronger than the other floodlights which are on. Lewis Reece now bowling to Ekach Singh. Defensive shot, no run.
It was very gloomy this morning. I walked in with my hat on again, my bobble hat. I was asked a few questions of. To my response still was, it's very cold.
I mean, I don't think that's unfair at all.
No.
Yeah, certainly. Temperature lower than yesterday, but the wind's not so bad, is it? But must be when I left the house, I honestly thought that the light was as bad as it was last night when we came off, and we might not start on time, but it was better than that. And Reece to Singh guides that through the offside. That's a nice shot from Ekach Singh. Splits the 2 fielders at the covers, and Although Amit Basra, as we may have mentioned a couple of times, and Dave Fletcher has certainly tipped us off, is like greased lightning across the field. So he wins the race with Jack Morley, stops the ball, and it's just a single for Ekanch, who, as you said before, batted really well in his first innings, I thought. And there's hope for Kent. They've got a lot of decisions to make over the next couple of years with the senior players and with the young players. I think in terms of, well, they've got a lot of decisions to make to how to turn things around. That's for sure. Outside the off stump, Reece to Compton. He leaves that, but it feels to me, with the situation they're in now, certainly if this were 2 seasons hence, you would want those young players to have had a lot more experience at that point, because they'd look really promising. You want to produce your own players, don't you?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So what I'm trying to say is, I think next season, whatever situation they're in, they need to make sure that the progress is not impeded of players like Ekanch and Dawkins. Ooh, that looks a shout from Lewis Reece. I mean, it is a shout. I mean, it looks like a good one from here.
We'll have a little look on the replay, because again, from our angle, it looked quite an optimistic appeal.
I think it's coming back at him, isn't it?
It's close.
Looked reasonable. Does the umpire say it's not pitched outside leg, has it? I don't think, or perhaps it has a smidgen.
All we're going to say is that Compton's been hit on the pads twice now.
Yes.
And he's been told no, but both shouts aren't awful.
I think, yeah. As Reece bowls outside the off stump, Compton leaves it. Yeah, he's absolutely right. It's a good line, and Compton not tempted to put bat on it, which he might have been, having been beaten by the ball previously. But yeah, I'm not saying it's out, as you say. I've just got one look at it as the umpire has, as we both have, and yeah. Not sure. Yeah, worth a shout, and they did, certainly. For Lewis Reece, 17 for 2. Compton, well, I mean, he's used to this. This is top order batting with the ball swinging around in English conditions. And that's a Yorker length delivery from Reece again. The slowest Yorker in county cricket, championship cricket, says Dave Fletcher, I think. But not able to beat Ben Compton on this occasion. He has 12. Ekanch Singh has 1. 17 for 2 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. The deficit is 410. Kent looking to bat out. Where are we? 43 overs today. 96 tomorrow.
Yeah.
17 for 2. 8 wickets to do it with. I'm not a betting man, but I think I know where I think this game is going to go. It's, can Kent stop the almost inevitable? Will Derbyshire wrap this up very quickly? Might be somewhere in between.
I think your point there about next year is quite interesting. I'll go back to that after. This ball is bowled. Good delivery, defended away very cautiously by Ekanch Singh. So if you look ahead to next year, so if you're a Kent fan, looking at the news that come out the club recently about the signings that are coming back, so Sam Northeast, etc. The team next year will be quite interesting to see how it will shape up over the winter and how Adam Holyoke looks to take it. Obviously, you've got 4 young players now playing today, and with the new additions coming in, what that could look like. So it's an exciting winter. I think that's what I'd lean more towards, as that one again is a very good delivery. A few cries of "oh" from the Darbishire players, as that's just worked onto the onside. So it'll be a very intriguing time, I think, to look at how that winter goes for these players and the new additions that then come in, and then what lineup Holyoke looks to go for, especially for the first county championship games, because obviously a few of these younger lads have sort of stated their claim. Ben Dawkins, Ekanch Singh, Jaden Denley. So I don't know, what's your take on it, Matt?
I'm glad I don't have to make the decisions firstly, so that's plainly offside for a dot ball. I mean, it's easy for fans to say, and I would say, what do you look at first with Kent? You say the bowling just hasn't been good enough for 2 seasons, and so have they addressed that? Well, Nathan Gilchrist is going, Matt Milnes is coming in, so you might almost say we don't know what's going to happen next season, but that's like for like. You know, there are good bowlers. Matt Milnes, arguably a bit more experience, and also they've got a good deal, I think, bringing him back.
As that one there has been left alone by Singh, but it's carried on going. It's nearly taken out first slip, but Guest manages to get there and mop it up.
And we talked yesterday with David Fulton about, well, does Sam Northeast coming back inhibit the progression of some of the younger players? Joe Denley, it's rumoured he may be on a white ball contract next year and not playing red ball cricket. My point in answer to that about the development of young players is perhaps that Kent's top 6 haven't been great this season either.
That's a good looking shot off the hip of Singh, and it'll probably get a couple there from it, and he does. Sorry to interrupt.
Not at all. We need to talk about the live action. Never mind what I think. But Samuel's, he's coming back, class player, quality player.
Yeah.
And if that's at the expense of one of the more experienced Kent players in the top 6, they might just have to wear that if they've not been in good form, if they're not playing well enough. But yeah, there is that thought with me of you've got these young players, how much you want to drip feed them in, how much experience you want to give them.
Exactly. He's been pushed up to mid-on, quick single taken by Akansh Singh. So good work in the end of the over, 20 for 2.
Because as promising as they are, they're not the finished article, and they may have a string of low scores, and how much does that affect the confidence? How does that help you as a team as well? Because as our sportsman Mark from Tunbridge has been in touch on the emails as well, bemoaning Kent's season, and supporters, players, they want to win. They want to win games. It's not all about next week.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
But so I think I've sat on the fence there, haven't I? I said, but yeah, the bowling is the most obvious thing to address for Kent, but we know that head coaches, director of cricket, have to look at everything as a whole, don't they? They won't be just looking at the bowling; they'll be looking at across the board. So, yeah. Oh, that's a good ball from Reece. Has it got the edge of Akansh Singh's bat? It has indeed. Akansh is slow to go, but that might just be out of frustration and disappointment. A thin edge from Reece, but he has just pushed his bat forward at that one, Akansh Singh. Possible for us to see if it's taken that edge. It's moving away from him, taken low by Brooke Guest. And Singh just looks at his feet and goes off. It is 20 for 3. And I tell you what, whatever review they have at the end of the season, they won't want to be looking at this for very long at Kent, that's for sure. Whereas Darbishire might want to have it on repeat play as they go to their respective homes at the end of the season, because they are mopping Kent up here. And Lewis Reece has 3, 4, 5. What a way to end up what's been a fantastic season for him, and a very good one for Derbyshire as well. Akansh Singh has gone for 4.
Joey Everson. He's coming out to have a bat.
I wish I'd noted down the timings of the players coming out and going back now, because
he hasn't been sitting down for too long. I think
he hasn't, no.
That's fair to say. So Ollie Curtis, isn't it, that would have come in at this point?
Yeah.
He's taken a step down.
So yeah, naturally, I suppose Joey Everson would bat at 5 in this lineup, and an inexperienced lineup. But Ben Compton is at the other end on 12, and I'm rarely right, but I did say, Ben Compton assuredly can bat 440 overs on his own. Have Kent got another 10 players that cumulatively could say with that time against this Derbyshire team?
Time will tell.
It's looking in the negative at this point. Actually, have to go down out, but yeah, crikey. Wretched for Kent, but brilliant for Derbyshire. And Reece, another 3 poles to his tally.
I think as well it's been a season for the change, and the winter last year a big change as well for the club in its entirety. Obviously I can speak from the women's point of view. Obviously that whole squad was completely new. Yeah. New coaching staff, etc. A new era of women's cricket. And then from the men's sort of side of things, Adam Hollyoak comes in as a coach. This is his first season, so a year of change doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a year of success. You'll want it to be, but it takes some time for the dust to settle and to get into your groove.
As Reece bowls now to Everson. That one moves a little bit, but Everson is equal to it and glances it down to a long leg for a single. So I'm not sure if this is Lewis Reece's updated total of wickets. Dave is going to be on the commentary very shortly, he can tell you, but 3 more to the total, and looks pretty much certain that Lewis Reece will be the top wicket taker in County Championship Division 2. He's an absolute handful, ladies and gentlemen. He certainly is this afternoon with...
He's challenging Morley for his fifer in the first innings,
good point, yeah. 21 for 3, Kent. As Reece bowls, and on the off stump. Defended by Compton, and there is no run. So, yeah, 21 for 3. Kent here. I'll go through the stats of the likelihood of them winning this, but sorry, not winning this, drawing this. Winning would be a very short conversation, but
yeah, get 406 and more.
Yeah, it's long. I was saying to Dave earlier that, like me, a couple of supporters had said, I think it'd probably be our last day. Other things happened in their lives on Saturdays, and this one's defended back at the bowler. They might just be seeing the last day of cricket here at Canterbury anyway, so I'm not sure if that'll give those Kent supporters any particular consolation, but sky's brighter, so slightly nicer day out there at the moment to watch the cricket. Do I feel like I'm clutching at straws for you Kent supporters? I apologise. But let's hope it's one that doesn't live long in the memory for you. Derbyshire have been here before, and their fans will tell you. That's Reece bowls. He gets a bit of movement off the pitch, but Joey Everson is actually moving away from his off stump. So, Ben Compton moving away from the left-handed off stump. So he's just pushed into cover, and there's no run.
I'll be intrigued here to see. Obviously, Joey Everson's now batting with Ben Compton. How the order then looks after these two. Do you say to Harry Finch, right, go and bat kind of thing, captain, go up the order?
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he bats ahead of Ollie Curtis at this point. Harry Finch coming at 6 as Reece bowls to Compton. Again, it's nudging forward, end of the over, a wicket and a single off it. 21 for 3. Reece has 3 for 6. I'm about to update BBC Radio listeners across the south. It does very ground, doesn't it? Across the southeast. Look at us. With the latest position in Sussex have already won their game. The position here, and for Surrey playing Hampshire, it feels like I'm doing my homework on air here. Actually, they have Hampshire 96 for 5, so it's quite possible they might win that game. Oh, there we go.
Here you are. As I was about to speak.
It's my theme music. Bear with me, listeners. It's been a bad season, and this is a dreadful last game for Kent. And no doubt about it, this performance really poor. A really good Darbishire side. They've bowled and fielded brilliantly today and batted brilliantly on the first day and a half. But Kent are 21 for 3, batting for a second time. They're following on after being bowled out for 271. Creditable performances for Ben Dawkins with 61 and Ekant Singh for 71. They've both batted again and already gone for none and 4 respectively. Kent 21 for 3 in their second innings. Lewis Reece, the top wicket taker in Division 2, Derbyshire bowler, has taken all 3 to go so far. 5 for Jack Morley in Kent's first innings. Kent nowhere near getting anywhere near Derbyshire's total for their first innings. They're 408, trailing by 406 right now at 21 for 3. It's a question of if not when Kent will lose this game. It could even be today, with a day to spare at the end of the season. A real ignominious way to go out of their championship campaign for 2025. Elsewhere, much better news. Sunny side up for Sussex at Worcestershire. Made a bit heavy weather of beating Worcestershire, but they saved themselves from relegation yesterday, did Sussex, and won by 3 wickets. 63 for 7 they were in the end to win that game at New Road. And Surrey look like they might be closing in on victory. The championship will evade them this season, as Nottinghamshire have already wrapped that one up, but they have Hampshire 98 for 5, with Hampshire needing 83 more to win that game at the Utilita Bowl. Commentary on the 2 games remaining via the BBC Sport website and app. There's no way dressing up, is there? No. So I decided not to dress it up. It's been terrible. On that note, a man who's got a bigger smile on his face, Dave Fletcher, will join Molly Davis.
Yeah, Matt leaves as he runs away from the commentary box. As talking about running, in comes Aitchison, and that there is a leave from Joey Everson. Like I said, the rebuild having to happen here after 3 very quick wickets has been taken by Reece. And looking to take more here, Derbyshire, and as I'm here trying to make things in a more positive light for Kent, a job that isn't too difficult for Dave Fletcher to make things more positive for Derbyshire.
Well, I was going to come in and cheer Matt up a bit there, because he sounded a bit down. We've all been there, Matt, we've all been there.
And again, full and straight, Everson just defends that into the offside. Not much more he can do. I think that's fair to say.
Yes, Derbyshire looking at their third win of the season and securing third place.
Yeah.
Really good game developing at Lords when it rained. No chance of a good game against Glamorgan because of the rain. I suppose what might have been, they'll be stronger next season with Matt Montgomery signing from Nottinghamshire.
As that one is whipped away, and it might. No, it's not going to go all the way. Before runs in the end, he's whipped that off a shorter ball over the slip cordon, probably more to a backward point would be, and he's got 4 for it, Joey Everson. So a good shot to end the over. 29 for 3. He moves to 9. Compton's on 12. It's all happening.
And if reports are right, and I think they might be, Mohamed Abbas
There you go.
is coming next season, so that'll be very exciting. He's a very fine cricketer. Nothing official on that as we speak, but that's not going to stop me saying it, according to reports. Lewis Reece now has 48 wickets for the season, so he now has 48 wickets at 18, and he's top of the batting averages with an average of 64.3. It's not a one-man band, though. It might sound like it, but it isn't, believe me. Here he is, on his way into bowl to Compton. That's that attempted Yorker first ball that's kept out comfortably enough by the Kent opener. He won't bat again, of course. So he finishes with the average of... He is aided by 6 not-outs in the batting, because he, more often than not, earlier on in the season was batting down at 7. Interesting to see where they put him next year. As Reece comes in again and almost gets through Compton's defences, inside edge. Reece just with his hand on his head. It just feels like a wicket's going to fall nearly every ball, which is a really bad thing for Kent. But a really good thing for Derbyshire. 29 for 3. Thank you to Anthony from Heenet, who sent me a message, or us a message on Derbyshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Kent, he says, and they've already done it now. As in comes Reece again and bowls a little step down the track by Compton and then guides it down towards third man. A chase on here for Zach Chappell. They come back for 2 and Compton moves to 14. 31 for 3. Says as Kent get close to smashing through the psychological barrier of 400 runs required, I'm beginning to think we might get a result here. This has been, and that's how Derbyshire supporters think, of course. This has been a really enthralling season. Never would have imagined that we'd see so much to be positive about after last year. Certainly in red ball, no question. He's managed to get his son along to see all forms of cricket at the county ground, which is good news, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Compton when he came up to visit this summer, and the women's team too. He's been very impressed. Well, he said, I thought we were supposed to be completely useless. Yes, no, you're right. I won't read that bit out, but it's very kind of you to say so. And here's to next season, says Anthony from Heenet. Absolutely, Anthony. We'll all be back next season if we're spared. 31 for 3. Reece, his 5th delivery of the over, bowls, and it's driven back towards him by Compton, and he stops it in his follow through with his left hand. That's been quite a turnaround at whatever the bowl's called these days. You don't have to tell me what it's called. I just refuse to call it that. At Southampton, where Hampshire looked like they were going to win at the bowl.
The bowl. The utility bowl?
No, don't say it. Don't give them the oxygen of publicity. Here comes private company. In comes Reece and bowls. That's defended by Compton, and there is no run. Because it looked for all money as though Surrey were going to lose the final game of the season when they obviously heard that Notts had won the title, and now Hampshire could subside, and that could be disastrous, quite frankly. And I don't know the numbers, so I'm only guessing here, but if Hampshire lose and Yorkshire draw with Durham, Hampshire could come down, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants to go to the bowl next season. As much as I love Kevin James, I don't want to go there for 4 days. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's just all concrete and dust. It's horrible. Horrible.
A change of bowling then for Nackington Road End. It's going to be Zach Chappell to come on.
Whereas the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby is a beautiful place. That's just one for one of our listeners.
So Zach Chappell then, he bowled well at the front end of the day during Kent's first innings, was testing with the short ball towards Ekant Singh, and also again gave Ollie Curtis some questions to answer, looking probably to the same right now of Joey Everson as Chappell runs into bowl, and that one's good carry through as Everson leaves that alone as it goes into guest.
So I very rarely look at the First Division table for obvious reasons. There's almost no point. But looking at it, Hampshire, 142 points. If they lose, they won't get many. And then Yorkshire, 146, and below them Durham, 140. We could be going to Hampshire. That's only worse.
That's left alone again from Everson.
Only worse than going to Chelmsford. That's just an opinion, of course. It's not necessarily the opinion of the BBC. I'm not sure I could take 4 days with Don Topley. Telling me how rubbish the county championship is. And how everybody should just be playing T10 and earning £1 million a game.
But for now, Zach Chappell. As that's defended away into the offside.
You'll have to excuse me, Molly. It's the last day of term, it feels like here, and I know one of my bosses is terrified about the last day that I work, and he probably
this could be it.
Well, this could be it. Yeah, he probably has every right to be terrified.
Yeah, it's like last day of term. We don't really do much work.
I've brought my own games.
As that's
sharp.
Yeah, hit hard, very well by Joey Everson on the offside of the back foot. And he split the field and he's got 4 for it. Again, it was a sort of a flare of the bat and a flick as he's gone through with that. Classy looking shot by a classy player. And obviously, a positive for Kent. It's a boundary.
I just need to say that nobody need fear anything. I just received a similar message. No, it won't be this one. It won't be this one. No. I've still got bills to pay.
Fair enough. Come back to Kent next year.
Yes, no, looking forward to coming back to Canterbury already.
As that again has been driven up to mid-off for no run. Well, you know where to your dining options you have now.
Yeah, no, thanks to you. Yeah, we found a very nice dining establishment. They send receipts on your phone.
It's clever, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I've no idea how that happens. Well, you have to put your phone number in, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't know what your phone number was, but I've got 2 receipts on my phone.
There you go. So when you come back next year, you can have the same thing. That's why you know what to order.
But I'm not sure I can access it.
Zach Chappell. That's a great delivery. It's put Joey Everson on the floor, but it wasn't a short ball. It was pitched up, swinging away. It's missed everything as it comes into guess his gloves, and Joey Everson just sits on the floor temporarily, contemplating some choices, I think. But he's up now. He's all okay. Well, that was interesting, because you would assume it would have been a short ball that might have toppled Joey Everson over, but it wasn't. Just a full delivery moving away has baffled him. So it's still going to be Reece, it is, to bowl from the pavilion end here. Probably, obviously Derbyshire, it's all Derbyshire, isn't it? But you want...
I think so.
Yeah, one more wicket before you go in?
Before tea? What we got? Six overs, yeah? 2 more.
We're all getting a bit giddy on potentially the last day of term.
Oh, this is going to be the last day, I'm sure. Reece bowls, clipped nicely into the leg side by Compton, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Jack Morley's giving chase, and around the boundary comes Amrit Basra. They're going to come back for 3 runs, though. That was a nice shot. Just 2 straight, really, from Lewis Reece. Yeah. And clipped away by Compton. He moves to 17. It's 38 for 3. The deficit is 389 now. Well, I say they send you message. They send you. I don't seem to have got yesterday's, but I would have had to have eaten anyway. I'm all right. I can cope. Next delivery is left alone by Joey Everson outside the off stump. Kept a bit low as it went through to Brooke Guest. 3 slips. They are. Ben Aitchison, Wayne Madsen and Martin Anderson. Amrit Basra is just stretching out his left hamstring at point. Jack Morley is at extra cover with Anuj Dal at mid-off. Harry Kame at mid-on. And Aaron Donald at mid-wicket. And at deep backward square leg, it's Zach Chappell as in comes Reece and bowls, and that is smashed away out to the cover boundary for 4 by Everson. That is a glorious shot. That's probably the shot of the day. He moves on to 17. It's 42 for 3. Some defiance here from Kent, which is good to see. It may not ultimately prove to be particularly fruitful, but it's good to see.
What I was saying to Matt actually earlier, that if it was me to advise, it would just be the fact that show some character, play some shots, exactly. Show them what you're about.
Yeah.
And Joey Everson seems to be moving in that direction.
17 off 15 deliveries now for Joey Everson. Ben Compton 17 off 27, which by his standards is quite rapid as well. And in comes Reece and bowls to Everson, who defends this one up to Anuj Dal, who is lurking at mid-off. So Hampshire 105 for 6th now. They've lost a 6th wicket. What on earth is going on at the bowl? They need 76 more runs and running out of batters. I did see a quote from Kevin James saying, "Oh, it didn't look like this would be easy." I mean, it's very easy to say it when you're 5 down, but as Reece is on his way in, good old Kev. Oh dear, that's got to be a wide, hasn't it? It isn't a wide. I mean, it would have been a wide in any other form of cricket, but it was a long, long way away from the off stump on its way through to Brooke Guest. Nottinghamshire will they just need another 14 runs to wrap up victory over Warwickshire and celebrate their title win in style.
Maybe it's for myself a naivety of not playing 4-day cricket, but the concept yesterday of Nottinghamshire winning the title off a bonus point, obviously, and then having to carry on playing cricket like...
Yes, there is that, I suppose. This is pushed out into the offside. Yeah, there was the inglorious sight of a tweet, all in capital letters, from somebody at Knots are champion. Yeah, all right, calm down, everybody. It's only temporary. Glamorgan have taken a 110-run lead against Lancashire. Now they're 219 for 8 in the second innings. Northamptonshire, they've been set 501 by Leicestershire. I think going to get them. They're 64 for 2 at Wantage Road as their travails in the red ball continue. They of course got to finals day in T20. And Gloucestershire are 20 for 1 following on against Middlesex at Lords. They still trail by 328, and that match there is the reason why Darbishire have to beat Kent to finish in 3rd place in the County Championship, 2nd Division. Say that bit quickly.
Zach Chappell then. And that's clipped off the legs of Joey Everson, and we'll go all the way for 4. A good looking shot there. as it was in the air a little bit, but there was no fielder in danger of catching that or stopping it. So yeah, Everson seems to be... I say Everson, that's Ben Compton, I do apologise. This is left-handed Ben Compton. He's clipped that off of his legs for 4.
He's rattling along.
About to say, he's joining the charge.
Yeah, he's rattling. His strike rate is 75.
It's outstanding.
It's never been heard of.
Never.
There is a game at Chelmsford as well, but it's of little consequence. So Somerset lead by 55, 3 down, second innings. Nobody really cares.
Chapel bowls, and that's a shout for a caught behind, but it's definitely pad. It's a good diving take there on the leg side from Guest. But again, just a dot ball, not troubling anyone. But yeah, just yesterday watching the clip of Nottingham. Obviously, it's how it goes in 4-day cricket. You can win on a bonus point, and that's it. You still got to play cricket, but it was a celebration of the bench and the hugging, and then we ought to sit back down to watch the remainder of the game.
I think there was a photograph of Peter Moores that was on social media.
As that's left alone theatrically from Compton.
Who is obviously the Notts head coach, who's just won the title. It was a brilliant achievement with 3 different counties, which has never been done before. On one side of him was Matt Montgomery, who was already signed for Derbyshire for next season. And on the other side was Mohammed Abbas, who is being heavily linked with a move to Derbyshire next season. So that was quite nice to see the First Division title being celebrated by a couple of players who may potentially be at the Central Co-op County Ground next year.
You never know. You never know.
One definitely will.
Yeah. Half will. Chapel then has a good looking delivery that comes into Compton slightly, but he defends it up to Zach Chapel again. So again, good comeback after the 4. A few overs till tea now, so I'm pretty confident that Darbishire are going to want one more before they go in. If it could be Bent Compton, then they're going to be feeling very keen for that last session of day 3, aren't they? But we'll have to wait and see. As that one's defended away again by Compton in his very unique style of how he plays. It's where he probably feels most comfortable. Obviously, we were speaking earlier about the growth of Everson as well and development that he's had over the last few years, so exposure like this will be good for him. More importantly, right now, it's all Derbyshire. So, last ball in the over. Chapel's the top of his run. Comes into Compton, and that one is just pressed on to the onside. No run, end of the over. 46 for 3.
Yeah, they would clearly like another one before tea. They've only got 4 overs now until we break for the tea interval. But they would dearly love another wicket here, Derbyshire, and as a result, I think Lewis Reece is going to bowl his 7th over. 3 for 15 his figures at the moment. He tends not to come back. He didn't come back in the first innings, I don't think.
No, I think he came back with a new ball, but that was it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's done plenty of work in this match already, of course. He's got 48 wickets for the season. 2 more for 50. Brilliant maths from me. And then he would have over 500 runs and 50 wickets, which is not bad at all in a reasonably short county championship campaign now, regardless of how many times you hear that players play too much. This is only his 11th match. He did miss 3 as well through injury, so
I think his body's quite looking forward to having a break after the game.
He's in to bowl to Everson, who defends the first ball straight back towards him. There are 2 slips and it's 3 slips. It's first, second and fourth, really. I don't like that gap. And everybody else is where they were before.
So, suggesting playfully, is it Ben Aitchison's sister is playing in the rugby tomorrow? So I'm sure he'll be, jestfully suggesting, let's go, boys.
I'm sure he'll want to see it. Why would you not?
Yeah.
He's at first slip as Reece is in, and that one is guided down to third man. A chase hit for Basra, that rocking style of running we're starting to get to know from Amrit Basra. They come back for a couple.
Yeah, you never know. I think if that was me, I'd be, lightly suggesting it'd be nice,
Yeah, come on, boys.
to get done today. Day out at Twickenham, isn't it, tomorrow?
Yes, 4 o'clock start for
Yeah.
Holly Aitchison and the rest of the England girls against Canada. They've won so many games in a row that something like 40 odd.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Pushed by France, I thought, in the semi-final, but that's a delivery on leg stump from Lewis Reece that's turned into the leg side by Everson, and there's no run picked up by an Aaron Donald.
No, you've seen so much, haven't you, in women's sport, the effect of a big World Cup or Euros or event happening in this country is hosted, and we do well, and yeah, it's just it's good. It's good for the support of the sport. It's good for uptake, especially generally in women and girls. So it's always nice to host, and especially win.
Around the wicket goes Reece, bowls to Everson, who gets that one off an edge. Down there's a chance of a run out. Is there possibly set off for a single there, Everson, and was sent back by Compton. I think he probably was back. The throw from Basra missed anyway, but like so many rugby tournaments, and it's happened in men's tournaments, there are just too many lopsided games early on, really. But you have to include everybody, otherwise they'll never improve. Take note, cricket. In comes Reece around the wicket, bowls to Everson. That's pushed out into the offside. It's fielded by the 5-wicket man in the first innings, Jack Morley. 5 for 99 he took.
Will you be having an eye on the rugby then tomorrow? Well, see around. If the cricket's still on, will you be?
Oh yeah, I've got an eye on all sorts of things tomorrow. Yes, the rugby. I've been watching a few games of that when I've had the opportunity. If it's all over here, I hope to be at the Pirelli Stadium to watch Burton Albion as Reece is in. That's just defended by Everson as it was about to crash into his pad in front of the stumps, which is why there was a cry of anguish from Lewis Reece, who finishes his 7th over. 3 for 17 his figures now. Kent 48 for 3. Following on, we have 3 overs left until tea, and they still trail by 379, which is not quite 4 sessions worth of runs, but it's not far off, and it basically means that the only way that Kent can get out of this mess is to bat until around about 5 o'clock tomorrow.
It's somewhat of a tall ask, isn't it?
I think so, yes, but that's not for me to say. They've got 7 wickets left, but these two are showing a bit of fight, which is good to see.
I think it's important to say that Kent could play for the draw. It's not impossible. We're not exactly 7 down, and we're, with the 3 wickets left, we still have 7 left. And at the moment, Ben Compton is one of them, and so is Joey Everson. So you never know, Kent fans. They may be happy to stick this out. We'll see as Chappell's into bowl, and that's a very good leave. It would have clattered into 4th stump if there was one, but it's come back a lot. I think that's probably come back more than Ben Compton was expecting. He's a good lever of the ball, Ben Compton. He's very much a good example of he knows where his stumps is, or are, I should say.
He's a good cricketer.
Yeah.
No question about it. And they've got some really good cricketers here. They just need more experience, don't they? That's the key.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. That one is off the pad, a bit of bat and pad down to fine, and they get a 1. We'll see what the umpire's going to signal. Yeah, leg bites. So chunky bit of pad, and they'll take the 1 in the end. So that brings Joey Everson onto strike now.
I was trying to see who the slip cordon was talking to. It's Yusuf bin Naeem, the substitute. He was all muffled up against the cold. He's got his bobble hat on and his big jacket.
I can appreciate the bobble hat.
No, it's perfect. The weather down here is glorious.
It's pretty cold. That's defended to Everson confidently as he holds the pose back to Zach Chappell, almost to say, yep, it's not beating me.
Nottinghamshire have beaten Warwickshire by 10 wickets to celebrate their title win. A 10-wicket victory for Nottinghamshire over Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. Well done to them.
So, be a nice day for them, won't it?
Yeah. It's quite early to start celebrating.
And that again is pitched up and straight, attacking them stumps, but Everson's in behind it. Obviously, it's a home game as well, isn't it, for them? So nice to celebrate at home with the fans.
Absolutely. Thank you to Terry for his email. Better season this year. Been to a few games and listened to your observations, he says. Thank you, Terry. Good to have you with us.
And that one is defended into the offside, and Chappell takes a bit of a tumble. He looks okay. Does he usually have a little tumble when he bowls?
He can do, yeah. Yeah, he can do.
He's got up tentatively, but he's all okay. Top ball though. He's a tall man as well, isn't he?
Oh, he's a big unit. is Zach? Yeah, he's a very large human being indeed. He'll enjoy his time off, I've no doubt.
Have you got any multi-talented athletes in the squad that you know of? Obviously we speak about hockey, didn't we? Yeah.
Just waiting for one talent to be alright.
And that's worked off the hips and the legs of Everson, and he'll get 4 for it. It's gone very fine. Nothing that I think Morley could do down there to cut it off in the end, so 4 for him, and that brings up Kent's 50 with a round of applause from the crowd that is still here and being patient and enjoying the cricket.
I'm sure we heard from somebody on the email yesterday saying they were going to be here on Saturday, so they'll have their fingers crossed that Kent can cling on.
Yeah.
What's going to happen here? Well, 2 helmets are being brought out, fielding pads. That should slow things down nicely.
And who's gone off?
Wayne Madsen has gone off. Might be his age. 53 for 3.
He's done quite a lot in the game, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Sure, he can. Yeah.
He's as fit as any of the players out there. But when you get to a certain age, if tea's delayed, you've got to go. Jack Morley's going to come on to replace Lewis Reece. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 17. Reece's figures. Jack Morley 5 for 99 in the first innings, including the first 3 wickets to fall. We didn't all get. I got excited that he might take all 10 until Zach Chappell popped up to get rid of Ben Dawkins. Then Morley got Curtis, and then Morley got Singh for his 5-wicket haul.
And as we say that, Morley's bowling to Ben Compton, whose wicket he claimed last night.
With a terrific delivery, you're absolutely right. Yes, good spot. Good spot.
So you definitely think this is a tactic here before tea, get Morley on, ask some questions of...
Isn't he going to have 1 over?
Yeah. Of Compton, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
This will be interesting here.
Compton on 21. Morley just has a couple of practice deliveries towards Anuj Dal. Bin Naeem is on. He's at cover in place of Wayne Madsen. He won't be off. He won't stay off the field for long.
Wants to get tea first.
Yes, Morley is in a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. The first ball's turned into the leg side, where it's fielded by Harry Kane. We've gone to tea at Northampton with the home side 67 for 2, 434 more runs required to win. Good luck. Morley bowls to Compton, who just helps this around the corner down towards Basra. They go through for a single, which means the right-handed Everson will be on strike. He's on 23. Tea at Cardiff as well. Glamorgan leading Lancashire by 117. Good effort. Looks like a really good game, that. 226 for 8. Glamorgan. Lancashire will still be favourites, but they're going to have to stay in the Welsh capital on a Friday night. Oh dear, oh dear. As this next one, almost. It looked like it was going to keep low, and he's done well to keep it out. Everson pushes it up towards Bin Naeem.
It's a good ball, that.
Yeah.
I could have snuck under the bat as well.
3 to go, and then another over after that, and then we'll be at tea. That one's a full delivery that's dug out by Everson, collected by Donald, coming around from leg slip.
He's bowling well here, Morley, again, asking questions early on.
He's found a bit of form again in the last couple of weeks of the season, which is nice. He's in now and bowls, and that one is guided into the offside. Looks like Martin Anderson doing the fielding there. A backward point it is. Hobbles back into position. Hasn't missed many games, Anderson.
Yeah.
In fact, he's missed just one. And comes Morley again, and that one is driven out towards Basra in the covers, and the over comes to an end. 2 runs from it, 1 over to go until tea. And Kent are 55 for 3 in their second innings, following on, still 372 behind.
You'd think it's going to be Zach Chappell to bowl. Is it one more before tea, were you saying? Yeah. Last one before tea, and it is. His sweater comes off.
Once his cap comes off, he's easy to spot, Zach, isn't he?
Slightly.
Finest haircut in the Darbishire squad.
Yeah, you think, obviously, ideally for Derbyshire, 1 wicket here, but even if they go in now and it's still 3 down, the next session is the big one when I think they can really jump on it, as they did so well yesterday.
7 wickets in a session's a lot, though, isn't it?
It is. Chappell's in, and that's defended. But the flip side is, if you look at it from a Kent perspective, 7 wickets in a session is a lot, and you've still got Harry Finch, and there is still experience in that lineup. But if you look at it from a Derbyshire perspective, you've still got Ollie Curtis, you've still got Corey Flintoff. So,
and they have taken 7 wickets in this afternoon session.
So
there's still hope.
It's all to play for. Zach Chappell again, pitched up at the stumps, just defended away.
It's also the extra half hour, or the potential of it, but I mean at this time of the year, the fact that they won't finish at 5:30, it'll be close to 6, to then go through till 6:30 when I think it's pretty much lights out at 6:45, isn't it? So I don't think the extra half hour is going to do them any favours. It will have to be 32 overs.
As that one there is squirted off the splice of the bat from Everson, and it will go for 4 in the end. It's on the ground, wasn't a chance of a catch, but he's not where he's intended to play that, is it?
No. Is Canterbury lively on a Friday night?
It can be.
Trying to avoid those bits then.
Definitely stay on the outskirts of town.
Yeah, we're already to the over rate is 3 in the wrong way. So -3. I think that says -3. I can't really read it from here.
I think we've learnt not to ask me today how to read the scoreboard.
That number's so small.
Is it in the air?
Oh!
And it's been dropped at mid-wicket. Or a very wide mid-wicket, probably more near a square leg. Is it Basra?
Yeah.
Yeah, Basra's dropped a tough chant over his head as it's flicked off the legs there of Joey Everson. It's gone high, but he's got there, which is a disappointing thing from Darbishire. He's got a hand to it, but he couldn't keep hold of it. He's definitely safe 4, but that would have been their 4th. And that would have made him feel very confident going into the last session of the day. But Joey Everson's offered a chance here, which is what Derbyshire wanted. Good bit of bowling by Zach Chappell. So he's got 2 balls left here, as this time he bowls to Compton. And that is worked off of the legs very nicely. They might come back for 2, and they don't. And it's very well fielded, a sliding effort. Makes them think twice. Unlucky they're not to keep hold of that catch.
It was a really good effort, I thought, because he was leaping in the air. He got both hands to it. That's the bit where he would have thought, well, if it was a one-handed, at full stretch, but he got both hands to it. So he's wandering around with his hands on his hips at the moment, Amrit Basra. He would probably expect it. I mean, I haven't seen enough of him, really, but you would say he's a good fielder.
Yeah, indeed. As that one is very cautiously defended away by Joey Everson, and that should be the call of tea, and it is. So Kent end up their second innings at tea at 61 for 3. Everson's on 29, Compton's on 23. Darbishire's day all over today, and they'll be fairly happy walking in now.
They will. They'll probably. I mean, that 4th wicket would have been ideal, wouldn't it, for Derbyshire? But it wasn't to be. So they'll just have to make sure they get one early in the evening session. They need 7 wickets to win the game. They got 7 wickets between lunch and tea. I wonder if they can replicate that. Then they will win this in 3 days. If not, there's tomorrow as well, and the deficit's still 366. So still that prospect that. To save the game, Kent are going to have to bat until 5 o'clock tomorrow. So Derbyshire remain very, very, very firm favourites. We'll take a short break and we will return in 20 minutes' time as the batters Everson and Compton, 29 and 23 respectively, leave the field, followed by the Darbishire fielders.
Welcome back. Final session of maybe the match, but certainly of day 3 here. Kent against Derbyshire. Kent 61 for 3. Theoretically 366 runs behind. Well, they are 366 runs behind, but trying to bat out a draw in the remaining 4 sessions of the match. Darbishire need just 7 more wickets. Took 3 quick ones just before the tea interval. Dawkins, Denley and Singh all gone for single figures. The bowling of Reece. I'm Matt Cole. I'll be joined by Dave Fletcher very shortly. Molly Davis as well with us. Kent cricketer herself. And the wicket comes. Anuj Dal to start the evening session, 32 overs, maybe more if Darbishire have Kent in a position where looks like the visitors might wrap up the victory in 3 days. So Dahl now to bowl to Ben Compton outside the off stump. It's a puff of dust as Brooke Guest tries to take that one cleanly. Difficult take, he's standing up to the stumps. Everson 29, Compton 23. Kent following on here against Derbyshire's 698 for 6. So a theoretical follow-on target was never going to be reached, and they were way off, finishing 271 all out in their first innings. So Darbishire trying to press the advantage here that Louis Reece has bowled them into, taking 3 wickets, the opening 3 wickets of this innings. 3 down for 61. Kent trying to get some pride back perhaps in the last session here and take it into tomorrow at least.
Small victories, but you're right. I think that's what they have to be aiming to do, isn't it? Let's take this into tomorrow. Derbyshire want to finish. They want to go out and celebrate tonight.
Yeah.
Let's make sure they don't. Oh, not as much as they perhaps would have done.
I'm sure they'll be pleased with their season's work. Good finish in the county championship, even if it fell just slightly short of promotion, but it's cut away. It's a flashing play by Ben Compton. It's a good looking shot from the left-hander as well. He goes on to 27. Updating BBC listeners across the south. Ian Kent showing some fight in this game at least. 65 for 3 they are with Joey Everson 29, Ben Compton 27. They're batting for a second time today, Kent, having followed on after Derbyshire's 698 for 6 declared yesterday. Bowled out for 271 today. Kent with a 61 for Ben Dawkins, 71 for Ekhanch Singh, and then 3 quick wickets falling. Dawkins and Singh and Jaden Denley going again for none, 4 and 4 respectively. 61 for 3 at tea then, Kent. 65 for 3 here. They're still 362 behind Darbishire. Their only chance of drawing this match is to bat out the remainder of this session, 1 full session effectively, and then 3 sessions tomorrow. A tall order against the Derbyshire side have shown to be absolutely ruthless, both with bat and ball in this game, and have bossed it throughout the 3 days so far. Elsewhere, better news for Sussex. A win for them at Worcestershire. It was a bit sketchy towards the end there, 63 for 7, but they got the job done to win by 3 wickets at New Road. They'd already confirmed their survival in County Championship Division 1 yesterday with the 350 they got in their first innings, and Surrey are trying to wrap up victory against Hampshire. They may well do that as well. Hampshire 129 for 8 now. Surrey needing just 2 more wickets. Hampshire needing 52 runs to win at Southampton. That's the scorecards from our games. 2 of them still remaining, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And here, is this a light check?
Yes, I think it is.
From the umpires. I suddenly thought I looked up and maybe I missed a wicket. But
they wanted to bring Zach Chappell on, I believe. And Jack Morley's been summoned. or has he? Oh, there's a trousers down moment for an Aaron Donald, and it is indeed Jack Morley. I think it's Jack Morley. Oh, it's Harry Kane who's been summoned.
I was going to say, any chance they might go off take them off for a rest, but we've only just come out after tea, haven't we? So, but possibility, I suppose, with a whole day tomorrow. If they think bad light's going to be an issue, maybe they might bowl some spin now, and if it's not successful, perhaps have a bit of feet up. Don't know. 65 for 3.
Yeah, there's
options available anyway.
Got 362 runs to play with. I don't think it's going to be much of an issue, is it?
No, absolutely.
I wouldn't have thought. I mean, who knows? We could be sitting here this time tomorrow saying, "Well, if they'd have stayed on last night."
Maybe so. The big news, obviously, of that sweep of the southeast teams there, Dave, is that looks like Surrey might be another wicket towards beating Hampshire. And
but what on earth are they doing?
Hard to tell.
Just can't rely on Hampshire at all, can you? Well, send a message to Kevin James if they are relegated. Bad light at.
It'd be great to see Kevin at any time, I have to say. But, but yeah,
especially in the second division, that would be quite humorous. But Harry Kane begins an over from the Nackington Road end. The ball thuds into the pads of Joey Everson.
Dare I say, I mean, I had a whole rant, didn't I, yesterday, and to no one's great benefit.
Which rant was that?
The one about the possible restructuring again of the county championship.
Kane bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-on by Everson, but there is no run. It's fielded there by Aitchison. But
while I was being negative about the alternatives, the positives of and notwithstanding your slight dislike of the facilities at Hedge End.
Yeah. One's just in the middle of nowhere, turned into the lakeside. I mean, it's a perfectly adequate place, but you're at the wrong end for the interviews. You've got to go out, come in.
True. Got knocked out there a couple of times, had to walk around the road. But apart from that, the point being that this possible relegation for Hampshire, has come out of almost nowhere with 2 days left of the season.
Remarkable.
That's a wonderful thing, isn't it? Not something that we should be.
It absolutely is.
Rather than absolutely securing the bigger team's status in the top division.
They would have been in one of the 2 Division 1s, and they certainly wouldn't have been in the 1 Division 2. And they wouldn't have been relegated, of course, because there wouldn't have been any relegation.
No.
Kane gives that one a bit of air, and it's pushed into the offside by Everson, fielded by Guest.
But starting this round of fixtures, I think I'm right in saying 5 teams could possibly have gone down along with Worcestershire. And you got a situation here, it looked like it after Worcestershire relegated.
This one is driven by Everson, gets his hands to it, Harry Kane, perhaps wishes he hadn't, takes the pace out of it.
It looks certain that it will be either Durham or Yorkshire in a shootout, and now drama at the bowl.
The whole complexion changes of that game at Headingley, doesn't it? If Hampshire lose, this one is turned into the leg side by Everson, almost into the shins of short leg. A maiden over from Harry Kane, 1 over 1 maiden, nicely done. And I think we are going to see Jack Morley bowling from the end, at which he took 5 wickets earlier. That makes more sense, really. He got into a little bit of a groove.
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? 10 past 4, and already they don't feel the light is quite good enough. But
it's a lot earlier than yesterday, isn't it?
It is a lot earlier. Yeah. So you're thinking Durham, Yorkshire at Headingley could be what was that? Was it the '82 World Cup? Germany, Austria.
Yes, that knocked Algeria out.
Yeah, that's right. Because it was a group stage before the semi-finals or something like that, and they ended up just passing the ball to each other.
3-team groups, and certainly that was the reason why every single group now finishes with simultaneous matches. Yeah.
So there we go. Could be replicating that tomorrow at Headingley.
It'll just be one will be bowling, the other one will be patting it back.
Could well be, but there we go.
That'll pack them in, won't it?
Otherwise, drama certainly.
Because Yorkshire could be cruel and go and beat.
Well, absolutely. Professional cricketers and all that. Morley to Compton. He swept that the left-hander. It'll go behind square. Basra fields the ball. Compton on to 28. 29 from Everson. So the crowd have been very quiet, understandably. Almost all Kent supporters. But some encouragement for the bowler from Derbyshire fielders. Back foot is Joey Everson, plays it out to mid-off. And there is no run. So Everson 29, Compton 28. And this game is still just about alive, but Derbyshire are looking to extinguish any hope for Kent in this final session of day 3. And as you were saying, Dave, it could be 29 overs, it could be additional overs if it's deemed that Derbyshire are close enough to victory at that point. But Everson, back foot himself, just levers it out on the ground towards Basra, and single taken. So 2 off the over so far. Great to hear from you, Keith. A Norwich Spitfire, he signs himself.
Yeah.
He says, deja vu all over again. I think I might know where this email is going, Keith. It's a bottom edge, I think, from Joey Everson. It's beaten wicketkeeper and slips. Big shout from Jack Morley, and they take us. It's by, so it's missed absolutely everything. So it's spun past Joey Everson's. Is it just the single? Sorry, from Ben Compton's leg stump, and that'll be it'll be a bye. So Everson on strike now. We'll get to the end of the over, and I'll go through your email, Keith. Looks like an entertaining one. Flatter delivery. It's gone for the toe end of Joey Everson's bat. He's gone for an absolute, a blacksmith agricultural shot into mid-wicket, and it's ended up more or less at slip off the toe end.
A mow.
Yeah, absolute mow. 68 for 3 at the end of that over. So Keith saying, we can really top the Championship Division 2 in mid-April. Was it all a dream? He said. Since then, 6 draws, 6 defeats. No more good enough apart from the senior players, apart from Compton and Stewart. He said it should be an embarrassing awards next week. But talking about the bowling deficiencies as well. I won't say what he said about Derby. An average Derby side, a third in this division. Keith, rack up nearly 700. Barely saw a ball seam or swing.
Come on, son.
There we go.
This is the best Derbyshire side for 3 years at least.
I was going to say, yeah. But hope in as he says, in the form of the teenage players, but need to improve quickly. Get Darren Stevens in the coaching setup. Well, I can give you good news on that, Keith. Darren Stevens was on the ground coaching this morning, so there we go, the great man.
Harry Kane begins a new over from the Nackington Road end. He gets one to turn, and Compton really does have to reach for that. Turn it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. He gets a single, moves to 29. I've got the table with the...
Could still do a job, Darren Stevens, I'm sure. But
oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's been a while since I opened that can of worms, but there we go.
Yeah, bring him back.
Still playing in the Kent Premier League.
Andre Strauss wouldn't like it, though. This game is in. Bowls to Everson, who sweeps and has swept for 4. Just backward of square on the leg side. I tell you how dark it is now. Neither of the two fielders, Morley or Basra, saw that ball. It was all the way along the floor. It's a 50 partnership between Compton and Everson, but they didn't see it, and that's always a concern. That's something that the umpires will take into consideration, and it's out of the players' hands these days, of course, as it should be, as to whether we stay on or go off. And no overs can be added tomorrow, no matter how many we lose tonight, as if we needed more overs tomorrow. This next delivery from Kane is just turned into the leg side for a single, and Everson moved to 35, 74 for 3. So at the moment Durham would have 144 points. This is before points for draws and wins are added in. Hampshire 145, Yorkshire 152. Now, basically what that means, as far as I can ascertain, is this next one is guided into the offside and there is no run, is that Hampshire will be desperate to win, because if they lose, they will get no further points to that, and then they're in danger of going down if Durham and Yorkshire draw. I think the bonus points are done and dusted at Headingley as well. That one is cut away nicely by Compton out towards Basra for a single. Compton moves to 30. 7 runs off the over so far with 1 ball to go, but they can only use the 2 spinners, and one of the 2 spinners is a very occasional spinner in Harry Kame, bowling his second over of the innings, having bowled 8 overs in the first innings and 1 in the previous 13 matches. And he comes, and that one is a cut, but he didn't really time it, and it goes straight to Martin Anderson, who was feeling extra covered. The over comes to an end with Kent on 75 for 3, 28 overs to go, deficit 352.
Looking at the over.
Oh, they've lost a 9th wicket. What are they doing?
I think they're losing, is what they're doing.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Looking at overhead conditions, it might be worth Derbyshire staying out there anyway, because there are just patches of blue sky, aren't there? Get a break out there, maybe the light will improve enough for the umpires to allow the quicks to bowl, but having said that, Jack Morley took 5 in the first innings, didn't he? So
turn the brightness on the floodlights on. They are very bright.
It's, as you were saying earlier on, that the actually in the first session, the excuse me.
No, there we go. It's Jack Morley to continue from the. I don't know what I was saying in the first session. Jack Morley to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Compton, almost yorks him. Nearly sneaked it underneath his bat.
My apologies. There we are.
No.
The floodlights glinting off the reflection off the back of the bats, the stickers on the back of the bats.
Yes. It might have even been Joey Everson first time round.
Yeah. Morley bowls to Compton, flick of the wrists. It's worked down behind square. Emmerich Basra fields again at that backward square position, and they'll take a single. 35 for Everson, 31 for Compton now on this. These two came together at 20 for 3, so it is a 56 partnership now that they have built. To be patient, try and dig in here, but around the wicket comes Morley. On the back foot is Everson. Basra in action again on the same side, but this is a right-hander on the left-hander. They take a quick 2, decent running, good throw in as well actually, straight to the wicket keeper. But not to run out, so 2 runs there. Efficient cricket all round. I suppose from a Derbyshire point of view, and looking at the Kent batting lineup, the top 3 have all gone, albeit they a young team. This is Everson just nudging this into the offside, and there'll be a single to point. 79 for 3. But after these 2 for Kent, you look at the experience that's there, and it really only comes from Harry Finch and Grant Stewart in terms of batters or all-rounders. Ollie Curtis and Corey Flint obviously very young, and Parkinson and Cohen then the bowlers, and so they might think, 1 more, maybe 2 more wickets here at Darbishire, and it could fold very quickly for Kent. Morley to Compton, who dances down the pitch and helps it up to mid-on. There's no run. Aitchison throws it back to Morley. Oh yeah, he did take 5 in the first innings. See, rocking back nearly onto his stumps there, Ben Compton, and there's a leg glance, and he gets himself 4. I think he played it so late there, Jack Morley, and his teammates were very excited by it, but Compton gets himself a boundary. He's on to 35, Everson on 38, 83 for 3, Kent. Just the 344 to make for parity. But thanks for your email, Keith. And if I don't get a chance to say it, thank you for everybody contributing during the season.
Absolutely.
on various forms of social media and emails and all that stuff. It's been great to hear from you, and more widely, obviously, you might not be one of those people. It seems more and more everybody's interaction is demanded of people, isn't it? Tell us, get in touch. Maybe just sitting at home, enjoying or tolerating the commentary. And if you are, then you are warmly welcome. Thanks for your company this season as well.
Yeah, nodding off.
Yeah. Yeah, it works for me when I'm listening to everyone else's commentaries.
It's pretty much what I'd be doing if I was at home now. Just grab a quick kip before going to bed. Harry Kane begins a new over. First ball clipped into the leg side by Everson. Picks up a single. Moves to 39. 84 for 3. Good start in the Ryder Cup, eh? Excellent work by the European team. 3-0 up. And the match on course is all square. It'll be over by tea time tomorrow. In comes Kane and bowls. One is played nicely out towards Amrit Basra on the cover boundary by Compton. He moves to 36. 85 for 3 now. That's Sunday taken care of quite nicely from midday, I think. Golf on the radio is just almost as good as cricket on the radio. In comes Cabe again and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Everson. It sort of shouldn't work, but it does. Helped by some very fine commentators, of course, as this next one. That's golf, not cricket. Turned into the leg side by Everson for a single. He moves on to 40, 86 for 3. Not a lot happening here for Derbyshire's bowlers. In the gloom, Wayne Madson's hands are effectively tied, unless he bowls himself or Ben Aitchison bowls some of his off-spin. I don't think he got a wicket at Northampton with his off-spin. As came around the wicket, bowling to Compton, who cuts, and straight to Jack Morley, who'd just been placed there. So that's an excellent piece of captaincy from Wayne Madison, who still has his hands on his head, as he so often does. Or seems to, at least. Next one, Compton pushes straight back to Harry Kane. And the over comes to an end. A nice tidy over from Harry Kane. 3 overs for 10 he's bowled in this spell. Are your eyes, I know you're also a spectacles wearer, the over rate, does it say +2 or does it say -2? I think it says plus, you know.
I think it does as well.
Yeah, but I genuinely can't.
My far sight's not bad, but there we go, I'll reach for the super powered.
Well, I've got binoculars in the car, that's no good. Are we going for the big glasses?
Go. Yeah.
There we go. It's got lights on.
Actually, it's still hard to tell.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, my far sight with the glasses on is pretty good, but I can't. Yeah. I think it's plus. It looks too big for a minus. Anyway.
I'll keep these on. I can see and everything. Morley. It's Everson pushes it back to him, and 2 slips behind Everson has 40. Compton has 36, and Morley to Everson again, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. Our drive show apparently got an anonymous text who wasn't not sure if they're listening to the commentary, but definitely not pleased with what's going on with Kent, to paraphrase, and Morley into the offside, and there's a single run for Everson. But if you are listening, there's a phrase in the middle. No explanations given except for injury crisis, but we all know there's much more going on than that.
Yeah.
If I've no idea what that might be, but So I can't put a name to that, but Morley over the wicket to Compton, and it's driven into the onside, and there is no run. It's unfortunately the nature. This is not going to help. I think I'm just a red rag to the ball to our correspondent, but this is the nature of professional sport, and the brutal bit of professional sport. As Compton hacks at this one outside off stump, and maybe bat and pad. Actually, probably impact's going to be outside anyway. Is that if these things carry on, people pay with their jobs?
Yeah.
Bowlers, batters don't get picked again. Perhaps the coaches are responsible for coaching them and selecting them. As Morley bowls to Compton into the onside, and there's no run. That's not saying in any way, I hope you take my meaning, that I'm suggesting anyone should be.
Well, that's just what happens in sport.
But if you're saying there's more to it than that, well, this is not a conspiracy where these players are just going to play whatever they do, or these coaches are going to coach whatever they do. That's the way that sport works. Unfortunately, the other thing I would say that maybe some supporters, and this goes in clubs in general, who've had heydays in the past, and Kent fantastic in the 70s, and they've had great seasons since then. They won the T20 Blast as recently as 21, and the One Day Cup as recently as 2022. Is that Kent are no longer one of the big counties when it comes to finances.
Harry Kane begins a new over. He's been swept by Joey Everson for 4. Nice shot by Everson, moves to 45. Kent to 91 for 3.
Or if they ever were, indeed, that the playing field was more level, maybe in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and even the early 2000s. But Kent found themselves now in a position where they cannot afford, certainly can't afford the largesse of a county like Surrey, or Nottinghamshire, or Warwickshire. So you have to do what you can with your budget. So I don't know if that helps at all, but probably not.
This one's swept into the leg side again by Everson. It was in the air for a while, hence the shriek from Wayne Madsen. But it landed a long way in front of Amrit Basra. Mickey Arthur's gone for a solitary tour of the ground. I'm indebted, as often am, to Jane Huff, the Derbyshire scorer, who has replied and said it is indeed +2. And confirmed that it is very tiny. Thank you, Jane.
But she's actually doing the accounting for it, isn't she, as a scorer? So
yes, so it's definitely, again, played out towards Basra. Single taken. Mickey Arthur will be frustrated looking away to the... I'm going to take a gamble here and say east. And see some blue sky up above. It's not coming here. Some of that cloud is nice and white and fluffy, but the one above us is sort of dark and miserable looking, which is why we can only bowl, or why they can only bowl spin, as given a bit of air by Morley and defended by Everson.
But just to finish that explainer or rant or whatever you like, I don't think anybody at this club thinks this is anywhere near good enough in the county championship. Adam Hollyoake is, if you could choose a man who's been competitive in his career.
Driven and through Martin Anderson and away for 4 out to the extra cover boundary by Everson. He moves on to 50. Nice half century from Joey Everson. 62 balls, 9 fours, and showing some defiance in the face of some fairly lengthy odds against. As far as Kent are concerned here, they move on to 97 for 3. The deficit down to 330.
So he's trying to find answers for next season. I think this has been probably a sobering one for him. And I'm going to make one final point off this final ball, but there we go. I'm sure you're all absolutely delighted.
Kane tosses this one up. It's a full toss, and it's actually driven towards Anderson, who stops it by Everson. The over does come to an end at 97 for 3. Stand by.
That, this thing of, you can use injuries as an excuse. You can in certain circumstances, but I go back to budgetary considerations and the injuries that Kent have had to their bowling lineup. If they had 10, 12 great seam bowlers and the ability to go out around the world and pick up the best of the rest, like some counties do, some of the test match counties do, then that would be fantastic. Unfortunately, when you're working on a lower budget, you haven't got the largesse to do that. And if you get, as Kent have had, 2 season-ending injuries right at the start of the season to their frontline 4, and then carry on through that season of having other injuries as well, that is going to make things very, very difficult for you. The batting's another thing, but they've had injuries there as well at key times, which made things very difficult for them. As I said, all might sound like excuses. No one thinks it's good enough here at the club. I'm pretty much assured of that, and they will try and bounce back next season. So there we are, 97 for 3. Do I sound like I'm making excuses?
So you're saying trophy wins in the 21st century?
Yeah.
I've been a Derbyshire supporter.
Well, 3 and 4 years ago, so they won the last in 21.
They haven't won a trophy in the 21st century, apart from the second division title, which was basically finishing 9th. They've got to finals day once, and were soundly beaten by Essex in the semi-final on the day they got there. Derbyshire fans know all too well the pain of teams not qualifying for stuff, because they don't qualify for stuff, and Mickey Arthur is doing what he can to change that and bringing in some very good players, and he will be hoping that their fortunes change. It's got bright enough apparently to bring Reece back on from the pavilion end, and he bowls a full toss to Ben Compton, who dispatches it for 4 first ball. I was just looking at the shadows emanating from Reece's feet, and there's more than one shadow, which suggests that it's from the floodlights, and therefore, can it really be sufficiently light for Reece? I know he's not express pace, but I'm not sure I'd want to face him.
Slightly lighter than it was, but not a huge amount, you'd say. But yeah. But yeah, sorry, I've said so much in the last over. You've taken over this one because it felt like.
Sorry, no, not at all.
Over, it felt like I was.
You know my view on broadcasting.
Reece to Compton. You're more than welcome to carry on, but I thought maybe you just thought.
I could rant in this one.
You could.
I've got more time too because it's a medium pace.
The other thing I do understand from. We're all passionate about our teams, aren't we? And I completely understand when you're having a dreadful season, you just want...
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you just want to chuck it all in. It has felt like a bit of a punishment for Kent fans, I think, this final game of the season, let alone the rest of it, so for the Championship. But Reece bowls, it's that floating delivery, trying to find the Yorker length into Compton. And... there's no run. There's a bit of a trap there, isn't it? A short leg and a man at shortish mid-wicket as well, Martin Anderson.
You're going to try covering Burton, Darbishire and supporting Tranmere. That's not the greatest.
I can appreciate that.
Triumvirate at the moment, but you never know, it might change.
Well,
and apparently Manchester United used to be quite good, but they're not anymore, so these things happen.
Don't know so much about that. It's...
What, the first bit of the season?
Reece again, bowling to Compton, defended back, and there's no run. Well, I suppose like Kent's only Football League team, if you look at their fortunes, it's been very much down the dumps the last 3 seasons, and a threat to them at one point looked like they were going to go into the National League, and lo and behold, I'm not saying it's going to last, because Gillingham fans would curse me if I did that.
Yeah, it won't last.
But, thank you very much. But they are. Oh, inside edge past the... Or is that deflected actually off the wicket-keeper? It might have done.
I think it's off the wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gone past.
It's played and missed, yeah.
Inside edge.
Signal coming from umpire.
Yeah. We didn't hit anybody.
Newell, I think. It's Byes, yeah.
So it has hit
so I think it's come off broadcast and gone away, so... But yeah. So, I shall be there tomorrow. 21 games unbeaten.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That is something.
It really is, yeah. It's a club record. With Gareth Ainsworth in charge.
He's good, isn't he? He is good. Yeah. I mean, I've never dealt directly with him at a club, but I've always enjoyed going to watch him in a professional capacity.
Yeah, he's a gent. Good fun on interview as well.
He gets it though.
Yeah,
he gets it.
The ball and there's no run, and feels like so I don't go too far into football, but warming up for tomorrow. Feels to me like the perfect combination at the moment of right man, right club, right time, all that kind of thing.
Were you concerned when Wickham got rid of their manager? Was there a concern for a split second?
A split second, yes, and the rumours started to emerge, not least actually about, although they have a manager at the moment, his very good friend from the owner from Wickham, Rob Coig, is now at Reading. And Joe Jacobson, one of his former players, who he's also very close to, is now the CEO there. So rumours will fly. He said he's very happy and undoubtedly at Gillingham at the moment.
Absolutely.
So there we go.
Good.
We had to ask the question.
Yeah, of course you did.
He knew it was coming.
He'd have been ready. Anders Dahl's going to come on. Is this me now? From
Sorry,
no.
Dave, you know.
No. From the Nackington Road end.
It's all right. It's my last day, everybody. You'll be fine.
I'm rather hoping it might be mine, but I'm not sure it will be now with only 23 hours to go.
Winter well, everybody. Molly's warming up for one of us. I'm not quite sure.
Who is it? I bet it's me. I'll just go. Molly, you're on.
That sounds so sad. I'll just go. This is Dave.
I'll be back after 5.
Oh no, you're right. You will be, and I'll be off. Dave, thank you very much. I don't know. He says he enjoys coming here, but I think I might have put paid to that in these the last 2 days. 103 for 3. Everson has 50. He's to face now. It's going to be Anders Dahl coming from the Nackington Road end. This is the first time he's bowled down the slope. Might be. Eagle-eyed listeners, or eagle-eared, will know better than me. Keeper up to the stumps. Brooke Guest as Everson defends that into the offside, and there is no run. Molly comes fresh to the mic and the headset. Unlike Dave, hasn't had to put up with me holding forth. I think it was quite on the soapbox, but certainly enough to have the listeners desperate for a change of commentator. Unfortunately, it's Dave's gone, everybody. 103 for 3. Slip in for Dahl is Aitchison, set back from the wicket keeper. Nudged into the onside by Everson. He's got sort of mango coloured heels to his boots. The fronts are white. I've already thought of Joey Everson particularly as a flamboyant kind of bloke. But maybe they're just very comfortable. It could be that. 50 for Everson, 41 for Compton. Stand at 83 so far. As Everson, gentle drive into the offside, and there's no run. Morley is back with us, and Kent showing some fight here. This pair particularly digging in.
Yeah, indeed. Everson's got to his 50. Compton's doing Compton things. So yeah, from a Kent perspective, after the, let's say, didn't go to plan kind of morning.
Yeah.
They've done all right.
Considerable tumble of wickets, and into the afternoon as well. Everson on off stump into the offside, and there's no run. Again, this pitch isn't doing very much, even at this stage of the game, is it? But I think, again, Derbyshire have bowled really well on it, I think.
Yeah, indeed. Early up as well. Reece took them early 3, set the tone, didn't they, for the second Kent innings? And you think if Darbishire can end the day with 2 more wickets, they'll be feeling pretty lively going into tomorrow.
Dahl bowls to Everson, to the offside, and there's no run. But Kent missing a lot from this team. Actually, just in the batting lineup at the moment, aren't they? With no Bell Drummond and no Mayaya, Joe Denley either. All out at the moment.
Yes, 3 big names just to mention there, isn't it? Sort of common household Kent cricket names.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Been here a while. He's actually Twinder's still pretty young, isn't he? But back at the bowling, there's no run. Not to say that. I mean, Daniel Bell Drummond and Joe Denley are younger than I am. But there we go. A maiden for Anders Dahl. We've seen a few of those today. 2 overs, 1 maiden. None for 4. 103 for 3. Kent. So trying to protect those 7 wickets as they go through this session and into tomorrow to perhaps force a battling draw, but still odds on for Darbishire. And Oh, there we go. Dave Fletcher has been interested, as just general cricket fans we are, of that game between Surrey and Hampshire, which could end up sending Hampshire down. They're off for bad light there at the bowl, with Hampshire 148 for 9, needing another 33 to win. Reece floating delivery to Compton, and it's driven up to mid-on. There's no run, so you'd imagine, I mean, that looks like a tall order. If Surrey have them 148 for 9, it's going to be quite a lot for the final partnership to put on another 33 when they get back in, you'd think, but many stranger things have happened. They're off at Durham, Yorkshire as well, the other, I suppose, components of that relegation battle, and that looks like that will be ebbing to a draw anyway. As it was cut away by Compton, played it late. Head in hands, Lewis Reece there.
It was a late drop of the hand.
It was,
wasn't it?
yeah.
So I think Reece probably felt he was in business for a little bit.
Gave considerable encouragement to the bowler, yes, but yeah, opened the face and has deflected it down to third. And there's a single run. So yeah, match delayed by bad light at Headingley. Yorkshire 465 for 9 in their first innings, leading by 119 runs. But that's both those teams' first innings, so they're not. That game is not far advanced, so it could well be a draw. It looks like it'll be a draw, and if Hampshire lose to Surrey, that they would then be relegated tomorrow. So, or even tonight, as it's driven into the offside. No, sorry, they can't be relegated tonight because there's still time left in the Durham Yorkshire game. Anyway, blah blah. 104 for 3. Correcting myself now. 50 for Everson, 42 for Compton, and Darbishire. There'll be no jitters or worries for Darbishire here, but just we thinking could do with a breakthrough here. 21 and a half overs to go, but a couple of wickets in quick succession, driven into the ground and fielded by is that Donald? Yeah, it is, with a helmet on at catching position at cover. As you were saying, Molly, just looking at the Kent batting lineup, you get one of these two, maybe Harry Finch to come as well, and then Darbishire will think we could finish this off quickly, as they did in the first innings, taking 4 for 9 at the end there.
That's the feel around at the moment anyway.
And this one's on off stump. Everson equal to it into the offside, and a single run for the Kent all-rounder.
Especially when we go into tomorrow with the new ball at some point being taken as well. It kind of, and that was the downfall really, wasn't it, of Kent's first innings, is it was all going okay-ish, and then when the new ball was taken, it was just a matter of time, unfortunately. So I'm sure Derbyshire aren't going to want to drag it out that long, but if Kent can end the day with only losing 3, it's not, I think they'd take it.
Compton certainly, yes. It's in the block hole, blocked out, just ringing the left hand a little bit, maybe jarred against the bat handle. But end of the over, 105 for 3. Everson has 51, Compton 42. It's Joe Everson's third half century of the season, and averaging around about 33. Not bad for an all-rounder. Batting 5, 6, 7.
Not at all. And I say he feels that he comes under the class of a batter that bowls a bit more than anything.
Yeah. I think he's probably not been quite as prolific with the bat as he would have expected this year after a good season in Division 1 last year. But as you said, he played some important innings saving games for Kent.
Yeah.
As well as scoring runs.
For sure. So Dahl then is going to be coming in from the Nackington Road end. Guest up to the stumps. Everson's on strike. That's played into the onside. Looks pretty set, doesn't he, at the moment, Everson? He just looks more comfortable.
Yeah, I thought he looked good in the first innings, actually. Yeah. Casting our mind all the way back.
Yeah.
to what seems about 20 minutes ago.
I think there also was an element, wasn't there, that without being negative, he didn't have too long to wait before batting again.
No, that's true, and he was actually It was a very decent ball from Reece and a great catch, wasn't it, by Donald in the slips that got rid of him with the second new ball last time.
Yeah, that's defended up to mid-off. So maybe now Kent are kind of thinking, we lost 3 very early wickets into the last session of the day. Actually, we might be able to save the last session here and have a chance of clawing maybe a longed out draw tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
that would be the hope, certainly.
Yeah, there's maybe a flicker of light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe. So Dahl then, again pitched up, attacking them stumps, as most of the Derbyshire bowlers have done, but defended very convincingly by Everson.
Just checking the forecast actually for later today. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, we might get a little bit more sunlight, so the light looks like it might improve towards 6 o'clock here. So good news for Darbishire, they can have their quicks on.
Yeah, because that impacted last night, didn't it? With, Again, that's back of a length slightly, but that's just been worked into mid-wicket where Donald happily picks that one up.
So should be probably 20 overs, maybe about an hour and a half from here, something like that, till the close. Still a while for Darbishire to take 7 wickets. As I said, they took 4 late ones in a flurry today.
And that again has worked into mid-wicket region gently from Everson. This is very much a defensive shot that he plays. Yeah, Derbyshire wanting this 4th wicket now, aren't they? You think you get your wicket and you open up an end for your bowlers to start attacking. That's how I'd be definitely leaning more towards that. See what can be created as he bowls again, and that is just defended up to mid-off. I ventured down to the cafe in the break, got myself a coffee. It's quite nice.
Yeah, took a good bit of fortitude not to add a sausage roll to the morning coffee today.
Yeah,
I'm thinking actually I should have done, shouldn't I? Because it'll be the last opportunity. There we are this season, but yeah.
You should have treated yourself.
Yeah, could have consoled myself with that, but yeah, there we go. Ben Compton's just getting a drink, change of gloves as well. But
yes. Yeah. It's physio for Darbishire's on.
But I have to say that cafe has it all right, don't they? Get there early morning, can smell the bacon rolls, and the sausage rolls look fantastic, and there's an array of cakes.
Yeah.
So you might be thinking, as I was today, cheeky sausage roll, bacon bat maybe, and then tea time. That looks nice.
That's the trap the trap we all fall into, unfortunately. But no, the sausage rolls are renowned, I think. So, very nice.
But early in the season, definitely good value.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just tasty anyway. Down there, I made no comments on relative cost. Down to backward square. There's a single taken by Compton Everson's on 51.
All the Darbishire supporters that were here today have come into the cafe with their travel mugs. So they're all refilled with the Darbishire logo on the front.
There we go. Very eco-conscious as well.
Well, they were all queued up with little tickets on them to who they were. It was quite clever, really.
Nice work. Very organised.
And I had to admit, I didn't have a reusable cup. So I was like,
neither. You're right, coming here often really should do, but there we are. It's no excuse. Everson defending that one from Reece. He's on the money there. That's middle leg slightly, the left armour round the wicket. Trying to spear it into the pads of Everson, but sees that off up to mid-on. And there's no run. There's Reece outside the off stump, and there's no run left by Everson. I just paused there, just looking at the excellent, and not just because I work for the corporation, but the BBC text page, the live text page with news from all the other grounds and some quotes from our colleague Mark Church, who's obviously, well, if you know that, you know it. If you don't, you don't. I'm not sure if it's obvious, but it's a BBC London commentator for Surrey with Hampshire, 148 for 9, needing 33 to win, saying you couldn't make it up. Here's Reece to Everson just straying on leg stump, and Everson responds by working that to backward square. Zach Chapel fields, and that's another single. He says, I don't think anybody really wants to come back tomorrow in this situation, and I can't see the light improving though. Nothing but spin all afternoon. The light's been on the whole time. The umpires now decide the light's too bad to carry on. He says you couldn't make it up. I don't understand that, he says. It's a funny one because if we don't get back out there, it won't be any better for Hampshire in the morning. But there we go. Can hear it in his voice as well. Hear him saying it. Dear old Churchy. So Reece over the wicket, 107 for 3. Again, that floating ball trying to get the Yorker length. Compton sees it off into the onside, and there's no run. Ball to come on the 29th over, 19 remaining after this one. Or available, certainly.
And you think it gets to maybe potentially trickier times if Kent can get down to sort of 10 overs left of the day.
Yeah.
And if Derbyshire picked up a wicket, testing time to come and have a bat, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not the easiest situation.
Actually, the light at the moment, I'll just say that, at the moment, is about as good as it's been all day, I'd say. Leg glance from Compton, a comeback for 2. I mean, Basra, once again, is quickly around the field, but wide open spaces down through fine leg. And that's the end of the over. 4 off it from Lewis Reece, who has 3 for 27 off his 10. Fabulous bowling figures, very good bowling indeed. Dahl from the other end, number 4 off 3 overs and 2 maidens. Kent 109 for 3 now. The deficit, it just seems so theoretical, but it's they are 318 behind, in case you were thinking that Kent might be getting anywhere near parity. No, their job is just to bat out their remaining time in this game, and that's a long time given how good Darbishire's attack has been, especially.
So Dahl then will be continuing for Nackington Road end. It'll be Joey Everson to take the first ball of the over, and that is caught. Oh, dropped. Apologies. Yeah. It was flicked off of the legs of Joey Everson to mid wicket. He diving to his left and he caught it, and then as he's landed, he's ended up being spilt. I think that's Donald there, isn't it? Diving at mid wicket. It looked like a... Is it when the arms hit the floor, maybe? It's just jarred the ball out? It looked like a fairly regulation, as much as it could be, catch. Yeah. But it's been spilt, which is something we haven't said often about Darbishire. No. In the last couple of days. So Everson gets a life. And he works that one off with the pads to deep square and gets the one. It's one of those where you wonder quite how it's come out there, but Donald, there we are, cap off. Literally scratching his head at the moment. Yeah. Thinking about that one, but yeah, a life then for Joey Everson. It looked that confident it was out. The Darbishire team were already running over to him. Yeah. And had to stop the celebration. As you said, it could have been a really important wicket for them in the context of this match. Well, that could have been the domino effect in that sense. If you get Joey Everson, who's very set, he would have been having Harry Finch walking out, but in the end, not to be. So Everson gets a life and he carries on, moves to 53. Compton on strike now, and it was Everson, wasn't it, that gave that chance early doors to I think it was the Colt. I think it was a deep square leg for it was Basra, wasn't it? Oh, right, sorry, yeah. I don't note it down, but Dave certainly does. Defended away. Yeah, it was. Again, he got 2 hands to it, but couldn't bring it in. So there's a couple of lives in this innings for Joey Everson. He'd take them. Bit of luck. Yeah, certainly. I mean, could be looking maybe Joey Everson towards. I don't know. Oh. Yeah. Well, just his biggest score maybe of the season with the 350s so far. It's not been, as I said, not been prolific with the bat this season, but has bowled a lot more than he expected, I think. Yeah, 77 not out against Lancashire, so he's still a way away from that. Defended away by Compton. Again, not much. Compton's just looking to settle in, isn't he? Almost dig the heels in now for the last session of the day. I'm always impressed how these these players can sort of keep their minds going out there and not lose concentration, especially when they're for that long. Admiration, anyway. Dahl again, and that's again in at the pads at Compton, but he's just defended that away quite happily. He's full and straight again by Dahl. He'll be feeling disappointed not to get a wicket to his name.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm saying the accuracy in the first innings, particularly maybe setting up wickets for his teammates, just putting the pressure on. Indeed. Dahl then. A very similar delivery, just defended away, into the over then. Kent 110 for 3. Yep, 317 behind, losing 3 for 20 early in this innings, all of them to Lewis Reece. Dawkins for none, Denley for 4, Singh for 4, and Kent starting the day at 117 for 2, bowled out eventually for 271, but losing the last 4 wickets for just 9, with 5 wickets there for Jack Morley, and a bit of a flurry, 2 for Reece and 2 for Aitchison and Rice at the end. And it's going to be Reece to continue. Well, he might have been tired after his 211, but he's digging into a spell here. Yeah, indeed. You see they've turned to him again, haven't they, to try and get that crucial wicket of breaking this partnership that had been created. Bowls round the wicket now to Everson. Always hold out to Martin Anderson, who has caught it this time, and Lewis Reece. And Anderson is going off and lifting Anuj Dull in the air there. So yeah, it's into the covers from Joey Everson. I think Martin Anderson will be very pleased to have taken that catch as well, but Everson goes 53, so it doesn't cost them any runs at all. In fact, that drop by Anderson in the previous over. Reece it is, he has 4 from 4 now. Everson puts his head down. A decent innings from Joey Everson of 53, but he goes with Kent now 110 for 4, and I would say with every wicket that they chip away at, you just wonder if a collapse is going to come for Kent as it did in the first innings, and how far Derbyshire are away from winning this game in 3 days. But Joe Everson comes off to applause from the members to our left and around the ground from the Kent fans, still braving the chilly temperatures. Ollie Curtis, I think this is, coming out at number 6 for Kent, ahead of Harry Finch. So Kent 110 for 4, Darbishire 1 wicket closer to victory. Yeah, in the end, you're right, the drop off of Everson wasn't too costly, but I'd be pleased to have their 4th, and Ollie Curtis, as you've said, strolls out. I wasn't expecting to see him, I was expecting to see Harry Finch, but what an opportunity for Curtis to come out of a bat with the very experienced Compton, who's on 45. But you think now, is this what Darbishire needed, just to try and really stamp the authority on this last session, to go, okay, we can ideally, they'd love to get 6 wickets now, wouldn't they? But, yeah, you know, probably not going to happen, but to make a big inroad into tomorrow anyway. So, that was the first ball with 18 overs to go, 17.5 then to go now, and Lewis Reece has 4 for 27, which is it's not a bad spell. It's not a bad day out, is it, as I would say. 1 for 10 off his 3 since tea, and that's Curtis just picking that off the leg stump, working that into the onside, and Anuj Dull goes over to field. It's just the one at 111 for 4. And yeah, it'll be fit for Dave to come back now. Now they've taken a wicket, can bring him back in. He looks excited to come back in the press box, doesn't he? Well, he's just about to do his update, so he's always excited to speak to our respective radio stations. And is Reece to bowl to Compton. Defends that. There's a big shout as he does that. Looked fairly procedural. But Derbyshire, of course, are excited. Short leg, and Aaron Donald is in there, and Aitchison at slip. Keeper standing up the stumps, Brooke Guest.
Do you think Dahl will continue from the Nackington Road end, or they'll change it up as Ollie Curtis has come to the crease?
That's a good question.
Could it be Zach?
Yeah, I wonder if that's a good point, where they might try Zach Chappell against him again to keeps it a little bit low outside the off stump, that one, but Ben Compton defends it away, doesn't look much perturbed.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see Zach Chappell have a crack. Why not? He bowled quite well at him in the first innings, shorter stuff. If I was batting now, I wouldn't be facing that. Not when it's getting a bit gloomier. Back end of day 3, you're all right.
Reece then to bowl over the wicket, the left armour to Compton. Stout forward defensive, no run. And a number of close fielders are close, well, not close catchers exactly, but then on the drive, on the on and the offside as well. Anderson and Dahl. Emmerich Bathurst not too far away in the mid-wicket position as well from Anderson. Came at mid-on, and there's Madsen, the captain, at mid-off, talking to his bowler now. Square leg. Sorry, a point, deep backward square. That one is seen off by Compton as well. It's very Ben Compton. Just moving forward, looking very organised, very elegant as he just defends that one away. 111 for 4 at the end of the 31st over. I imagine I'll be doing my final update of the day. That'll be the final cricket update of the season for me. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Count them all off.
And you go into football territory.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Just glory hunting with Gillingham now. They certainly have turned their fortunes around in the last few months, but there we go.
So, I was wrong, it's not Zach Chappell, it's Dahl to continue now.
Yeah, they're going to keep with him.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a good spell, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's none for 5 or 4.
Maybe, I think I'm being slightly harsh. I do apologise to the Darbishire listeners. He created a chance to get Joe Everson out. So, actually, don't take him off, let him bowl. It was just an observation with Ollie Curtis coming in, who's a fine player, just was targeted with the short ball this morning. So he sets himself, and that is defended quite late to point in the end to Anderson, who's there. But again, probably a situation that Curtis hasn't been in yet in his career. He needs to be coming in this position.
Compton just going over and just making a little gesture there, I think, about how the ball's moving to Ollie Curtis. This is my point earlier when the two teenagers are batting together, that it is great, isn't it, to have a really experienced player at the other end just nursing you through, giving you encouragement.
As that, he's going to run away for 4 on the leg side. It sounded paddy, and it is pad, so it's 4 leg buys there of Ollie Curtis's probably thigh pad or top of the knee roll. No fine leg, so it will just rush away for 4.
Does indeed. 115 for 4 then, Kent, as Basra goes to get the ball.
I'm waiting for the BBC Radio Kent
jingle very shortly, and then Dave Fletcher will replace me with Molly Davis on the commentary here.
But until that lovely jingle comes into my headset, I'll continue with Dahl bowling, and that's again worked off of the legs of Curtis to deep square leg. He'll take the 1. Here it comes, Ben. Not Ben, you're Matt.
Yeah.
Not Ben. Here it comes, Matt.
It does indeed. Yeah. I've got a feed from the producer. 10 seconds, they said, on the button. Kent's still just about holding on here, Adam. 116 for 4. They've just lost the wicket of Joey Everson, caught of the bowling of Lewis Reece, who has all 4 wickets in Kent's second innings. 116 for 4 they are here. They really are struggling once again in this county championship match, the last one of the season. Kent bowled out for 271, well short of Darbishire's 698 for 6 in their first innings. They lost 3 quick wickets. Dawkins, Denley and Singh all gone in quick succession, but then dig in by Everson, and Ben Ben Compton, who's still out there at the moment, 45 not out. Ollie Curtis, teenager, is there with him on just 2 now, and a very inexperienced Kent lineup being put to the sword over the first 3 days by Derbyshire so far. Kent are 311 short of making Derbyshire bat again. They won't do that. Their job is to bat for the rest of the session tonight, 16 overs of it, and all the way through tomorrow if they can, to try and save the game here. Elsewhere, Sussex won their game against Worcestershire by 3 wickets. It was a bit nervy towards the end at New Road for Sussex. 63 for 7 they were when they got off the line, but a win is a win, and they've already secured their Division 1 status for next season. And tantalisingly, the Surrey game against Hampshire has actually just gone to stumps there because of bad light, with Surrey needing 1 more wickets to win that, and Hampshire needing 33 runs to win. If Hampshire lose that one, they could well be relegated at the end of this round of fixtures, the final round. So just this game going on at the moment here at Canterbury, of our 3 teams, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. End of the over. There was a bit of a fish from Ben Compton outside the off stump. It's Dave Fletcher to come and replace me, Matt Cole, alongside Molly Davis.
Indeed. So it's going to be Reece then to quite rightly continue after dismissing Joey Everson the over previously. So it's going to be Ollie Curtis on strike. Kent are 116 for 4. Deficit probably not worth mentioning currently, but Darbishire's day, as that's defended away by Curtis, and Dave Fletcher's going back into the commentary box on a very dizzy heights last session of the day.
Well, yes, I'd miscalculated. They took 8 wickets in the afternoon session, and they were struggling to get one in the evening session, weren't they, until that one the drop by Aaron Donald was strange.
But Anderson in the end picked it and dismissed Everson, as that one again is more on the pads of Curtis, but happily flicked in to the leg side for a single.
Called it for the day at Lords as well, where Gloucestershire were 39 for 1, still trailing by 309 against Middlesex. Following on,
who would have thought this would be one of the only games going on currently? We got rocked up this morning, it was overcast, it was gloomy.
They're going to get a result in Cardiff where they are playing. Lancashire need a further 36 to beat Glamorgan.
For now, Reece again pitched up, attacking the off stump again, defended away by Compton. He's on 45.
Still, the light's not good enough in Leeds. When it's never been good enough. Wantage Road, Northamptonshire need another 381, and they're already 5 down, but they're off for bad light. And Somerset 99 for 9. They have a 94-run lead over Essex.
As that one's pulled away. It's a funny looking shot there from Ben Compton. Was back of a length than Reece, but in the end Basra is happily to collect that for no run. It wasn't that short from Reece, but Compton tried to work it onto the leg side. I think Anderson at short mid wicket may have, had a moment there where he was slightly worried.
I need to get out of the way.
But no run added, no wicket taken. Or dot ball. 2 balls in the over left. As that one takes an inside edge and he's nearly chopped on Ben Compton. It goes between stumps and keeper in the end, and he's going to scamper through for a 1. But that was again a not a very conventional Ben Compton shot. He tried to drop the hands, but didn't get anywhere near it, really, to where he wanted to be anyway.
Lewis Reece this season has got 3 fifers. He's on the brink of a 4th.
Yeah.
Thought he had it there.
So last ball in the over here then for Reece. As he comes in and bowls. And that one is played into a backward point region by Curtis off the back foot. They were going to come back for 2, but some good fielding has said no. So Curtis will nick the strike for the over. Kent are 119 for 4. Compton's on 46 and Curtis is on 4.
Indeed. Sorry, I'm just trying to say. I'm not sure what my instructions are for post 6 o'clock, if indeed there are any. So I shall try and find them out at some point. They're doing a preview show to Wrexham against Derby County from that pub next to the racecourse ground.
Oh yeah.
Fancy that. The pub, I think, had its broadband upgraded just for this, not for this specific programme, but for this very reason. And they're all desperate for Rob McElhenney or the other one to pop in, but good luck with that. He was at a game that Burton played in last year. It was an absolute circus. 119 for 4. Annasdale is in and bowls, and it's defended by Curtis out into the offside. I got told off by one of the local journalists for describing it as a circus. Oh. I said, well, have a look. I can't see the pitch for cameras. It was astonishing. Anyway. I got into trouble for saying it, and I'll probably get into more trouble now, but it was a circus. That one is bowled him. Annasdale gets through Curtis, and another wicket falls. That's 5 down now. The extra half hour suddenly looms into view. Annasdale takes the congratulations of his teammates. Curtis's off stump is leaning back. He goes for 4, and Kent are 119 for 5.
Yeah, that's not what Kent wanted, is it? At all. We said earlier if Everson and Compton could see the session through, and then Everson departs, and a similar vibe here with Ollie Curtis. He couldn't hang out there with Ben Compton, so he's making his way off for the final time this year. And you'd assume it would be Harry Finch to come out as the last probably recognised out-and-out batter, apart from obviously with keeping. When you hit Grant Stewart, Corey Flintoff, Matt Parkinson, Mikey Cohen. So, yeah, we're waiting to see who's going to emerge. There's 14 overs left of the day, so you would definitely think it'll be Captain Harry Finch, and it is. So he makes his way out to the middle, and if you're Darbishire, 1, you're very happy, and 2, you need 5 wickets to win.
5 wickets to win. It is Finch who's coming out to bat. Yeah, it just, I don't know when you're allowed to excuse me, ask the umpires for the extra half hour, whether they offer it you, or because Derbyshire so seldom get into this position. Not with 5 down, I know for a fact it won't be with 5 down, but 3 down, with 7 down, 3 to go. Would they offer the extra 8 overs? The light at the moment is bleh, but it's all right.
Well, you think now 1 more wicket would definitely bring Grant Stewart out to bat. So after that, do you then think to yourself, if you're Derbyshire, you would ask for it, because you would maybe fancy your chances to get them last few wickets quite quickly? Yeah. But I'm not an umpire, so
no, me neither. No.
I can talk a very good game about what they should be doing, but
I'm not sure I can even do that.
There's maybe a good reason why I'm not one, as I'll be told.
It's ruined Lewis Reece's hopes of taking all 10, of course.
I'm sure he's devastated. You know, that double 100 and his contribution hasn't been good enough, has it? He should be doing more.
He's gone past 50 for the season, so I think he'll be quite pleased with that. I believe, yes, he has. Here comes Annasdale to the new batter, Finch, who pushes this up to mid-off. It's fielded by the aforementioned Reece, and there is no run. Yes, no, I don't think he'd be too distraught at not getting all 10. He's got 4 in the second innings. He got 2 in the first. He now has, that's his 49 there. I thought he had 50.
If there's one way to sign off your season, this game probably has been quite the way to do it. Probably can't get much better than that, can you?
No. No. He has been exceptional. balls. Oh, that goes past the edge of the bat. The keeper, Guest, is standing up, took it nicely. Finch not really in tune yet with what's going on out there. He'll have to get it sorted pretty quickly.
I was saying to Matt, it's a trickier time to come in and bat, isn't it? Not to try and defend Kent here at all, but afternoon session, or sorry, evening session I should say. 14 roughly overs left. Opposition even 5 wickets to win.
Dal bowls and Finch drives out into the offside. He's going to get off the mark despite the shallow stumps from Lewis Reece, which misses. Picks up a single, 120 for 5. The Derby County football chaps have just put a photograph in the group chat. I've never seen everybody look so orange in all my life. Seems to be a lot of orange there. Well done, everybody.
There you go, eh?
I have received my instructions and I like them. So there we go. Something in the top of the show and a close of play. The two will not coincide. With 14 overs remaining as Dal around the wicket to Compton on 46, and he tries to work that down the leg side. It just strikes him, and a good over from Anuj Dal comes to an end. He's got reward really, 1 for 7 from his 6 overs. He's bowled really nicely, and that's his first wicket of the match, so he deserved a wicket really, I think, Anuj Dal.
Yeah, he did. He's should have had one earlier, but he's got his one now, and obviously as a bowler it's nice to bowl a batter, isn't it? Yes, I wouldn't know, but
Yet no, nor me.
Usually get bowled, so I think I give the fortune to a few of the bowlers, but yeah. So it still will be Reece to keep going then, as he'll bowl to Finch. Obviously been exceptional throughout this whole match. And he'd like one more now, wouldn't he, really? That would seal the deal. Be 5 for him. And then just more to his exceptional game. So it's Finch on strike as he sets himself with 2 slips, silly mid on, and that's on his pads, worked onto the onside, but straight to Dal at mid wicket, so won't get that one away. Yeah, big 13 overs or so here then for Derbyshire and for Kent. Yeah, Madsen there, sitting mid on. If you're watching on the stream, you'll be able to see him just to the right of your picture potentially, on just next to the wicket. As Reece in and bowls. That's a tempting one through the covers. It's in the end a good diving stop. Will stop that from getting through for any runs for Harry Finch. But yeah, a lot of vocalness there coming from the Darbishire players, trying to keep spirits high. The psychological side of the game again. It's cricket. So Reece in and bowls, and again defending away Harry Finch, not trying to do too much, just survive.
Yes, it's a long time to survive though, isn't it?
Yeah. I would be inclined to agree.
109 overs.
I think survive the night is job number 1. A lot can happen in 13 overs. And again moving in towards the pads, but just been knocked into the onside. Now the field has again become a bit more funky. 2 catches in the covers, Anderson and Donald, sort of cover and extra cover, pretty much could be holding hands, are that close.
One who took a catch and one who dropped one.
That's a good leave in the end by Finch as it goes past where 4th stump would be into Guest's gloves. Do you reckon Alison has said that to Donald?
No, I don't think I'd mention it until after the game. If I was Martin Anderson, I mean, he's a fairly mild-mannered man. He's an Aaron Donald, but still.
Yeah, fair enough. Don't want to get a little bit too giddy when you might go, "Oh, I caught mine."
Yeah.
So last ball of the over then. And again, in attacking them stumps, a watchful defensive shot from Finch ends the over. Maiden over from Reece. That maiden over graphic that pops up on our electronic scoreboard here at Canterbury has appeared quite a few times over the Derbyshire's bowling innings.
Just looking at the stats, Ben Compton is around 20 runs behind Safe Zabe now. If these numbers are absolutely right, he is 20 behind. So if he can get up to 67 as a minimum, we'll finish as the leading run scorer in the second division, which would be of no consolation whatsoever, I imagine, but it would be some consolation.
Yeah, I think it's a personal milestone for him.
Yeah.
You'd take it, wouldn't you?
Especially averaging in the 60s. Dal begins a new over. The first ball is clipped by Compton out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They'll come back for the second, and they'll get back comfortably enough for the second as well. That's nicely run, and Compton moves to 48. 122 4-5. Lewis Reece still needs one more to reach 50 wickets for the campaign. I'm sure he'll know that. Off a bad light in Chelmsford as well now. We might be the only thing going on here. Nothing else in the first division. They are playing at Glamorgan, where Lancashire need just 15 runs now. Bad light at Northampton as Dal bowls, and that's defended by Compton into the offside. Stumps at Lords and us.
There you go.
Might go on to Sports Extra 3 at some point at this rate. The most prestigious of all the Sports Extras because it's got the largest number. That's why I keep telling everybody. A lot of old nonsense. Not sure what else they've got today. There's a cricket on 2 channels, so we might have a chance. Here's Dal bowling, and that one is pushed by Compton up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Ben Aitchison, fielding at mid-off. It's one of the Sports Extra channels is taking the Ryder Cup quite correctly.
Yeah, indeed. There's been a watchful eye on that as well today.
Doing well.
Can't complain.
No, absolutely.
Not yet, anyway.
Absolutely. Here comes Dal again, bowls to Compton, who pushes this out into the offside. Again, there's no run. Jack Morley starts stretching out.
Yeah. Do you reckon we'll see Zach Chappell tonight?
Well, it's getting a bit gloomier again, isn't it? I think if they tried to sneak Zach Chappell on, the umpires might have something to say about it, because he's the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers by distance, I think, really. And then Aitchison, then Dal and Reece, who are bowling at the moment. That one's pushed into the onside by Compton. Barely has the energy to reach Wayne Madsen at mid-wicket.
Yeah, we say that. It has got a lot gloomier here, isn't it?
I think so. There's a bit more brightness on its way. You can see little patches of blue sky, but not a lot.
The floodlights here are glowing currently.
Dal bowls to Compton, who pushes this one out into the offside, and he remains on 48 not out. Finch has one, just 2 off that over. 122 for 2 Kent now. This will trail by in excess of 300, and we have 12 overs to go tonight. I wonder, the lights at the bottom on the ground floor of the Leslie Ames stand are starting to shine brightly, and they're not particularly bright lights.
I mean,
in fact, there goes the umpire with the light meter.
Yeah.
But he seems to think everything's okay. Lewis Reece has handed him his sweater Mark Newell, and everything is A-OK.
I mean, even if it went off a bad light now and didn't come back on again tonight, Darbishire aren't going to have any complaints. 5 down, Kent. So you'd feel pretty happy going into tomorrow. If it's anything like today, they might end up doing it in session 1 if it goes that far. But for now, Kent are batting, Reece is bowling, Finch is on strike as he leaves that alone outside the off stump.
Yes, I mean, they'd love to get it finished tonight, but if they don't, they will get it finished tomorrow, I'm fairly certain, at some point.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you. I would probably, as far to say, if one more wicket tonight, you'd be inclined to think they might do it pretty early tomorrow, without being too negative on a Kent's perspective, just how well Darbishire have played. Catches around the bat again, up on the stumps, defended away. You've got cover, extra cover. You've got Donald and Addison in there catching. You've got Madsen at a very silly mid-on that's also catching. That's pretty much on the wicket. First slip. And there your catches anyway. Is it Chappell at deep square leg?
Yes.
Yeah. As that one's worked out, the Chappell at deep square leg. Off the legs of Finch. That temperature's dropped as well. Bit gloomier, bit colder.
It's fine, dear, oh dear. It's fine. Temperature's fine. Beautiful out there.
I think our definitions of fine are different when it comes to the weather.
I think there might be.
Says the man in the shorts.
Yeah. I can't see an issue with that. Lovely last night. Even quite late last night, it was still warm enough for shorts. Yeah.
What would be trouser weather for you? Or longer? Just longer trousers for you?
I'm wearing something, everybody.
And that's just pushed up to mid-off. We talking snow? Would that justify?
Oh, yes, I wouldn't go out in shorts in snow.
But that's the only thing that justifies it?
No, you see, I wore long trousers last Saturday at the football because you're outside for 3 or 4 hours and sitting in one place, it can get a bit chilly.
Okay.
And the issue was how wet my clothes were last week with the rain.
Oh dear. So that's cut away, but not timed by Compton at all. And Dar will do the work at cover for a dot.
It's a strange existence, really, because in the summer, we sit indoors to commentate on sport, and in the winter, we sit outdoors to commentate on sport, and work that one out if you can. But what I would say is that there's nothing worse, I don't think, than commentating on football indoors. You feel very detached from it, whereas cricket, I don't mind commentating indoors.
Yeah, okay, I see where you're coming from. As that's clipped on the legs of Compton out to a deep fine or round of deep square, and that is the end of the over. So 124 for 5. That is how Kent stand. I think it might be my time to depart.
Are you going?
Matt comes in. I'm booting myself out.
More sporting philosophy, no doubt, in the next half hour when sporting commentary philosophy, as we try and fill in the gaps between deliveries effectively. Anuj Dal is just making his way off the field to be replaced by Nick Potts. So Dal's just taking a breather, and we're going to see what it looks like. Harry Kane's coming back again. Perhaps it has just got, it has got darker, I don't think there's any doubt about that, and the umpires may well just have had a word, so we'll get Kane at the Nackington Road end and potentially... no, we won't. We'll get... he's taken his sweater off and his cap, and he's now taking it back off, umpire Hassan Adnan, because he's going to give it to...
Jack Morley.
Jack Morley, yeah, he's going to come on, which is the first time he's bowled from the Nackington lane, and that's very exciting. Up to a point.
Don't worry, I'm all ranted out. But I agree with you about,
it's weird.
The commentary.
It is weird.
Watching football inside just feels antiseptic
wrong.
and
it's horrible.
I get a bit grumpy. There are grounds we go to still, aren't there, with commentary boxes inside.
There are still grounds where you go to where you're outdoors and you're right in amongst the home supporters.
That's always interesting.
Which can get quite lively.
Yeah.
Especially if your team is on a 28-match unbeaten run or whatever it is.
Actually, I was reaching for an anecdote there of one of my first games ever, which was for the team you support, for Radio City in Merseyside, which you'll probably also be aware of. As Morley bowls to Compton, hurries him a little bit and plays it back at the bowler. And I was at Walsall, where you are still, I think, embedded with the home fans, and a bit like that old Jasper Carrot sketch. For those longer in the tooth, quicker ball and swung away by Compton, and that might slipped away. That might be 4 runs. It is indeed. He goes on to 53, and it's another half century for Ben Compton, his 4th of the season, to add to the centuries and double century he scored as well. It's been a very fine season indeed. He's second in the ranks at the moment at the live totals, if you like, of run scorers across the county championship, and he has been outstanding for Kent in an otherwise pretty gloomy season, but great not from him. That kept low, and Compton sees it off into the offside. But 53 off 98 balls, characteristically slow and steady, winning the race for Ben Compton in terms of the runs he's built up this season. But he has it's a quicker ball from Morley, no run. Certainly no blame put on him for Kent's woes this season. He's been pretty extraordinary since he arrived from Nottinghamshire 3 seasons ago, or 4 seasons ago, I'm at that now. That's nudged into the onside. This is his 101st innings for Kent, so I checked some stats on him earlier. And takes himself a single ball to come, which will come to Harry Finch, and the listeners will be delighted. I'll be going on to talk about my Tranmere anecdote. I'm thinking with you in mind there.
I'm looking forward to it already.
There'll be a name in there which you may well remember as a Tranmere supporter. So Morley round the wicket and punched away by Harry Finch. That'll be at least 4. I've lost sight of it. It is very much 4, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's an out down at the far end. So 9 off the Morley over. This will be the test at this end, wouldn't it? If the spinner is, I think Harry Kame is coming to bowl. So it's got too gloomy at the moment to have the quicker bowlers on. 1-3-3 for 5 Kent. So 5 wickets still for Derbyshire to take, 10 overs remaining. So getting towards the end of the game, and one Ryan Taylor, fullback, a free kick expert as well. Tranmere stepped up, even Newcastle, I think, after that, didn't he?
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, he did.
Struck an absolute beauty. Final minutes, the game's 1-1, I think. Scores at top corner. Of course, I'm giving it the beans for Radio City.
Quite right.
And one by one, in front of me, I could see spectators just turning around and glowering at me. That was my first experiences of live commentary.
Wow.
And there we go. So, as you say, can be an interesting business being among the home support.
Wayne Madson's going on to bowl.
He is indeed.
I need to double check here. He has bowled 4 overs this season as he bowls to Compton. He turns that into the leg side. And there is no run taken, 1 for 32 in 4 overs this season. I'd love to tell you where it was, but I haven't got the first idea.
I'm on it.
It would have been a while ago now, I think, probably in that first tranche of matches. That one is guided into the backward point region. You'll notice if you're watching or if you're in the ground and you're listening, every ball's a wicket-taking ball with Wayne. His first 2 have been, and here comes the next one. Very round arm. Actually, that one wasn't so much. Little hop, and it's just rubbing his right shoulder. He's not used to this. He has had shoulder issues in his career, at the latter end of his career. That one is pushed into the offside by Finch. I thought he was getting a slow hand clap there, but it's just Amit Basra applauding him That one is pushed again into the offside by Finch, and Anderson waits for it to arrive at his feet. You can now see the shadows of the floodlights quite clearly on the player's feet. That one is a full toss, clipped into the leg side by Finch for a single out towards Zach Chappell, who with a double keepy uppy and then a catch, holds on to the ball in the far distance. So 9 overs to go, I think, although the scoreboard appears to have stopped. One. Oh no, they're just checking. Yeah, that was the end of the over, but they are checking the light again, I think. Or are they? Well, I don't know what's going on. Here we go. They're putting some extra dots in there for Wayne, but it's still only 5 balls, and now they've got to put an extra one in just to make sure it gets to 6. So there are 9 overs to go.
Very quickly it disappeared off the scoreboard after that. So there we go.
Quick, get them on.
Justin Broad is the answer to that one. Caught Harry Kane. Wayne Manson's wicket. Yeah, 18th of April. Absolutely right.
I thought it was early.
And it had been almost 3 years. It was April 2022.
Since his previous one.
Sam Northeast, though. That's a scalp. Into the onside from Finch, and there's no run.
He wasn't on 400 at the time, was he?
No. Just the 49. Good work.
A rare failure.
I'm looking at his victims earlier in his career. Back in the crease goes Harry Finch. I'm seeing the names of Alex Hales up there, and what else did I see? It was a big name, Marcus Trescothick, back in 2013. So he's got some victims on his list. Oh goodness me, that's a moon ball from Harry Kane. He got one of those early, didn't he?
Yeah, it's not the first, certainly.
Driven into the offside by Harry Finch. He wasn't entirely fooled by it, but it certainly had some loop to it. It's Kane now once more, just. Well, as you say, it's not even tossing it up, is it? It's gone way above
He's just trying to tempt him into
of head height.
A wild swish, isn't he? He's got two men out on the leg side, in from the boundary, but they are there.
He's driven those both low into the offside to mid-off so far. Some more regulation delivery. Just a gentle guide backward of square from Finch, and he'll take a single. He moves on to 8, Compton on to 55. 136 for 5. 8 overs available after this over. Light's certainly not improving.
No,
but
I don't know the regulation, but I would have thought there'd have to be 7 down, wouldn't they, really, to claim the extra half hour?
So work to do for the Derbyshire spinners at the moment. Round the wicket came to Compton, pushes forward. Bat and pad next to each other, ends up forward of the wicket. It's fielded by a batter, and the end of the over. 136 for 5. Umpires
going to see Jack Morley.
Look at the light again. Yeah, the batters, I have to say, Harry Finch and Ben Compton, very much encouraging the umpire to take this reading. I think
we're going here.
Yeah, we are going to come off for bad light, and well, we won't say won't come back on, because we know what happened yesterday, Dave, and we'd all but called it. But with 8 overs remaining, I would say it looks unlikely, though it did last night as well.
Yes, no, I'd have written it off completely yesterday, if I'm honest with you. Which one of the two batters is that having I assume it's Compton, is it? Who's having a lengthy conversation with them? I mean, it could be Finch, of course.
I think it might be Finch, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's saying
he's the captain, isn't he?
Yes, he's saying, look, if it improves just a touch, get us back out, because it's best for everyone.
Yeah. Said, look, I think we've still got an outside chance of winning this one, umps. So get us back out.
Well.
8 overs. He's saying to Hassan Adnan, 8 times 36. You do the maths, mate. We'll be there in no time.
You've got to admire his pluck. He's still out there.
He is, yeah.
And
Ben Compton comes off to some applause from the members here. I think, yeah, all the members in the stand to our left are about to leave. I think they've decided, going to vote with their feet.
Which again they did last night. Mickey Arthur's just walked straight across the pitch here. He's come from the Leslie Ames stand area, and who's being pushed to the front now for Derbyshire? Well, it's Lewis Reece this time.
Yeah, quite right too.
Yeah, Lewis Reece gets applauded off the field by his teammates. The conversation continues out in the middle between Finch and the two match umpires.
Is that Mickey Arthur voting with his feet as well?
Very much Mickey Arthur making his way across right across the middle of the field. He may well believe that they will be back tomorrow. He's just having a look round, see if we can attract his attention. No, we're not going to attract his attention. He's a top man, Mickey. He's got a big smile on his face. He knows his side is almost certainly going to win this game, unless it buckets it down now. That's the only thing you would have thought could possibly save Kent, and especially with 291 required now, they are going to have to bat all 3 sessions tomorrow to ensure that this game ends in a draw. We can't get these overs back. We couldn't have done anyway because we're beyond the 5:30 close of play. I think that's the regulation. There are so many. I genuinely don't really know. Jack Morley will be speaking to us later. Thank you, Stephen. Nice. That's good. He's always good for a chat, is young Jack. Although he prefers a chat than an interview, which a lot of people do, but he'll second 5 of the season, 5 for 99 in that first innings, and bowled really nicely. But at one point he'd taken the first 3 wickets to fall. Got the early one this morning of Jaden Denley. He was out for naught, and then Zach Chappell chimed in before Jack Morley picked up 2 more, including that caught and bowled of Akansh Singh, which is terrific. He was out for 71. Then it all started to go awry for Kent in the afternoon after the new ball was taken at 260 for 6. They were eventually dismissed for 271. The new ball having a major impact. Lewis Reece, Ben Aitchison, the major benefactors of that, picking up 2 wickets apiece. And then when they went back in for a second time, even before tea, they'd lost Dawkins, Denley and Singh, and at 20 for 3 were in all sorts of trouble, if they weren't already in all sorts of trouble. But they've gone from 61, or from 20 for 3, they went all the way up to 110 for 4. Joey Everson and Ben Compton doing really nicely before Everson was caught by Martin Anderson in the covers off the bowling of Lewis Reece, his 49th victim of the season. A remarkable season for Lewis Reece. And then Ollie Curtis bowled by Anuj Dal for 4. Compton is unbeaten on 55. Finch has 8. We nominally have 8 overs remaining in the day. I'm not sure how many, if any, of those we're going to get. And at 136 for 5, Kent trails still by 291 with 1 day to go.
So, we may speak to you again tonight. We may not speak to you again tonight. Dave Fletcher will be here tomorrow with Ben Watts, in case we don't have any play tomorrow. I'm done for the season. Thank you all for listening. Thanks to you again for all your social media posts, keeping us company with your emails as well. It's been an absolute pleasure again to bring you the cricket this season from a Kent point of view. Not been an absolute pleasure in terms of results. We completely understand that, but we'll be back next year with your commentary. Umpires just leaving the field here.
I think that might be it. I just saw that'll be the head groundsman who's with them.
Yes,
he did the old cutthroat sign.
That's Adrian Long. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we're done for the day, and we are back tomorrow, which will be an absolute joy.
Yeah, be a nice sunny day I think tomorrow as well. Derbyshire could
too bright.
Odds on to finish off. I don't think there'll be trouble. Yeah, the umpires are saying that is it. We are done. Kent 136 for 5. The deficit is 291. So as Dave said, their very outside chance of drawing this match will mean batting all day tomorrow. Much more likely. 5 wickets needed for Darbishire to crown a very good season indeed for them for the victory. So thank you to Dave and to Molly, and thank you, as I said, for all of you listening. My last day at the cricket. I'll be on Sports Hub duty tomorrow with Gillingham against Harrogate, and some FA Cup ties as well.
Enjoy that. Thank you, Matt.
Championship, sponsor of the Spitfire Ground,